distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase. And Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Poppy Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
Really be that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Poppy Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova.
mula sa pagsuyod ng Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao sa libo-libong players, ilang daan na teams o kupunan dito at dito pa rin tayo mapupunta. Isang pangarap at isang daan naman na nangangarap para makuha at mapanalo ang tournament na ito. Pero sa 10 araw ng playoffs, masasabi natin na malayo pa pero malayo na. Sanay na tayo makakita ng best of 3 o kaya naman ng isang best of 5, pero dito makakakita kayo ng the best of the best. Welcome nga pala sa VCTPH.
By now, as next prepared, he gets again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Ladies and gentlemen, o diba nagsimula ng Tagalog pero umpisahan ulit ng English dahil nandito na ang mga bakasyonista. Mainit ang araw ngayon at mga mahilig magbakasyon. Saan ang huling bakasyon mo, Rico, by the way?
Ang ganda ng tanong mo. I think 2 days ako, galing pa na ako ng beach sa Subic.
Sa Subic?
Napakagandang
Sa
area.
Pilipinas pa rin. Ikaw, Fluffy,
Oo
saan?
naman.
Hindi ko siya narinig, kaya tumawa na lang ako. Diba? Pero ang importante dito, Rico at Fluffy, kayo makakasama ko para sa ating panel segment. And for today, ako nga ang magiging host ninyo, guys, para sa VCTPH. Kahapon kasi si Vil ang nakasama ninyo, kaya today siya naman daw ang iiwan ko sa casting table. But anyway, Fluff, kamusta ka naman? Naririnig na ba kita this time around?
Hopefully.
Ang ganda ng
Ayun!
boses.
Yun.
Ayan.
Amazing.
Saan ang bakasyon
Okay.
mo last time, Fluff?
Wala, rank grind na lang.
Wala?
Valorant is life.
Sa rank grind lang. Pero ang bakasyon ng mga players dito ay parang papuntang Ascension. Dahil mainit ang bakbakan natin para sa ating VCTPH. Dahil ito nga yung ating path towards that Ascension. Pero bago natin simulan ang araw na ito, ay syempre, pasalamatan muna natin yung ating mga magigiting na sponsors dahil kung wala kayo, wala rin kami. Kaya maraming salamat syempre sa Mineski Philippines and of course to Riot Games para sa pagsuporta ng VCTPH.
And of course, if you want to celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day, subscribe to that Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Ayun. Yun na nga, maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors at syempre, alam ko lahat ng nanonood ngayon, alas 3 na kasi, 3:30 eh. So, saktong-sakto, merienda time na, 'di ba? Saktong-sakto yung para sa grab food nga nila. Eh ngayon, mainit yung laban natin. And it's actually one of, obviously, we have the leaderboards teams, and then we also have the teams that are trying to come up with the points na pwede nilang madala dito sa season na ito. Pero just to give you guys a quick recap sa mga nangyari from the past days na meron tayo sa mga aksyon na nakita nga natin dito. Syempre, Fluff and Riku, so far ba pagdating sa pang-10 araw ng season na to, kasi ito yung first time ko actually na makamusta kayo as a host, ano ba yung nakikita natin from the teams itself? Do you have any team specifically, Fluffy, na nagsa-stand out para sa'yo?
I think for me,
Aside from Oasis.
of course. I
bawal yung Oasis na sagot. Sige.
NAOS, I think, is playing exceptionally well with a lot of the things that they're trying to do and newer things that they're trying to do. They showed this split also how they're not afraid to really try experimental things in the first game of the entire VCT split 2. They tried their new little icebox comp, and ever so slightly, they've always been trying to improve. But aside from that, of course, we have MVP, which will come up shortly, and they're the former Abaddon roster that really has improved overall from split 1 to split 2.
Oh, true. How about you, Riku?
Para naman sa akin, from Split 1 until Split 2, I'm a big fan of Action PH kasi napaka-defined ng kanilang galawan at kanilang playstyle. Very iconic kung titingnan natin sila maglaro. And the fact that they're currently tied with Oasis and Game Lab in the standing, so it means that their growth from Split 1 up until now, parang very, very apparent.
And aside from that, syempre may mga teams kayo na nilo-look forward, and para sa akin din naman, ganito rin yung nakikita ko. And for me, gusto ko yung mga underdog story eh. Mahilig ako sa mga ganyan. But this time, silipin muna natin yung highlights natin na napanood o makikita natin dito sa VCTPH. Syempre, courtesy yan ng mga nakaraang matches natin. Let's take a look.
Ready there, and he also has the drone to safely guide his jet, but Mark L will already be there on the close angle, but Walk on Water manages to find Hydrokin. The crossfire already broken, finds another, but will they expect the double A main push? Worship tries to go for a peek, but Walk on Water hears, gets his third, but does he know that Jet is still in wine? Le Magician has the Sheriff in hand, but the positioning. Crossfire with his teammate Hot Sauce, but they spot him out. He has no weapon, but it's not going to be enough. Mid Mathers lands the shot as Walk on Water gets the 4K. Able to secure that for them, which allows them to bring their attention here on Art, even though this Gravity Nova Pulse can push through. Oh, John's lands the shot though. Worship gets taken out of the equation. The Null Command popped out as well, but Hot Sauce already repositions here with the crossfire from Mark L. They know exactly where they are. He goes for the spray down. Hot Sauce goes huge with the 4K.
But at the end of the day, they're still able to get the spike down, and Mid-Mathers sneakily eliminates Hot Sauce. They didn't even know what hit him. 3v5 looks very dicey on the side of RNT, but they're able to still get a kill. Batman narrows down the choices of Mark L at this point with only just the Sheriff, and Jumps will finish the job. And there we go. NCG wins this series against Rambutani Tatay.
RNT, they tried their best, and for both teams, they win the map that statistically they're worse on.
Looks for an answer versus Fall X. The scan comes on in. Owen still relatively safe over onto the corner. And Game Lab Alpha yet again. A pair of kills forces Zint away. Save the operator for another round. Do they get the punish though? That's the question. Zin instead with the exit himself. Boogie wants to get this kill though. Wants to get that gun. Baits out the shot, and here in the hut, Boogie will bid him goodbye. A triple kill for the Sage and another round for Game Lab Alpha. 5v3 even, coming in from Link, but immediately Fall X falls. Batman is going rampant. A 3K already for the Killjoy. Bridge, the only one left spotted out here by Kuyawi. He's the one who decides to peek at the Trailblazer stick. Hands up, you're dead. Batman holding up Dritch to the museum, and well, it's a steal here for Zol. But do they even have the time? Because Game Lab is already there! In a blink of an eye, Zol Esports eradicated. Patman is the only one left still standing. They've been trying to find the right formula in this series. Sugar, spice, everything nice, and the secret ingredient, chemical aggress. Game Lab will take the series 2-1.
Ngayon, according kay Fluffy02, winnable daw. Bali-balita ko mula doon sa cast nyo kanina. And speaking of, since kayo na rin naman yung nag-cast ng match na yon, I actually am very curious how you think about the matchup between RNT and Nakage went and about pagdating kahapon nga. Dahil, syempre, itong dalawang teams na to is actually the teams na wala pang puntos o naghahanap ng puntos talaga pagdating sa leaderboards na meron tayo. And when we were casting yesterday, sa side namin, nung nagka-cast kami kahapon, nakikita namin na RNT side, posibleng-posible talaga nilang makuha to. Knowing na meme team yung klaseng team na ito, but moving forward, it seems like they are still a team to beat compared to Nakage. What are your thoughts about this, Fluffy, first?
I think RNT, of course, they have all the ingredients already. The players have a lot of experience when you add them up together, and even when they're defying their own odds, playing the statistically worst map, they still manage to get Pearl. And then in that series also, I thought that they'd be able to go that distance, but Zol, of course, always playing that best of 3. This time, though, managing to close it out.
How about you, Riku?
Well, for me, RNT, sobrang impressive nila as a team. The fact that they have to adjust numerous times, kumbaga, sa kanilang roster and still perform really well. Imagine having to adjust so many different dynamics is very, very... the fact that they have a lot of highlights to every time, parang may 1v4, 1v5 na nangyayari. Sobrang ganda nila panoorin.
Totoo, no? Kahit may mga umalis na players, iniwan man sila ni Ching sa team, hindi naman sila iniwan ni Ching sa comment section. Nandun siya nag-cheer. Huwag kayong mag-alala, di ba? Anyway, guys, silipin naman natin yung ating standings para sa ating season na to para makita naman natin kung sino nga ba ang mga tunay na naghahabol pa ng puntos at yung mga nasa taas na medyo relaxing lang kasama ni Fluffy. NAOS Esports onto a 4-0 very clean. At Riku, yung rambutan ni Tatay Esor na kagay na pag-usapan na natin dito. Pero ang pinakadelikado talaga actually is this 4 to 6th place. Kasi nga nasa top 6 lang naman yung kukunin for the next, diba? And this scores right now, so far, parang ang pinakapantay talaga dito is almost as if Game Lab Alpha, MVP, and Zol Esports.
Sobrang ang delikado ng minention mo na mga numero kasi it feels like some of the teams or most of the teams only have 3 to 2 games left in the tournament. So sobrang parang it's so sweaty to look at the standings. And the fact that when we look back at split number 1, may mga teams na nakapag-qualify after just, leaving the fate to another team or winning 1 game after and qualifying for the playoffs after having 2 wins in the entire regular season. So a possibility can happen like that again.
Ang curiosity ko dito, Fluffy, actually, is makakakita ba tayo ng mga panibagong strategy coming in from the players ngayon na nasa day 10 na tayo? Kasi kung sasabihin natin na makakita ba tayong bagong strategy from week number 1, baka nakita na natin yung mga meta picks na yun na nilabas like Harbor. But so far right now, it seemed like it changed completely and everyone's sticking to their composition that we typically see.
I think, for some teams, they just go for that adaptation, try something new, and they can afford to early on. But as the tournament just progresses, they just stick to their guns and do what they do best. Some teams are just better at playing more default. Some are just leaning into what makes them aggressive. And some are still willing to try to be flexible. But with what Rico mentioned earlier, there's just so little games left. It's hard to really just experiment at this point.
Ay, totoo. And still that experimentation process that we have on the teams itself, hindi lang pagdating sa strategy, pagdating din sa mga players Isipin mo, nagpapalit-palit din sila ng mga players din at nagkakaroon din ng mga roster changes natin. But anyway, pag-uusapan natin yan further along dahil pakiramdam ko, umpisahan na natin tong araw na ito dahil nga mainit at summer na at para sa ating lahat ng mga Pinoy, na all ka na lang talaga pag nakita mo yung standings nila pagdating sa leaderboards. Kaya naman from Sana All to NAOS Esports.
And here you have our Split 1 champions, NAOS Esports. That core roster of Ja, Mojer, NDG, Papi Chulo, and Wits has always been that stable core that NAOS has really brought both discipline and firepower towards the table. With their coaching staff, they've always managed to outthink and outplay a lot of their opponents, but with recent new additions in their announcement of Senior Carl, more firepower added to the roster. We've known how that player specifically has always impressed in his previous lineups for Zol, in Pirates, in Zeals, and he's always been that VCT level player. Now that he's on the championship team, it looks like they're aiming to go for another title.
Yeah, I know, right? It definitely increases the flexibility of this team. And when we look at the standings kanina, they haven't lost a series in this entire tournament so far, 4-0, but they have lost maps. They feel like, they're currently the strongest team without a doubt in the tournament right now. But I feel like meron pa silang pwedeng gawin. Kumbaga, meron pa silang kailangan i-grow kasi they're certainly, at the moment for me, not the cleanest. It feels like there's no pattern at all actually because they've lost to 3 different maps. They've commonly have been doing 2-1 victories from different teams. And again, I looked at the maps. There doesn't seem to have a pattern. It feels like they're good at everything, but the mastery, it feels like it could do some work.
Totoo yan, no? We see NAOS actually as the really top 1 team right now. But if we take a look really deeper and dig in deeper later on, makikita nga natin yung mga 3 games na yan na talagang umaabot ng long games, kumbaga, against teams that you're not expecting it to go long games against with. But anyway, syempre, ang gusto na team na, or rather, ang team na gustong bigyan ng unang talo pagdating sa series nga nila, ang NAOS, para sa regular season na to, syempre, handang-handa na silang kalabanin. Ang mga titos ng VCT, ready na nilang patumbahin. This is gonna be MVPE.
And we have MVPE. This is also a very super young team that qualified not only during Split 1 but also re-qualified through the open qualifiers coming into Split 2. Sobra, dude. As in, imagine when we met this team nung Split 1, they came from the lower bracket and they qualified to the last slot to the playoffs by winning 1 game. Sila yung isa sa mga team na kapag what do you call this, that's really strive their best to enter playoffs, and they had a lot of upsets. They were able to take games, especially against Action PH ng playoffs, and as well as Oasis as well during the upper bracket. Pero when we look at this team a bit deeper, or rather yung previous matchup nila against NAOS, medyo matagal na sila kung kailan sila nagtuos. Mga February pa sila yung last nilang matchup, and it was it was a 2-0 pa nga yun in favor of NAOS, and I feel like those 2 months, Valentine's, I feel like marami na ang pinagbago at pinag-grow na nitong team. So I'm looking forward to seeing this match.
Ayun. At saka, syempre, mahirap na pag may buff talaga ni Lapu-Lapu, di ba? Mga tropa natin from the south to. So, kaya naman, napakakulit ng mga players na to, actually, no? At syempre, kukulitin muna tayo ng ating head-to-head dahil makikita nga natin kung sino ba ang magtatapat dito sa ating head-to-head for this matchup that we have currently. And I feel like I deserve, or rather, hindi ko deserve, no? Yung players, deserve nila itong spotlight na to para sa kanila. Ako yung kumuha ng spotlight, no? Slalom! At saka si NDG. Fluff, we've seen these 2 players play around with the rest of their teammates, obviously. At pagdating sa head-to-head na to, what are your expectations to see? Do you reckon na baka makakita tayo ng mga matitinding matchup na magkapareha sila ng agents, o kaya naman just as we see them as a player?
I think as a player, more than just the agents, both of them really provide a lot of stability, consistency, and a lot of firepower for both of their respective teams. But for me, in this head-to-head, Slatham slightly pulls out ahead because he's always seemed to be that impact fragger, whether he's playing that initiator role, bringing a lot of that info, but also even if you look at the stats, the ACS alone, it really shows that he has a lot more impact during certain rounds. But NDG does provide a bunch more utility for his team.
That's true. And not only utility-wise, lalo na nagkakas nga rin tayo na the teams are able to provide or set up really para dun talaga sa mga gustong mag-shine na players. Like for example, Jack, kaya nga nag-iiba rin tayo ng mga head-to-head because these are players that deserve those highlights din, na these are players na kaya makapag-set up ng mga ganong klaseng mga kills, mga triple kills ng ating mga duelists, kumbaga. But for you, Rico, aside from dito nga sa head-to-head na nakita nga natin for Slatham and NDG, do you have anyone in particular pagdating sa side ng MVPE o kaya naman sa side ng NAOS na gusto mo pang mas bigyan ng highlight dito and not enough recognition?
Honestly, but you said not enough recognition. I feel like we always give points or like highlights onto Ja and Exotic primarily. Pero if I look at MVPE back then sa Split 1, I feel like Vanta Black also had a lot to give when it came to back then. So I'm very excited to see this, honestly, see this matchup.
Totoo. Kasi alam nyo ba, si V Black ang may-ari ng bahay ng bootcamp. Diba? So siya ang boss Ganito kasi ang storya ng MVPE talaga, guys. Para sa mga kakatune in lang pagdating sa VCTPH, it's a bunch of teams. Kung napanood nyo yung interview nila mula doon sa Split 1 nga na sinasabi ni Rico, na nag-decide sila, nag-aaral sila, nag-decide sila na sali tayo sa VCT. At nakarating sila dito, nakapag-requalify pa sila, sumubok ulit sila, naghanap sila ng sponsors. Ang dami nilang pinagdaanan, pero may exam pa yan. Diba? It's just that that kind of stress, you cannot remove that from the players dahil nga rin, life just gets in the way. And for the other team that we have here, Fluff, syempre, as a professional coach, I would say as well, in your idea of perception, ano nga ba yung mundo ng everyday coaching and everyday you guys play? This is what you do. And then, you go against teams like this na kaya kayong tapatan pero sila nag-aaral pa and everything. Does it affect the teams that we have that really does this in full time?
I think mentally, especially if you're signed to like a org or something, it really hits different when you kind of don't play as you expect or you undervalue certain teams, which is why it's a good practice just in general to just, you have to treat everyone the same regardless of if they're full-time player, if they're a student or they're doing something else. Like, anyone in this VCT is equally as deadly, and especially a team like this that has proven themselves requalified, it just goes to show their character more than anything.
And I like how you mentioned that, you know, like not like seeing everyone as equal. And I feel like MVPE also is the type of team that embodies that certain character. Kasi feeling ko, they're the type of team that focuses on playing as a team and playing the game. It feels like whoever they come up against, kahit na veterano, kahit na matagal na sila sa scene, kahit na, for example, champions, feeling ko it doesn't phase them and it gives them more power to like learn from the air quote stronger teams at the current tournament.
I'm excited for this matchup, honestly. Kasi last time ginulat tayo ng MVP, malay nyo, this time ulit sila ang unang makapagbigay ng talo dito sa side ng NAOS pagdating sa leaderboards natin. So without further ado, I think it's time para puntahan yung ating map veto na meron tayo dito para sa ating series nga na ito. Best of 3, kung sinabi ko man kanina na best of the best, totoo yon. Walang halong biro. At what are your expectations when it comes to the map veto? Kasi for me, honestly, I would say na NAOS can't play right now any map that they want to play against MVPE, but I would say Fracture is also a nice ban for MVPE as well dahil NAOS malakas nga doon, Fluffy.
I think NAOS, you're right, they're kind of jack of all trades with majority of the maps because of that experience that most of their players have. But MVP, on the other hand, they kind of lean towards playing a lot of Haven. They kind of like playing a lot of other maps, like those basic fundamentally strong maps, and I think that's something that just simplifies their game plan. So I'm gonna expect them to lean into some of those older maps, those Haven Ascents, etc. But NAOS, recognizing that, does go for the Haven ban.
It's so interesting to me, yeah, because I feel like Fracture, I think there are only two teams in my mind that are comfortably playing on Fracture, which is again NAOS and then Oasis. So that's the reason why I totally expect this MVPE banning this out. But I'm also expecting the typical maps, which is going to be the Pearl map, the Pearl Icebox, and like the Ascent, just as what Fluffy said. Pero dito sa Lotus, I'm very, very curious to see this. NAOS has only lost one of the 3 losses that they had map-wise. One of them was actually Lotus.
Lotus is gonna be the first pick that we have right here. Napansin ko din dito, Fluff, actually, na MVPE, they tried to ban out Lotus before, but this time around, I guess, nagkakaroon na rin ng labasan ng pocket strats as well na maybe it's time to pull out Lotus, maybe time to change up something, but I don't think NAOS wants to change up anything here because they pull out this one of their strongest maps here, Fluff.
Yeah, you can see the duality of things. NAOS bringing out a bunch of that consistency and stability that they brought from their previous Icebox experience, which is also kind of known now because they've played so many games on it. And MVPE going for that Lotus, similar to how they play Haven, another 3-site map. Maybe they just take some lessons that they learned there since it was banned out as we move on with MVPE's second ban, Pearl.
Honestly, this is super interesting. I actually did not expect MVPE to actually ban this map, Pearl, because when we looked back at the 2-0 NAOS victory against, well, Abaddon Abyss at the time, they actually came very close in this map, Pearl. It was 11-13 yung score nila. So I'm actually very surprised. And Ascent being the decider map, completes the trinity of all the maps NAOS lost in this entire tournament so far in Split 2. Lotus, Icebox, and Ascent. Those are the 3 maps. So this is absolutely very interesting to see. It's like NAOS wants to remove and like equalize. We're gonna check every victory throughout these 3 maps, basically.
God. Strong maps. Actually, for NAOS side, it looks scary. Kumbaga parang sa MVP, kung tinignan ko tong mapa na to o yung map veto na meron tayo, it can go towards NAOS side. But you have to remember that NAOS is a very experienced team. Diba? Sila nga yung strongest team na meron tayo dito. And despite them playing or having the ability to play any map that they wanna play here in this split, pwede pa rin, tao pa rin sila. Pwede pa rin silang magkamali. At the end of the day, pwede pa rin magkamali yung mga players ng NAOS. And over MVPE, kaya nilang i-capitalize yon. Pero ngayon, pumunta na tayo sa napaka-importanting parte ng araw natin. Una sa lahat, ang pagsabi na hindi pala coach si Fluffy. At para malinaw. Tapos, ang pangalawa is syempre ang predictions natin, di ba? Dito sa predictions, magkakaalaman kung sino ang tunay na magkakalaban dito. So, bibigyan ko na kayo, bibigay ko muna sa inyo mga spotlight dito. Fluffy, you go first pagdating sa predictions mo.
Of course, for me, it's now's the time. Yeah.
Yeah!
I mean, statistically, looking at the maps, though, to be honest, like, yeah, they can play any map, but these maps, we've seen them already play on, and they have their successes, and you can really see how their strengths really play well on these maps, especially that Icebox map.
Okay. How about you, Riku? Yung isa nandun sa side ng pinakamalakas daw. Ikaw naman.
Ako rin. Honestly, looking at number 1, NAOS the time talaga.
Ikaw din
I
pala.
think this is going to complete 5-0. So standings.
I see. 5-0 for Riku para dito sa side ng NAOS. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ako yung unang nag-type doon sa Excel sheet ng prediction ko. At ang prediction ko doon, NAOS na nga. So, NAOS nga ba? Yung prediction ko, labas mo nga. Yun!
Aya.
Oo, muntik na nga maging MVPE. Muntik lang, diba? Pero imagine nyo na lang na MVPE yan, guys. NAOS Esports para sa akin. Para sa kay Fluffy, NAOS Esports din. Para kay Riku, NAOS Esports din. So sa buong panel, isa lang ang magiging prediction namin dito, and we think that NAOS will take this away. Pero syempre, labanan to ng VIX versus yung ating mga maintenance na gamot, 'di ba? So magkakalaban na lang, Titos ba ang mananalo o yung mga bago, yung mga young bloods na meron tayo dito. But I think that's it pagdating sa ating mga predictions dito. Kaya naman, ipapasa ko na kayo sa ating mga nagagapuan, nagagandahang mga shoutcasters dahil ako, dito muna ako.
Hindi na nag-sugarcoat yung mga nasa panel natin. It's Otits versus the young ones daw ang mabakbakan natin ngayon. But at least here sa Caster's Desk, mukhang excited kami sa mga mangyari. Wolf, I'm with Honey Glaze. Any expectations so far dito sa matchup na to? Because so far, the panel is straight up, unanimously. Mukhang NAOS ang pinapaboran dito.
Well, totoo naman kasi talagang hindi mo hindi mo siya madadoubt na they are the ones na nagtatop here into our region, here kung saan nakukuha nila dito yung kanilang specific ways na pwede mang-overwhelm ng kabilang team. But, ang iniisip ko dito, Kuya Wolf, is makakabawi or makaka-struggle din naman dito yung MVP.
Yeah.
Tingnan lang natin.
Yeah, we are heading into Lotus as our first map. Interestingly, ito yung mapa na parang wala pang record ang MVP doon sa ating regular season for Split 2. While for now, hindi naman din ganun ka solido yung pwede natin pagbasehan. It's just one game. So, lagi natin sasabi, sample size not too big to look at. Yun nga lang, para sa MVP, mukhang medyo naghahabol din sila sa kanilang mga puntos. While NAOS nasabi din ng ating panel, eyeing for their 5th straight kung di ako nagkaamali na panalo. So, so many things at stake here. But bakit nga ba itong panel natin at ikaw mismo ay parang mas mapapabor sa NAOS. Apart from the fact na alam natin na experience na sila, is there anything else na pwede nating i-attribute kung bakit sila yung successful at ina-expect natin maging successful in this game?
Well, for NAOS Esports kasi, I love how flexible they are. Kapag alam nilang nakakabawi na dito yung kalaban, yes, they are warming up to NAOS Esports, but then NAOS Esports, parang pinagbibigyan lang eh. They are stretching out the time kung saan mababasa na nila ito fully, at yung pinakagusto kong play for them is that when they anticipate every single bit of strategy na gagawin dito ng kalaban sa kanila.
Yeah, I guess, ano din eh, the way that you mentioned it, parang ma-attribute mo rin talaga siguro sa experience din eh. Surely nandun na yung knowledge. And I don't think na yung MVP ay merong less knowledge sa kanila. Ang hirap ang hirap i-argue nun. Hindi natin may measure yan. But what we do know is, mas madami silang reps or repetitions dito sa mga high level of play, which kind of means na mas madami silang chance na mag-correct. And like you said, di ba, na-anticipate nga nila yung mga ginagawa ng mga kalaban. I think that the way that we saw NAOS and them being successful is hindi naman din perfect run talaga, literal na perfect run. We can see them, see some other teams na ginagawan talaga ng plano na yung mga ginagawa nila. Sometimes nag-overlurk sila against NAOS, or sometimes you just take it slowly. Minsan you approach it very, very quickly. But one thing is common sa lahat ng games sa NAOS na nakita natin, na sasagot nila yun afterwards. And then, yun nga, like you said, na-expect nila yung mga pwede mangyari. Speaking of expectations, is there any composition dito na pwede nating expect from both teams? We know na wala pa tayong record for MVP. Pero para dito sa NAOS, what do you think will be their agents selection na dito sa mapa na to?
Gusto ko na na-mention mo yan, Kuya Wolf, dahil I have been really expecting a lot of neon dito sa Lotus. Dahil gusto ko yung mga, gusto ko yung mga aggressive plays eh. Gusto ko yung mga nagiging explosive na parang dire-diretso lang sila with the W gaming na alam nilang kaya nila ditong pasukin lang, gambalain yung mga nagde-defend ng side. Pero I'm also hoping to see siguro a chamber pick here, dahil Game Lab Alpha, parang sila yata yung nagpasimuno dito na magbalik yung chamber back in Lotus. Tingnan lang natin kung yun din ang gagawin dito ng ng mga teams na maglalaban ngayon.
Yeah, I remember when they used that, kung hindi kamalit, 1 week ago? Yeah, right. So, what happened was, dun sa mga pop games, sa mga ranked, sa competitive, madami na rin gumagamit ng chamber ulit. Specifically on Lotus, if you notice din. And, mataas din kasi yung value na nakuha mo, di ba? Pwede ka control essentially dalawang sites, and parang nagamit na talaga siya na true sentinel na pang stop or pag-anchor ng site kapag dito sa Lotus. Other choices nga lang when it comes to agents na specifically nakikita natin sa Lotus is yung Omen. Tingin ko, although syempre madami namang ding maps na napapagamitin yung Omen, I think madami ng teams na nagpa-prioritize itong Omen dito sa Lotus map. So maybe that is one thing that we can expect. Now, actually looking at the previous matches, so katulad yung sinabi natin sa MVP Esports, wala pa silang nalalaro dito na Lotus, so entire split 2. But for NAOS, only 1. And they actually opted to go for indeed that Omen. So, ayun yung kanilang choice. Pero, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ito yata yung may double controller sila dito eh. So Viper tsaka Omen. What's your general take? Bakit ito yung parang pinipili ng mga teams?
Well, sa dami ba naman ng sites dito? Ang lawak-lawak ng mapa. So, parang kailangan mo naman kailangan mo ng isang smoker na mag-anchor lang sa site. I like Omen dahil he has mobility. Meron siya shrouded sip dito. Yeah. And even with the ultimate na pwede siya dito makakuha ng info or maka-travel to another place and to another time, diba? Para makabawi or para masustain, masamahan nila dito yung kanilang stability in one site. So, yun ang take ko eh. Since universal yung smoke ni Omen at meron pang anchor katulad na lang the Viper.
Yeah, that's very true. So, medyo ano rin naman no? Parang as you can treat it as simply as malaki lang talaga yung maps. Tatlo yung mga sites. So, nasasulit din talaga yung utility na yan when it comes to like having 2 controllers. More chances na pag mas nag-draw ng longer yung rounds, mas na-utilize mo nga yung having more sources of denial ng vision, katulad nga nung sa Viper, which means na may mga teams din talaga na nag-try na nung Harbor, although hindi siya ganun I would say kas prolific or hindi siya mas madaming beses na ginamit, but we did see that. So parang ganun yung mga hybrids. Isa pang pinakamalaking, I think at least for me, pinakamalaking value talaga ng Omen naman pag pinili mo siya dito in combination with Viper is meron kang pwedeng gawin na aggressive ka on one side. For example, it's either the A or the C side wherein gagamitin niyo yung paranoia. Even round 1 usage ng paranoia, nakikita natin yan kasi pwede kang umabante ng konti. So, that allows, yung Omen, nag-a-allow ng mga ganong klaseng plays. But, okay, na-mention mo yung Neon, do you honestly think na NAOS or MVP is they're the teams na sort of teams na parang gagamit nun?
Feeling ko, mas promotor ang MVP Esports sa ganyan knowing Exotic and Slatom, na silang dalawa kasi nagsiswitch ng mga roles, diba? So, it's either Sentinel or Duelist for either of them. Pero, I'm looking forward to si Exotic siguro na maging explosive dito, katulad na lang din ng isang Neo na, ayun, diretso lang dito sa mga side.
Yeah. And, nakita nga natin na there are teams that are willing to utilize it. Like, you know, the way that you mentioned dun sa fact na parang nakakaikot ka or nagagawa mo maging aggressive. Bigla ko naalala yung nakita natin from other leagues wherein ginamit actually Yoru the first time na nakita natin sa Lotus. Hindi siya naging successful though. I believe it was Kung di nagkakamali, it was Paper Rex.
Paper Rex, yeah.
Alam naman natin.
Promotor sa Yoru.
Promotor sa Yoru talaga gagamitin yun. But it wasn't that effective. So baka mag-resolve tayo with the typical Jets. Although, syempre, alam mo naman yun, parang, ba yan? Puro Jet na lang tayo. Pwede naman tayo tumingin sa iba. And I believe that here we are. Huwag na natin patagalin. Puro tayo speculation dito when it comes to their agent comps. Makikita na natin from both teams. So far, mukhang ang choice talaga is Killjoy. Tingin ko naman din, mataas din talaga yung value na Killjoy sa mapa na to. I think nasusulit din talaga yung lockdown specifically with just retake scenarios or post-plant setups, and I think that it's good. But apart from that, Sova, do you think that Sova is an okay choice dito sa mapa na to?
Actually, parang hindi ko nakikita na madalas mag-Sova dito here in Lotus Wolf, no? Dahil sa dami ng angles, ng angles na pwede mong pagtaguan, doon pa lang, masasabi mong masasayang or something na madali lang pagtaguan kaagad yung recon. So, yeah, pwede naman siguro nila ito ma-utilize. Knowing Stratum, alam naman natin kung paano niya alam or paano niya dito nagagamit yung mga utilities niya to give a lot of space para sa kanilang mga duelists. Pero yun nga, no, parang nagtataka din ako Dahil usually, dual initiator siguro, mga blinds ang pwede nila ditong gamitin para sa kanilang agent composition dito sa Lotus.
Yeah, kaya nga parang doon lang nagtataka, where's the sky na nakita natin. Also this time, they chose for the breach anyway. So, meron pa madaming mga choices. Interesting kasi na choice to. Lalong-lalo na dun sa idea na ang dalawang gilid na sites dito sa Lotus ay pahaba. So, nasusulit din yung fault line at madami ding angulo. Yung A and C actually, and even yung B, there's so many ways for you to creatively utilize yung blind o yung flash na makikita natin from the breach. Tapos yung aftershock, of course, can control yung danger spot, and there's a lot of spots that can be cleared out by the aftershock. So hindi naman ako nagpapakabaya sa isa sa mga favorite ng agents, but I think that it's doable. Kaya ang dami kong nasabi about this, Aniglaze, kasi hindi palagi tayo nakikita ng breach onto Lotus. So that is very exciting. We're gonna see it later on.
Oo nga, no? Kung tutuusin, parang mas nagre-rely sila dito either sa Fade or kaya dito sa sa isang sa Sky nga, kung saan parang, alam mo yun, na flexible yung mga blinds nila na hindi lang 1 point of time or 1 point ng wall lang dito yung mabablind katulad nga ng blind si Breach, kundi pwede mo makontrol kung saan mo mahahanap or saan mo mapipinpoint pa dito. So, oo nga, no? Buti na medyo ba yun, Wolf?
Yeah, actually nagulat ako parang this is at least for me, first time ko makikita to as a caster or at least yung game na nakast ko na makakita tayo ng breach onto Lotus. I wonder kung paano ang utilization niya. When it comes to other utilities, katulad nga, fault line, sobrang sulit siya dun sa A site. And if you wanna be aggressive dun sa mount, pwede talagang mag-take up ng space agad, makaangat agad kayo dun sa mga lugar na yon just because of utilizing the fault line. So, sa sobrang focus ko actually dun sa breach, hindi ko na naalala sa kabila. I think merong raise. Pwede yung nagkaamalit sa kabila.
Oo nga, no?
Contra dun sa Jet. How do you feel about this dynamic? What do you
Actually,
favor essentially dun sa Jet
ang
or dun sa
sakit
race?
nun.
Mhm.
Kasi kapag may race ka na kalaban dito, hindi lang entries yung iintindihin mo kasi sa race eh. Intindihan mo rin kung saan manggagaling or saan ka matatamaan ng pain shells. Doon pa lang,
Right.
ang sakit na kaagad or parang madedenay ka na kaagad from any entry. Pero pagdating naman din sa attacking, yes, you have an easy entry dahil bukod sa mga magbibigay niya dito space is yung distraction pa with the pain shells or kaya yung showstopper niya. Tapos syempre, 'di ba, meron pa siya dito yung boom bot. So, yun yung nakakapagbigay ng info, yun yung nakaka-pressure dito sa kabilang team. So, let's see kung ano ba ang mangyayari nga, kung yun ba talaga ang gagawin nila.
Yeah, let's not wait any longer. Nandito na tayo sa unang mapa ng serye ng MVP Esports going up against NAOS. At kalmalicious lang ang attackers dito. In fact, ang talagang umangat pa, katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, it's all about taking space. Dito sa Lotus map, it's MVP. Although wala pa nakakita sa kanila, they seriously want to control C. Nakahanda na yung yung flash. As we expect, diba? Pwedeng gamitin yung madaming mga angulo na pwedeng paggamitan ng breach.
Parang gustong kuhanin ng MVP Esports dito, yung ulti orb, ano? Pero nakaabang na kaagad ang NAOS. Buti na na-pop nila yung Skyblind dito. So let's see kung yun ba ang itutuloy na nila dahil nakikiramdaman eh. Hindi sila nagbaback away after getting the info. Gusto ng NAOS na mala-action na buhay.
Wow, they already nako ng isa dito with the opening. Pero may magkakaroon ng trade-off after that fault line. Napigilan talaga din yung pag-abante. So control dito mula sa NAOS side. Doon sa may more. Unfortunately, nagkakaroon ng paalitan. 2 for 2. Paalitan, makapakuha dito Senior Carl. At yung magandang upgrade, however, meron ka ng light shields, meron ka pang ghosts sa round 1.
Yun nga
30 seconds left.
Daming naganap dito here in Mount pero may opportunity, may time pa, may oras pa dito ang NAOS makapag-rotate dahil napagbigyan nila dito ang MVP sa gusto nila. Gusto nila mala-action na buhay kaya naman i-deliver sa kanila ito ng NAOS and Papi Chulo was able to even cut off the rotations dito from MVP
10
Esports.
seconds
Sila
left.
tuloy ang may lamang sa numbers.
Great idea na doon kay Kel. Kaso, doon sa moment na binitawan niya yung angulo, doon pa nagpakita talaga si Papi Chulo. Knowing na meron siyang ghost, sobrang gandang timing at yun nga, naka-out of kanila yung rotation. This means na nakapag-plan sila. They also have one-man advantage. Nakita nila si P-Black. Of course, taking damage from Senior Carl. Now trade off by Nico. But Papi Chulo finishes them off. At tahimik at kalkuladong atake mula sa NAOS, they will take round 1.
Ganda. Dahil we saw how Senior Car placed in the smoke doon sa loob ng side para mawin lang dito kung kailangan ba nilang tingnan ang MVP Esports yung smoke or i-free fire. Kaya doon narinig ni Senior Car na meron na pala ditong close or meron nang tumatapat doon sa smoke na yun dahil baka kasi ma-jabait sila eh. So yun nga, na-jabait talaga sila at Senior Car went in with the swing, giving them the pistol round. Good momentum to para sa NAOS.
Yep. Bulldogs sobrang devastating sa gantong range. Siguro ang saving grace itong si Exotic na go for the Marshall. Kung sakaling makakahanap siya ng headshot, could be a one shot, one take down. Pero alam natin na may 4 na Bulldogs dito na available for NAOS. At meron pa silang na-setup na boost spot just to make sure na walang kahit anong rotations through at C. A control is there. And kailangan nila mag-ingat. Katulad sinabi mo, medyo nabibait sila dun sa mga utilities ng Sky. Although, again, much.
Talagang pinapalabas nila ang MVP Esports dahil alam nila makulit tong mga to mahaharot Sila mismo naghahanap ng away kahit sila yung defenders. Katulad na lang din ng kanina, kaya naman nag-iingat, nire-respeto yon ng NAOS Esports. But this time, parang hindi na sila magdadalawang isip pa. C-site ang kukuhanin nila dito. Pero let's see kung magpapatuloy pa dahil after that trailblazer, walang tumuloy or walang pumasok ng C.
Significant damage kay Mojer, pero at least na makakontrol nila itong door. Alam nila na clear na pwede nang pumasok doon sa may seaside. Ang sabi ng NAOS dito, let's sit back and relax. Hayaan na natin pumasok. Let's go for the retake for now. Bulldogs are gonna be devastating. Nico, prepping them for a flash. This could be really good at default. Tayo muna ginamit niya dito. Kukonect na naman. At alam na kung nasan siya. Ang ganda connection with the recon fault. The timing was perfect. Makakadalawa sila dito. Pero si Papi Chulo, ubus sila. 3K with the Bulldog spray. And only one remains. Exotic with 73 HP. Mas patan pa dito ng Omen. Very unlikely to close this one out. Smoked out altogether. NAOS with Papi Chulo. Siya ang umubos sa MVP.
Sige, kahit magsama-sama pa kayo, sabi ni Papi Chulo, in-spray down niya lang lahat ng manggagaling sa Defender's Front. Kaya naman, yun nga, isa na lang ang natitira, si Exotic na lang. Meron na lang siyang Marshall dito. Pero ano pa ba ang magagawa niya? Wala nang time na rin para maka-defuse yung spike. Pero good enough para sa MVP Esports dahil ang tanging objective na rin naman na nila dito is yung makapatay, makabawas ng players from NAOS para on their buy round is hati-hati yung eco advantage nila. So good enough try for MVP Esports. Na-mention mo nga dito, Wolf, na ang ganda ng connection nila dito with the Rico ng Concuss, no?
Yeah, ganda. Ganda ng Rico ng Concuss. Unfortunately, lugi talaga sila sa baril ng mga time na yun. At nandun sila sa spot where they needed to go one by one. Hindi talaga sila pwede bumuhos doon. So, all it took was for Papi Chulo's veterans. Veteran knowledge, kumbaga, na mag-stay doon. But now, this is where it all matters. Bonus para sa NAOS. Seems like ang diskarte dito nila Nico is, again, take control of Mount area. Wala naman sila maaabutan dito. And this is a very nice read coming out from NAOS to put all of their agents dito sa may A site.
Yeah, nag-stock up sila dito, ano? Pero wala rin kasi silang nakukuhang info. Kaya nag-aabang na naman sila. Ang mga abangers ng mga Thunders natin from NAOS, no? Hinaantay nila ditong lumabas ang MVP Esports na hindi naman tanging binibigay dito ng MVP dahil nagkasalisihan. Sabi mo nga, nandoon sila sa C. Pero ito na, aarakada na sila dahil naririnig na nga nila si Jao. We have V-Black already making an end-sake dito. Ibibigay na lang agad nila yung A-site para siya ay makapatay.
Very nicely done mula kay V-Black. Nakakuha pa siya ng isang kill doon as he went out. Makapag-plant pa nga lang din talaga attackers dito, which is gonna be NAOS. Very important yung ginawa din, pinakita doon. Pero ako po, yung timing! Senior ka makakuha ng isang kill doon kay V-Black. And now the control is there. Time is running out para sa defenders. But Exotic can take out Vulture. Makita lugar para kay Wit. Exotic taking 2 and then Nico for the third. And the final kill. That means makakuha at mapapanalo ng MVP Esports ang bonus split. Only one death.
Oo nga, linis nun for MVP dahil syempre kailangan nila na halos maging kompleto or madami sa kanilang matira from that previous round. Pero I love what happened or what V-Black did kanina na hindi na pinarta yung laban. Narinig niya, ang dami ng mga utilities dito. Tumatalon na si Jao with his flights or with the paint shells na meron siya. Nakapag-clear pa siya ng site. So, bigay na lang natin yung site. Retake na lang tayo kung saan pulidong-pulido nilang nagawa yun. Na-overwhelm ng NAOS dito. May buy round na sila. Dito na ang tunay na laban. Wolf.
Yup. This is indeed where we can see talaga kung ano ang diskarte ng dalawang team. So far, first 2 rounds natin, nakita natin yung mga set plays coming out from NAOS. Interesting dito sa hinahawakan talaga ni Ja. But he had to spend one of the satchels, but that's alright. Di naman din niya masyadong kailangan pa ngayon making it so na makakontrol talaga nila itong C-site. Mukhang magkakaroon talaga ng bakbakan sa ngayon. Magkakarinigan na. Handa si Exotic. Meron siyang dash ready doon. Naku po! Binitawan niya yung angulo. At dahil doon, libre yung pitas kay Slatom doon sa kanyang kanan. This time, susugurin na nga siya. Tatamaan ng Concast dito ng Trailblazer. At mabubugaw eventually. Control of Mound now belongs currently sa side ng NAOS. Dahil doon sa ginawa. Imagine mo, isang split second mo lang talaga. Binitawan yung angulo na yun. It was more than enough for a trade.
Yan na yan eh. Yun kasi yung objective dito sa Slaton, makapagbigay dito ng first contact para si Exotic yung makakuha ng kill after siyang mapatay. So, good trade sana dito for MVP Esports. Sobrang sayang nun, Wolf. Dahil na yun eh. Iba alam mo na lang, itututok mo na lang sunahot. Ito pa ano na Modger dito, makakakuha pa ng opening going into A. There's the blinds, pero hindi may hadlang ang NAOS Esports. And Cat and B, we still have your Papi Chulo to cut off the rotation. What is happening for MVP Esports?
Player standing.
Grabe naman si Ja, sobrang sexy ng pwestuhan. Hindi siya tinamaan ng aftershock, grabe. Naka-diet itong si Ja ngayon, kaya naman talagang nakaiwas siya dun sa aftershock. And Exotic with just 10 HP, very unlikely para sa depensa. Gusto ko rin take note yung ginawa ni Papi Chulo. Just making sure na sobrang patient yun sa spot na yun. Knowing na meron pa rin silang Omen, so meron sila controller na makakapasok. And of course, ang layo ng support na pwede niyang gawin. Sobrang patient play na ginawa ni Papi Chulo at na-cut off niya yung potential na lurk And that meant na wala talagang chance yung MVP Esports. Flawless para sa NAOS on round number 4.
Doon pa lang sa puntong yon, parang nalalaso na dito ang MVP Esports. Tingnan mo, hindi nila nalaman kung saan dito. Parang 2 beses nang mangyayari ito na Papi Chulo nakakakuha ng mga kills dahil he is just waiting patiently for any corner na hindi dito bibigyan ng pressure or ng atensyon ng NAOS Esports. So, nakikita mo, sobrang linis. We have so much flexibility para sa side ng NAOS Esports na inaabangan nila. They have the time, they have the patience kung ano ba yung gagawin dito ng MVP. Tingnan na lang natin kung babawi ba dito ang MVP ngayon with their anticipation or their craziness ngayon na nagpupush na ngayon ng A.
Tatlo yung susugod, and Papi Chulo will eventually give up that angle. Smartly so. Wala din siya katry dito at nakarinig na rin siya ng isang turn habang si P-Black. Pero si Papi Chulo pa rin mananaig! Magpipig pa siya! Ganun katapang dito si Papi Chulo! 1v3. Of course, di niya alam na 1v3 yun pero ina-anticipate niya. Sumugod pa siya after yung isang pick-up. Naku, mababanish nga ng Exotic because of that. Wits, get into sight. It's gonna be good para sa NAOS dahil makapasok sila sa B. Honey Glaze.
Yeah, it's still an equalized battle ngayon. Pero ngayon, babawasan na kaagad ni Luis. Sumunod naman si Ja all the way from the back or all the way from B or A link. We still have 2 players na natitira. Pero makukonek, malalaman na kung saan sila magagaling na. We have the Bonbot kayaking them down. The How also have here the Swarm Grenades para ma-hold off ang MVP Esports. Ang katanungan nila dito kung itutuloy pa ba nila ito or magsisave na naman sila for another round na makukuha ng NAOS. Pero mali ang ating inaakala. Magsisave na sila. There was an attempt na mag-back away from every casualty. Pero nalikodan na pala ni Wits.
My God. Yung understanding dito na NAOS sobrang ganda. By the way, Papi Chulo, sobrang tapak yung kanyang ginawa ng Wits to finish it off. Alam nila doon sa may danger, parang nag-overstay. Nakita natin na gumamit pa ng Aldron. So alam mo, kapag sinulit mo yung Aldron, alam mo, meron kang 5 to 7 seconds para makaikot. At that was more than enough kay Wits na naglalakad ng knives out to completely wrap around and get 2 kills. Hindi man lang nakabawi or nakapag-save dito yung MVP Esports na mga NAOS 4-1 in game number 1.
Ganda nito dahil NAOS pwede na lang mapagpatuloy ito on the second half to the point na parang mahirapan or pwede nila pahirapan dito ang MVPE in which they know for a fact na nandito sila ka-patient. So probably pagdating nga dito on their defender side, mahilig sila makipag-play for time or kaya naman dito sa kanilang mga utilities to hold off MVPE. Dito pa lang nga nagdadalawang isip sila, nahihirapan sila makasunod. This is their eco round pero ang kailangan nilang gawin is at least makabawas nga dito. Kahit sino mang player na makita nila from NAOS dahil meron naman silang sheriff.
Yeah. Papi Chulo, however, denies that. Nakakuha na agad ng isa. And patiently nakapag-plant. Imagine mo naman yung setup dito. 2 controllers. How to get in with all of the frenzies that they have. Obviously, meron silang rolling thunder pero hindi magandang i-commit. Wits to get 2. Napagandang spray down. Yung defense siya. Handa para dito. Wits, pangatlo. And Senior Carl to finish it off. 5-1 NAOS after that flawless.
Ano kaya pang pwedeng gawin dito ng MVP? Lalo na this is their buy round. I think a good time for them to call a timeout dito dahil syempre kailangan na talaga nilang makabawi. Ang hirap ng sumunod dito here in Lotus na sa second half, malaki na yung lamang dito ng NAOS at alam mong napaka-witty pa nila pagdating sa paggamit nga ng mga utilities. They have a double controller setup so they can just wait out Papi Chulo sa isang site or kaya naman si Senior Call na mag-iikot para mang-bait or para maipit nga dito ang MVPE. But better yet, ang MVPE dito, ang sagot yata is 3 na naman ang gagawin nila. Exotic, Slatom, and B-Black here in A side.
Ay, but decision mo lang Papi Chulo pero na-trade din siya afterwards. Pero -1 pa rin yun nonetheless. Makakuha sa Exotic with the Operator and automatically sabi ng NAOS, okay, alis tayo dyan. Operator yan
Exit na.
And knowing of course na mayroong mga possible trades doon, they know na potentially konti lang yung tao magdedepensa sa Nico. Ang gandang spot for that dash pero na smoke out din siya anong paint shots na nakita natin mula kay Jam Mojer to take out one. Prepared for this one pero hindi. Mas maganda yung pwesto ni Mojer with that very wide swing. More than enough makapag-heal na sila dito. Tatlong buhay. Makakapag-plant ulit ang NAOS.
Alam nilang nasa A, galing ng B dito, si Nico. So, nag-rotate ka agad ang NAOS. Hindi na nila tinangkang mag-plant and B side. C side na lang kanilang i-control ngayon para hindi sila ma-isolate ng mga 1v1 fights ng MVPE. But now, tinatry pa rin nila. We have the Rolling Thunder. Mapapasukan ito nila Exotic. Pero Exotic, mahanap niya ba dito kung sino ba mga player mula sa NAOS Esports? Pero siya pa rin na maunahan nila Center Car. Blinded by the paranoia. Nico is struggling to find the last member from NAOS, and it's still them raiding over the buy round ng MVP Esports.
Oh, talk about Senior Carl ng NAOS. Papi Chulo, amazing start for the trade. Mojer, napakagandang wide swing. At Senior Carl with the defense. Podcast man, tinamaan man ng Rolling Thunder. Hindi niya makakalimutan kung saan dapat itutok yun niyang crosshair. Phantom, close range, sobrang bilis when you're quick at your reaction. And then the paranoia afterwards to cause panic. At yun ang nangyari kay Nico. At my goodness, NAOS is just a different beast. Grabe.
Kaya nga na-exhaust pa nila dito, diba? MVPE, ginamit na nga nila dito yung Rolling Thunder, pero wala pa rin silang napala. Ngayon, hindi na magdadalawang isip pa. Si Ja, pumasok na nga sa banga. We have Seaside already taken over ulit by NAOS Esports. Nag-back away na lang dito ang mga kupunan. Si Kel, wala na munang binatbat. Kaya naman ngayon, retake ba? Mapapaboran na naman ba dito para sa MVPE?
So difficult. Pero syempre, naka-face down, naka-ego din naman sila dito. Ang nakakamangha dito sa NAOS, I wonder kung ilan yung total deaths pa lang on their side. Pretty low. I think I would guess 5 total deaths pa lang NAOS. I think. Tingnan natin. Mamaya doon sa ating
nakikill
stats.
pa lang ng MVP, no?
Okay, ilan to? Ilan? Ah, meron. Okay naman.
Lagpas naman
Significant
5.
naman. Lagpas naman sa 5. Masyado naman akong harsh sa MVP Esports.
Tinatry naman nila eh. Wow, ang kulang lang talaga dito is parang talagang na-outduel sila ng NAOS Esports. Ngayon lang sila nag-time out kung kailan huli na ang lahat. Pero hindi pa naman siguro dahil pwede pa rin naman ang 7-5. Pero this time kasi, another buy round ba ay masasayang naman? That is the question. Dahil ito ang laging nangyayari ever since this game started. Yung half na ito na laging nananalo dito ang NAOS is pagdating sa pag-ubos nila lang every single player from MVP Esports, which means hindi nila na-exceed yung sarili nila to take advantage on that retake.
Wala. Yun talaga yung nakikita natin eh. I think it's also a result ng idea na yung NAOS ay kalkulado at meron talaga sila mga set play. I would say 8 rounds. Sabihin natin 7 out of the 8 rounds. Merong underlying na idea yung NAOS kung paano nila gustong i-approach yung rounds. For example, round number 1, merong magka-cut off dun sa may, papunta dun sa may B, then eventually C pala yung kinokontrol nila muna, then biglang B hit siya eventually dahil naka-anchor doon bigla si Mojer, tapos si Papi Chulo from A nakahanda with the long distance cut off. They are so prepared dun sa kanilang mga pwestuhan dito. At yung kanilang mga plays, yung gusto nilang approach or yung kanilang quote-unquote rotation ay nandun talaga. So this is the reason why NAOS are being very successful in the first 8 rounds. Pero round 9, tingnan natin. Opening agad dito with that showstopper mula kay Ja. Wala man nangabutan dito pero info pa rin at space ang kanilang nakuha ni Glaze.
Definitely. Na-taken over na kaagad nila yung B. Might as well stretch it into C-side para mahirapan pa dito ang MVPE na baka sakaling mag-retake na nga sila. Good start coming in from Nico. Makakapag-plant na dito ang NAOS Esports na spike. Pero ngayon, may idea na sila kung sino na ba yung magagaling dito mula sa side ng NAOS. Pinipilit nila na makakuha ng mga kills. Pero with Kel, using in the lockdown, the pressure is real. We have B-Black going in for another. That is a good trade. Dalawa na lang agad ang natitira dito. Pero push pa nila yung smoke. Pero mauna pa rin sila ni Papi Chulo. The lockdown is still there. 2 players are the same. Parehas from NAOS Esports. Pero let's still see kung gagawin pa ba nila dito. Yung push nag-agawin na nga ng players from the side of MVPE. Laban sa 2 versus 1. We still have here Exotic finishing it out. Pero wala na time for that to defuse in the sky. Yun na yun, Wolf. Yun na yun.
They won by their aim. Yun yung nangyari doon. That's why nakakuha si Nico gamit yung kanyang flash from connector ng C to B. Perfect eh. Nagpaingay muna siya at tumatakbo, hindi tumitigil eh. And then he was able to flash. Kaya naman he caught one off guard. Afterwards yung lockdown, it was the most devastating one. Gamit yung mga, parang ang ginawa ng napansin ko dito pala doon sa NAOS, yung setup nila nung kanilang double controller was to protect or pang slow down ng pag-retake, but also para protektahan yung lockdown. Hindi nila eventually na-punish yung lockdown and dalawa yung na-detain. Bought enough time and even when yung NAOS ay naubos nun, dahil dun sa anchoring ni Papi Chulo at ni Mojer from the entry of B site, dalawa yung cross na ginawa nila doon, nakakuha mo na silang isa, na-protektahan nila yung lockdown. Time bot, NAOS will get their 8th point. Beautiful na execution mula kay NAOS.
Sobrang sayang dahil syempre nandun na tayo eh. We had Exotic popping off already, getting in those kills, pero dahil doon lang din sa lockdown, yun na, naubos na yung kanilang opportunity to win this one out. We have Exotic na naman nape-pressure dito. Hindi siya nakalaban doon sa space na yun na tinatake niya laban sa NAOS Esports, kundi na-bait din siya. Dahil NAOS, they are already trying to take over A side. Mukhang magiging delikado na dito ang buhay na nga ni V-Black, pero V-Black makakuha pa rin naman siya ng isa bago siya mahulog, mamatay sa hukay. It's still going to be a 3v4. Ano yun? Binaran niya ba yung sword na nakakapit?
Masyadong malapit yung response ni Ja. Ganon. Yan, meron na akong reason pag ginawa ko yan. Ginawa to ni Ja eh.
Okay.
Exotic wants to go for the counterplay pero si Mojer handang-handa. Guns him down, hindi man lang siya nakita. Senior Curl, 72 HP, hindi na kinailangan din. Ja, to take out Nico and Papi Chulo against Kel. Masterful display once again mula sa NAOS.
Is this another win? Ito na ba ang isa pa maililista natin sa win streak ngayon ng NAOS? Dahil nakikita natin ngayon, undoubtedly, NAOS Esports is just really overwhelming MVPE pagdating sa mga duels at pagdating sa kanilang mga entries. Ngayon, punish na naman sila. They only have Exotic with the Trifle, with that Vandal. Parang hindi talaga sila makahinga. Para silang nahihirapan dito makabawi against NAOS Esports. To the point na ginagawa naman nila yung gusto nilang gawin with their push capabilities with Exotic, Slatom, and V-Black. Pero lagi itong na-deny by Papi Chulo lang mag-isa.
That means the MVP will have to approach round number 11 ng naka-eco. Gunning for round number 12 talaga ngayon ng MVP Esports. NAOS, tignan mo talaga, patient pa rin. Even when they're leading 9-1, lamang na lamang sa ekonomiya, hindi basta-basta. Makikita nila yung Torre, makikita din nila at pararam naman dito si Mojer. I-clear lahat ng angulo sa ngayon gamit yung flash, pati na rin yung paint shells. It comes the Hunter's Fury para si Kel! Headshot gamit yung Sheriff, -1. Hunter's Fury mula sa defenders, Papi Chulo through the smoke to take out Kel. Hunter's Fury walang matatagasan ngayon, dedepensa na ang MVP. Masyado silang Sweeper si V-Black. Kasama yung kanyang tropa, makakuha ng isang kill. Papi Chulo, however, will still take out V-Black dahil sa kanyang nasa na nakada. Exotic na hanap ng Vandal to take out win. All of a sudden, this is a 2v2 scenario. Slatom na naka-Marshall, and of course, Exotic na naka-Vandal. Sa kabila, yun na, ginamit na the classic Omen play.
Gun here.
Nakakainis. Ayun na eh! Sobrang intense na ng laban sa loob ng C. Iniwan ni Senior Carl si Mojer para makapasok ng A at makapag-plan ng spike. Kaya naman, Tol, ikaw na muna bahala dyan. We have a 2v2 situation. This is really good enough para sa side ng MVP Esports dahil meron silang free upgrades on the gun. Ang problema nila, Wolf, maghahanapan pa muna sila bago makapag-defuse sa spike. At alam naman natin kung gaano kaingat at gaano ka-reserva ni Mojer dito gamitin yung mga utilities niya. Senior Carl, na-overwhelm ng dalawa. It's one,
the time though.
2 players. Pero ngayon, yung time, kailangan na nila i-defuse ka agad yung spike. Pero ngayon, binitawan na Exotic dahil namatay. Ang tropa niya si Slatom, hindi pa siya nakapag-save ng battle. Unfortunately for MVPE, another round. Na yun eh, nahahawakan na nila. Pero nadulas na naman sa kanilang mga palad.
There's no information na nabigay doon sa side ng MVP Esports natin si Mojer. So, pansinin mo, never nagpakita si Mojer sa time na to. So, after nung teleport na ginamit nung ni Omen, ni Senior Carl, They don't have any idea kung nasan si Mojer. Eventually, nalaman nila nandun. Pero, kaya sobrang tagal nung tinake nilang oras, kung papansinin natin, naglalakad sila dun sa spawn just to make sure na walang mangyayaring kaguluhan. Dahil hindi nila alam kung nasan si Mojer. Takot sila ma-cut off. And now si Ja opening this with a kill onto Exotic. -1 agad. NAOS, by the way, 10 points na sila. At round number 12, nakakuha pa sila ng -1 Honeyclays.
Ano pa ba pwede gawin dito ng MVPE? Wala na silang ultimates para makabawi, para makaisa dito sa last and final round for the SAP. Pwede na lang kung sigurong maging makulit nga dito ang NAOS. But still, Wits, nire-respeto niya dito yung pwede mangyari na nga nagpwedeng gawin sa kanya dito ng MVPE. We still have here the recon. We all know na meron nga nakapapush na dito here in A. Kaya naman yung C site, magiging open na ba yung site? Kel dito nag-aabang. Nico with a good concuss. Madedelay, pero problema niya pa rin dito. Yung mga shots na may bibigay sa kanya nilang mention order, dalawa. Nalang kaagad na dito. Make it one na assist Latom. Medyo nahuhuli na kaagad. Missing in actions. Latom, ano pa ba yung gagawin niya? Lalo na't kompleto pa ang NAOS Esports ngayon.
Ginamitan pa ng paranoia. There's so difficult. This is so difficult. Makakuha rin siya. Isa. At least hindi flawless. But my God, yung performance ng NAOS, specifically in that last round, nag-pile up lahat ng momentum na inipon nila all throughout the rounds. They were winning the duels. They were winning when it comes to their strategy, pati yung paggamit ng Yamo teams nila. Hindi yung mga ganong klaseng plays na siya shutdown din talaga ng NAOS. Ganon masterful ang team na to. At yung round number 12, Honeyclays, yun yung nagpakita sa atin kung gaano na sila kalakas. No chance at all for MVP Esports to recover.
Hirap nito dahil dalawa na lang, or rather, di na ako marunong magbilang ha, pero yun nga, dalawa na lang ang kulang dito ng NAOS para makumpleto na nga itong first game of the series. Pero sabi nila, this is an attacker-sided map. So, baka sakali dito bumawi ang Exotic and the rest of the gang for MVP Esports dahil kailangan na nila makabawi dahil guys, ilang araw na lang, ilang linggo na lang bago tayo pumasok sa playoffs at magkita-kita na nga sa LAN. Pero let's see kung itutuloy-tuloy na nga ba ito ng NAOS dahil nakikita mo ba yung nakikita ko, Wolf? Ang daming utility nakaabang, ang daming nakaabang na swarm grenades dito. Kung sakali mang pumasok dito ang MVPE sa loob ng C.
C might not be the option para sa MVP Esports at na-identify nila yan, especially after nung counter smoke mula kay Senior Carl, just making it so na yung entrance dun sa may C, wala talaga, hindi siya penetrable for now. But they have waited enough. Mukhang nakaramdam sila dito na pwede sila mag-rotate eventually. Going back doon sa may C-site. Pero mukhang nabasa to. Alam ng NAOS.
Tatlo ko agad.
Nagmamadali na sila pumunta dito sa may C-site at ready na rin yung kill. Katulad yung sinabi mo, 2 nano swarm sa pistol round. Dinelay na rin yung Trailblazers smartly. Ginamit yung 2 bomba na dito. Even yung Snakebite, ginamit na rin. Exotic na ko po! Ang ganda ng flash! My goodness! It was more than enough! Kahit hindi ganun kaganda yung angulo na pinili ni Exotic. He still recovers. Exot 1. Heal lang din para kay Wits. At biglang makakuha ng tatlo dito ang MVP Esports. Sabi mo nga, attacker-sided at mukhang ipinapakita yan ng MVP. Sa ngayon, Ja wants to enter. Gamit ang kanyang boombot. Meron din siyang ghost dito and that Angels. Ginamit na rin. Senior Carl, tigat 1. Already traded off. Nakita nila si Ja. Beautiful mula dun sa MVP Esports. Proving kung gaano silang lapit. And I think ang MVP doon yung flash mula kay Nico.
Oo nga eh. It gives a lot of runway. Ito nga yung gusto ko kasi pagdating sa mga initiators. Alam nila kung kailan nila i-GG ka agad yung pagpasok ng loob ng site at alam nila kung paano nila mabibigyan ng suporta dito yung kanilang mga duelists. Kaya it gives a lot of factor dito for Exotic na maging kumpiyansa pagpasok ng site dahil meron naman dito mga nakaalalay. We have not over the info. We have even Nico to disrupt players from NAOS. Nandun na yun eh. Nandun na nakatutok si Papichulo pero yun nga blinded by the lights. Kaya ngayon, medyo may edge na ang MVPE. Nakakuha pa dito sa round na ito ng isa.
Which one's too aggressive? Flash! Nakakuha ng isa. He goes down eventually. -1 is -1. Napakaangas. Tunay na initiator na galawan mula dun sa ating Sky.
Spike planted.
Pag-plant ngayon, ang side ng MVP Esports, makikita ni Nico, ni Mojer, nakabagay yung top tool, they want to go for the cross. Not enough though. Shorty play mula kay Senior Carl. Immediately, alam na agad kung nasan siya. He's taken out. No more of that shorty. Mananaig ang MVP Esports para sa kanilang ikatlong puntos sa laban na to.
Parang kinakabahan ako, Wolf, ah. Kasi may napanood ako nung nakaraan kasi na may na one-sided nga on the first half pero bawing-bawi naman yung second half. Kaya baka mahaba-habang serye ito kung magpatuloy ang momentum ng MVPE at maging tama yung layering system nila pagdating sa kanilang mga utilities. We talked about how Nico went in with the flashes. Nandito naman yung paranoia dito ni V-Black na laging on point. Baka sakaling may makatapat sila dito or kung sakaling mang may ma-pressure out sila dito. So now, this is a good lead for MVPE pero buy round na kasi ng NAOS eh.
Lead their buy round. Eco, of course. Onus, of course. Wala doon sa MVP Esports. Ja wants to consider na maging aggressive sa ngayon. Does have the Vandal sa ngayon. Patan siya, alam na meron close. Nataga agad na dito. But he will still win! Oh my God, exotic yung pag-crouch siya. Napasama pa siya doon. And this means that of the takeout Ja, however, dahil doon sa shock dart, pero nakapag -1 pa rin.
Oh, okay lang, no? Okay lang sa MVPE kasi may trade naman. Butit ginamit dito ni Wits yung kanyang Trailblazer para back away na dito ang MVPE. Nakaramdam ng pressure dahil, tol, si Wits na yan. Trailblazer narinig na natin yan dito sa C. Kaya naman, intayan natin. Baka pwede mag-overtake pa sila dito at mag-rotate back into another side. Pero mali sila ng inaakala. We have the blind. Yun ang makakapagbigay ng info dito para kina Wits na mag-acquire lang sa C. Kahit 4v4 ito, pwede pa rin na hindi mapakali dito ang NAOS. Malaman lang kung saan na patungo dito ang MVPE.
Naghahanda si Senior Carl na kanyang paranoia pero sa kabila ang atake dito ng NAOS. They'll be choosing the outside stake fight to stop them a little bit. Pero Apitul, of course! Nakakuha ng dalawa bago papunta dito. Tato Bolger to take out that third one. And of course, makakuha pa rin si Nico. Yun naman yung malapit doon. He gathers and wins against that Vandal.
Reload ka na, Nico. Okay
Pwede
lang.
ka na mag-reload kasi hindi niya alam.
Kaya nga eh.
Hindi niya totally alam. Kailangan niya maging ligtas. Finally, he will. After hearing that flash, makakapag-reload sa ngayon.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, timing! Naku po! Naku po, Nico! He gets 3! Oh my God!
Hindi na nag-ground ball!
Nag-camouflage!
Ganda.
Pader!
Na-eco round na ngayon ng NAOS. So, ganda na nito. Dahil MVPE, they really needed that round. Nico needed to flush that one out para magpatuloy nga yung kanilang economic advantage at hindi kaagad makapag-match point yung NAOS Esports. What happened over there is nung na-overwhelm na nila dito si Papi Chulo after getting in several kills, we have the advantage na meron pa rin naman silang time to plan in the spike at natira nga dito si Nico to plan it out. Now, on this round, walang pera ang NAOS Esports. Pero baka kapatay pa rin naman ng isa, kaya naman yari na rin naman na sila muna. We still have your 3 players mula sa NAOS Esports. Pero mukhang lalarga pa rin ang MVPE dito sa seaside.
Of course, they have the advantage pa rin. Nonetheless, 3 versus 4 scenario. V-Black, makakuha ng 3K. Papi Chulo, makakuha ng isang kill kay Exotic. Gamit yung kanyang headshot. Paranoia to stop any more progression wala doon sa NAOS. Try nila mag-wallbang. In fact, Nico is split 24. 18 remaining. V-Black, ang ganda ng movement siya dito. I'll take out Senior Carl and then Slatom, of course, against Papi Chulo.
Yeah.
Mukhang mapapatagal pa tayo dito. But we can see na etong MVP Esports, parang sinasabi nga, parang natuloy lang din yung sinasabi mo kanina. Baka nga kasi about sa being attacker-sided lang talaga ang Lotus. Kaya naman sila na Eagles nung first half.
Kaya parang maano na tayo eh. Mapapabilang na tayo. Ilan na lang ba? 6 na lang ang kailangan na round sa buuin dito ng MVPE. To the point na meron pa nga silang advantage dito kay Wits dahil wala siyang armor na binili. We have the operator at the hands of Exotic. Wala siyang makukuhang kill. Pero this is a good warning shot. Pero ngayon si Senior Carl pa makakakuha ng isa laban kina Exotic. Kaya naman nilalarga na muna mga kumula-pura NAOS. Pero MVPE nakasagot, naka-deny. They were countered out. 3 players sa kailangan natitira ka agad dito for now si Esports. At mukhang aatras na lang muna sila dahil MVPE, lumararga na going into A site.
Weird decision na nakita natin mula dun sa side ng NAOS. Nakakuha sila ng isang -1 kay Exotic. Instead of backing down, Honey Glaze, sumugod sila ng gigil. At dahil doon napano silang dalawa. Mas madami din yung commitment doon ang MVP with taking out Nico. Makita sa Papi Chulo, long distance shot. V-Black. Higing malapit pa kung sakali. Ang ganda naman pagkakagamit ng smoke. Magte-teleport pataas. At makuha si Statom ng kill kay Wits. Mag-isa na lang si Papi Chulo at alam na alam ng MVP Esports kung nasan siya. V-Black ready for this. Napagandang crouching mula kay Papi Chulo to take out V-Black. After that swing, makapag-plant, alam ang bawat player na nakita natin ngayon, ang pwesto ng isa't isa. May ulti na pwedeng gamitin dito si Papi Chulo. This could be good. Especially kasi wala nang recon sa ngayon in 90 seconds pero si Stratcom! He knows what he's doing. He knows what he needed to do at nakakuha pa ng isang malupit na headshot kay Papi Chulo for 6 points sa MVP Esports.
Oh my God, ito na nga ba ang greatest comeback of all time? Ni isang round na si Esports walang makuha. Nasabi mo nga ito, Wolf, kanina lang din with that breach na parang ang laki ng magiging kuha niya ng space pagdating dito sa kanyang podcast. At yun nga yung ginawa niya. Na-deny niya tuloy dito yung pagiging aggressive nila Senior Card that they even TP'd into the hands of NAOS or MVP Esports. Kaya naman yun ang naging kahantungan dito. Tama ba yung pagka-mention ko? Na ano, kahinatnan siguro.
Kahantungan, ayan.
Yun. Pero you get the point na yun nga. NAOS Esports nga, pinilit nila yun. So, punish na ngayon sila dito, Wolf. They're down to a sheriffs lang na gagamitin nila ngayon. At I'm loving this dahil kompletong-kompleto pa dito ang MVP Esports sa kanilang eco. At syempre, yung confidence boost, yung boost ng moral nila dito, magpatuloy na on this specific round. Here.
Feel na nga natin dito. The momentum is really swinging in favor of MVP Esports. Of course, alam natin naka-eco naman ngayon yung NAOS. So, have to be respective of that. But alam nila kung nasa sa jump, pwede nilang i-wall bang sa ngayon. At eventually they will. Paranoia naman, kukonekta sa dalawa. Exotic na nga, will have to back up, pero no death just yet. Off-field, mula sa NAOS. Mang si Wit makakuha ng isang flash. Latom naman pa kay Senior Carl, wala doon sa malayo. Na-try pa rin nila makakuha ng anong pitas na lang dito, kahit anong pick-off. Wits.
30 seconds.
Yayakapin na lang ang pader, pero B-side ang napili sa ng MVP Esports, and there's the post plant na rin na may dalawa na nandun sa may entrance to be. Napakahirap na itong atakihin kung ikaw yung NAOS.
Kaya retake nila dito. They only have the Viper Spit and the Seekers, pero feeling ko hindi na muna nila ipagpapatuloy or itatry na i-defuse nga ito. We have the turret, gives off the info na nandito nga si Modger. That's also a go signal para sa turret na yun, makakakuha ng info, pero good enough support from Kel na may ligtas din yung kanyang tropa dito, so he makes the shot. We have a 7-11 scoreline, very convenient enough for MVP Esports na magpatuloy dito dahil meron pa silang ekonomiya on their hands. At yung mga ultimates sila almost complete na rin, Wolf. So, ang ganda na magiging advantage sila dito on the next round, on this round itself. Kung sakali man na mawala pa ang firepower dito ng NAOS Esports, madanay ang mga entries ng MVPE.
6 rounds, dire-diretso napunta sa side ng MVP Esports. Ibang klase ang kanilang pinapakita. The fact na nanalo sila dun sa kanilang bonus, ibang klase momentum yung napunta sa kanila. Kasi hindi sila pwedeng magpa-isa eh. 11 points na yung NAOS, so match point agad yun kung sakali, and hindi sila nagbigay kahit mismo dun sa kanilang bonus. Viper Spit committed by Papi Chulo. Ginamit na nga lang din talaga agad ang Killjoy ultimate dito ng mga attackers. But it comes Dante's Fury from the attackers, by the way, para mapag-clear out ng angulo dun sa main link. Mukhang mawawala dito yung Viper Spit, lalong-lalo na dahil sobrang daming nakita natin na utilities na ginamit. Even the attacker Killjoy able to connect on to the Viper. At lang na-control yung C. Kahit may Viper Spit, ito na yung Rolling Thunder. Hindi na-expect yung timing na to for sure. Dahil susugurin na nga ng MVP Esports at NAOS. Tickers to counter. Sakot na Modger nga lang. Long, pa siya nagkawa. Senior Card going down. Control sa link. Kay Slatom yan. This is my house, says Slatom. at nakuha siya ng 3. Mukhang MVP Esports hindi na nila kailangan pang mag-worry pa dahil NAOS, it looks like they will just give up this round.
Sa kanya daw, teritoryong ito, to the point na every single player na magtatangkang mag-retake from NAOS ay naiisa-isa nila. We have here NAOS still struggling, pero there is no time for them to defuse in the spike. 4 pa ang natitira dito for MVPE. And again, kung marirecall nating lahat, this is the buy round ng NAOS Esports. Nagsasalita na lang tayo dito mga idol, to the point na kailangan mag-save, magsasave magbabay ang NAOS Esports, pero hindi nila makuha yung round dahil MVPE, I love their Sova right now. Si Slatom dito, ang laking bagay ng kanyang ultimate. We have the Hunter's Fury earlier on para masira, madenay nga dito yung lockdown na pwede na sila tuloy makapasok in C-site. Even though may Viper Split, nandito pa rin naman yung pagiging aggressive nila Exotic. Kaya na-overwhelm nila fully yung NAOS Esports from trying to defend C-site. At kahit na may Seeker sila doon, we saw the Rolling Thunder naman from Nico para ma-push nila yung boundaries pa ng NAOS at wag na talagang itry ditong kuhanin pa yung site, kuhanin pa yung round sa mga kamay ng MVPE.
Yeah. Ang ganda yun, no? Nakita nila Viper Spit was committed. Ang ginawa ni Slatom, ginamit yung kanyang owl drone at yung atake was to utilize yung Hunter's Fury doon para i-check yung link tsaka yung spawn to C. So dalawang entry points agad doon ay hindi na nakita. And they know also na walang naglalaro sa close angles just because of that owl drone. Eventually, after ng Hunter's Fury, ginamit na rin, or at least halos sabay, ginamit nila yung timing din para igamit yung lockdown. At doon nakapasok sila sa site. Hindi na pinahinga, hindi na pinasetup. Ginamit agad yung Rolling Thunder to take care of spawn, which meant na link talaga yung madadaanan. And all they had to do was to make sure na makakuha sila ng kills. And si Slatom, talagang pinagbahayan niya yung link. The only entry point na available para sa NAOS, at dun sa mga pick-off na yun, it was more than enough. Broken by para sa NAOS ngayon, Honey Glaze. Is this gonna be enough? Let's see.
Yan nga eh. Almost is never enough for NAOS Esports. I mean, we have every time of their life para maubos dito ang MVPE. Pero Exotic dito, he had the full capabilities to take over someone here in A link. Wits naman dito, magiging mainit na. Down with the showstopper, makakakuha pa rin naman ng isa. We still have here NAOS Esports, numaragasa pa rin. They are still struggling, pero yes, they are beginning to diminish MVPE. Pero at that moment on, B-Block pala dito, nakapanglasan din laban sa side na nga ng NAOS.
Makakuha pa talaga. Classic Omen plays, this time favoring MVP Esports. Papi Chulo, maging handa ba? Gusto ko lang i-take note na NAOS is just making some minor mistakes na medyo na open up dito, katulad nung angulo ni V-Block pagbalik niya. Dalawa yung nakatingin dun sa entry dun sa B. Nobody spotting out where V-Block was. Yan naman yung NAOS. Bottom sila. Papi Chulo!
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
He picked up
Tried to go for that close angle dun sa kanan. Pero hindi pala. Nasa wide lang pala dun si V-Block. That off-angle placement. And V-Block, nobody spotted him out nung pagpasok dun sa mid-major. So wala sila yung expected. Siguro dahil hindi rin nila narinig na nabasa yung entry point doon. Kaya naman nakakuha pa siya nung kanyang full play. Eventually clutching the round para sa MVP Esports. Mukhang maaabot nila yung 11 points yata.
Nagugulahan, nalilito na ako sa mga nangyayari, Wolf, dahil this just proves to us na napaka-attacker-sided ng Lotus. MVPE, they're just really flawless. Ilang beses to, 8 consecutive rounds lang naman laban sa top-tier team here in PH. NAOS Esports, punished na naman to an eco round. Pero ngayon, nakikita natin in our minimap, naku po, mahuhulog yata ang MVPE. Kung itutuloy man nila yung C, mabibitag sila dito sa 5-stock players from NAOS Esports.
But will they though? Seems like hindi kaagad. Walang overextension whatsoever. Hindi na. Bibitawan na dito ng NAOS ang kanilang pagsugal. Or hindi. Nag-iisip na maigi. Saan nga ba? Saan nga ba ang ating diskarte sa ngayon?
Oh my God! MVP!
Wala mapu-flash. Means na Mound is
clear, no?
Clear. Kumbaga, MVP Esports members na handa dito sa may A-site sa ngayon at makapag-setup na nga sila.
30
Even
seconds
stairs.
left.
Titingnan muna, may isang contact doon. Jahab has to go out. Entry mula kay Exotic, mula dun sa dash. Clearing out the agents, makakuha sila ng isa sa Mojo gamit ang kanyang Sheriff. But Exotic, dami ng damage na nagawa dito. Has to reload for now, but with not be able to time it out. In fact, Nico will take him out afterwards. Isang magandang setup dito mula sa MVP Esports. Matatamaan sila dito, but of course, Exotic can hold his ground. Honeyglaze, mukhang madaling
Litong-lito.
round na to para sa side ng MVP Esports.
Oo nga eh, kasi again, it says an eco round para sa side ng NAOS Esports at Wolf, isa na lang, 11-11 na kaagad ang scoreline and MVPE. Kompleto pa sa eco, kompleto pa sa mga utilities at NAOS Esports hindi makalamang, hindi makaisa. Guys, dalawa na lang ang kailangan ng NAOS Esports to finish out this map. Pero MVPE, they're still struggling through. Nagiging tug of war yung laban natin to the point na parang mas nagli-lean forward na dito para sa side yung mga favorable moments sa MVPE. Hindi ko makita kung ano ang mali ginagawa dito ng NAOS Esports kasi laging tama yung ginagawa ng MVPE to the point na pagdating sa kanilang mga entries, they're just overwhelming NAOS kahit may mga utilities silang kasama at lalo na they have Slatom. Sobrang galing at sobrang understanding talaga ng mga utility play niya dito pero mukhang may mabwebeluhan na kaagad dito for Mojo to take down onto one. Is this the time para sa NAOS Esports na makakuha na ng match point nila na kanina pang pwede nang makuha?
Oh, still don't know. Even though when this is a 4v5 situation, di natin alam, Honeyglaze. Seems like MVP Sports, kinoconsider nila bumalik din sa A. Andito si Papi Chulo though. They don't know yet na 3 ang hawak ni Papi Chulo. At least yung hard angle na yon. Kakarinig ka na nga, flash, it's gonna be good. Pero walang aabutan. Snakebite will show his, and reveal his position. Pero may kontra nga lang dito na paranoia mula kay Senior Carl. To make sure na hindi ganun kadali yung entry. 41 seconds left. Sa round na to, mukhang full commit na ang MVP Esports doon sa may A-site. Alam nila, tapos na rin yung smoke cloud na nag-cover ng 3. Kel, gamit pa ng isang alarm. Alam niya may malapit, alam niya may close. Mojo dito ginawa, mabakuha si Kel. Flip-flap naman mula sa likod. Makuha ng dalawa si Kel dito para si Mojo. Makuha naman! Oh my goodness, V-Blackers punish him! 1v1 left. It's V-Black once again. Si Wits ang kanyang makakatapat. No info yet. V-Black, hawakan na rin niya yung angulo na to. Mauulit ba? Yung nangyari kanina. Eto na naman, hindi na! Wits! Halos, nasa animation pa. Nung pagkuha niya ng baril, but it was more than enough. Match point for NAOS, finally.
Kung kaya ng MVP, kung kaya ni V-Black panalo or ma-flag out yung round na yon against Mojo, hindi niya kakayanin kay Wits. Doon pa lang sa round na yon, doon pa lang sa 1v1 situation na yon, akala na natin, eto ulit ay pwede mangyari na nga. Parang deja vu para kay V-Black na doon pa rin siya pumasok in 3. Yun nga ang pagkakamali niya. Inulit niya yung ginawa niya kanina, kaya most likely, in-anticipate na siya dito ni Wits. Naabangan siya dito na timingan yung pagsilip niya all the way from Mount. So unfortunately for MVPE, yun na yun to equalize this round, this half, laban sa NAOS Esports. Pero magpapatuloy pa rin naman ang laban na to the point na medyo kalahati, medyo mas lamang dito MVPE pagdating lang naman sa kanilang armors.
Mahalaga para sa NAOS, they survive the storm. No matter what, magkaroon ng overtime. So even when their economics will be bad, meron para silang isa pang way to win this. But for MVP, only one way remains. Yung pagpunta doon sa may overtime. Already, nawalan sila ng isa. That's Slatom down for the count. NAOS feeling it. May depensa sa may C-site. Sa ngayon, nagparinig nga lang. MVP Esports. Interestingly, wala ting mapablind. So in fact, walang full information dito on NAOS. And MVP Esports already made their way to may B-side! V-Black again! Nakasingit na pala, nakapasok na pala doon for some reason. V-Black, kanyang V-Black magic, makakuha ng dalawa. Nakita na natin to. Yung lason, V-Black magic. Dalawa na iwan na ni Glaze sa NAOS.
Kaya nga, save na lang tuloy muna ang Naos dito. Hindi na natin ilalaban pa to dahil idol, isa na lang naman para sa Naos para matapos na nga itong mapang ito. Pero look at this. Talagang pinapuwersa pa ng MVP Esports to make something happen, to reach an overtime hanggang hindi pa nagiging 13. Pwede nila ito makomeback. Yun ang mga nangyari in favor of MVPE na komportable lang dito pagdating sa info, sina Slatom winning out the duels. Tapos dito si V-Black. Kanina pa siya ng panglalasan dito laban sa NAOS Esports at hindi nila matunton kung ano ba yung gagawin ni V-Black dahil ang daming nagiging attention ditong binubuo ng MVPE to another side to plant in D-Spike. Pero at that moment on, kitang-kita mo na sobrang komplikado na muli i-decipher dito ng MVPE with their strategies dahil NAOS Esports na-deny na naman ng isang round.
Anong ginawa ng Bit? Pero si V-Black for some reason, imagine,
30 seconds
well,
left.
bend kasi yung hinawaan doon ni Ja. So hindi niya nakita na may dumaan na nga, which was V-Black.
Oo.
It was more than enough. Black Magic, nakita na natin ito. The way that he plays Lotus, the way that he plays overall in maps, lurk na nakikita natin mula kay V-Black, especially mga ganong klaseng cutoff. Grabe. And now, last round of regulation, no matter what, hindi ganun kaganda para sa NAOS yung ekonomiya nila. In fact, naka-stinger lang dito ngayon si Senior Carl. Overtime is reachable para sa side ng MVP Esports. Imagine, 11 to 1 ang score ng first half. Papi Chulo, kailangan mag-ingat. Magkakita na nga, but that means na NAOS will already take out just one. Yung aggression nila, hindi masyado nag-pay off, pero ang kagandahan dito on their side, naipit nila, alam nila, nasa isang spot na lang ngayon na corner. Kontrahan ng Killjoy Ults, pero may Hunter's Fury kasi pang-deny. So ito yung pag-entry nila, panigurado, makakuha dito.
Oh my
Take
God.
out, no detain whatsoever, pero makakapag-plant si Nico. Naipit nga lang sila on one side, one sector of the map. In comes Wits. Lumapit na nga ng Trailblazer. Makikita nila si Nico on the right side after that flash. Pero handa siya. Meron siyang flash din. Ja! Makakuha ng tatlo! Only one remains! Alam niya wala si Nico makumalisa pero hindi na enough! My goodness! Dumating sa punto na 12 to 13. Ganon ka-close ang laban na to.
Oh my God! NAOS Esports literally said, pinasarap lang, gusto pang manalo! 11 to 13, still NAOS gains the victory against MVPE. And looking back into the faces dito ng mga players, just another day. Here in Lotus, dito sa VCTPH, I love everything na nangyari na nga dito. Here in Lotus, nakabawi dito every time ang MVPE na gusto nila makapasok ng site, nakakabawi dito din ang players ng NAOS Esports dun lang sa isang specific round na kailangan nila yung round na yon na ma-deny at magpatuloy sa kanilang eco. Yun na yun ang nangyari laban sa MVP Esports. Mind-blowing game map para sa dalawang teams na ito. Ang laking potential pa rin dito ng MVP Esports, ha?
Di ako makapaniwala sa nangyari na yun. But dun sa round na nakita natin, at least dun sa mga rounds na nakita natin nanalo MVP Esports dun sa second half, I think na dun na-prove na mukhang attacker-sided talaga itong Lotus. But more importantly, tingin ko ibang klase yung pinakita doon ng MVP Esports dahil nakahanap sila ng mga solutions dun sa attacker side nila. Yun nga na may isang round na talaga nag-force dun sa dulo, dun sa almost overtime. But at match point, mukhang maganda yung ipinakita doon overall mula doon sa side ng NAOS. Nag-gamble na rin sila eh. Ang mahalaga nakuha sila ng -1 against attackers, which is great for them. Overall nga lang, we can see it went so close. Attacker-sided, at least for both teams na to. But eventually, it's Papi Chulo who's leading it. I think yung dalawang natin dito, controllers na may lurk potential, like si Papi Chulo with this cutoff at yung V-Black with this V-Black magic. For some reason, nagkagawaya. Day in, day out, yan ang diskarte ni V-Black and nakakuha ng maraming rounds ang MVP Esports dahil doon.
Yeah. Dahil sa kanya, siya yung naging ultimate reason dito kung bakit nagiging komportable ang MVPE na magpatuloy dito sa isang side. Dahil guys, may info na ako, pwede na makapag-cut off ng rotation at nagagawa naman niya yon. We saw earlier, first half, sobrang lala ng nangyari sa MVP Esports. Hindi nila mapigilan bawat entries dito. Nila Wits, pagdating nga sa mga panglaso nila Papichulo, and then Senior Carl making a lot of clutches sa loob ng site. Problemado ang MVP makasagot. Pero on the second half, Wolf, kitang-kita mo naman, Exotic gained the comfortability na alam niyang nakakatulong dito utilities from Slatom, alam niyang nakaalalay dito si Nico to the point na umabot nga tayo, di ba, from 1 to 11, naging 11 to 12 or 13 pa dito laban sa NAOS Esports.
Nico just proving to be so good at those clutches. I think important ro din, V-Black with that cut-off, with that anti-lurk slash anti-lurk. Pero ito, NAOS, ang kanilang ginawa na diskarte, inipit nila na talagang ang commitment na kay A-site. So yung aggressive move na dalawa na nandun was enough for NAOS to actually take that round. But who delivered the win? It's going to be Wits. Brought to us, of course, by Grab Unlimited. Napakagandang performance overall sa dalawang teams natin. But si Wits, he's the one to close it all off.
Yes, we saw earlier how dominating it was for Wits to win out the duels 1v1 situations laban dito sa MVPE. Wise usage of their utilities, kaya naman very commendable ito para sa side ng NAOS Esports, pero still a lot of potential na makikita natin dito. Pwede pang i-deliver sa atin to the table galing sa MVPE.
I think overall, yung dalawang teams natin na pinakita talaga na it's not over, at least for MVP Esports. Sinasabi natin they need the points badly para sa side ng sa kabila naman, which is NAOS. They need the 5-win streak, but they're en route for it. Fit na fit pa rin sila para maabot yun. But overall, sobrang commendable pa rin talaga ng nakita natin mula sa MVP Esports. Hindi sila basta-basta papayag na ganun na lang matatalo ng 11-1 basta-basta. They bounce back and nagpakita na meron pa sila. They still have something in the tank. And sobrang excited na ako makita ko na yung pwedeng maging resulta sa ating game number 2, Honey Glaze. But for now, we're gonna be hopping into a quick break. When we come back, it's game number 2. Wag po kayong alis, magbabalik ang VCT Split 2. Welcome back to VCT Split 2, NAOS versus MVP Esports after that very long game na akala natin ay magiging totally one-sided na. Bigla pang nagkaroon ng malulupitang bakbakan and we are heading into game number 2 na alam natin mainit pa rin yung dalawang teams. Honey Glaze, what do you think will be the odds for MVP Esports para i-force at least yung game 3?
Ay, di ko alam dito, lalo na here in Icebox, pabor talaga ito para sa side ng NAOS Esports. Alam natin kung gaano sila ka methodical mai-approach dito yung Icebox with their utilities and then your layering system to win out their duels, isolate the fights laban dito sa MVP. Katulad na nangyari kanina in Pearl. So might as well na mangyari ulit ito. Pero hindi pa rin naman ito hindi pa rin talaga magkakaroon ng mga doubts na makakabawi ba or makaka-struggle ba dito ang MVPE dahil nagawa na nila kanina. Baka dito pa lang sa round na ito or dito pa lang sa mapa na ito, sila na mismo yung makabawi ang magkaroon na ng momentum.
I think mandun para pwede mo siyang i-shake off yung laban na yun. Especially pag alalahanin mo na luging-lugi ka na, sobrang tagal mong ayaw maabot ng kalaban mo ng yung match point and then they had 10 round win streak or 9 at least? 9 or 10 win streak, ganun ka, dire-diretso yung nako nila. So I think if you are supporting ngayon ang side ng MVP Esports, you're gonna be very comfortable na baka gamitin nila yung momentum na yun heading into our next round. So I believe Pearl ang ating next stop dito. Honey Glaze. So how do you feel about this map for both teams?
Pearl ha? Dahil at the moment kasi hindi ko rin malaman kung ano ba yung pwedeng maging gawin dito ng MVPE dahil kita mo na nagkaroon ng vulnerability din ang players from NAOS. Nade-decipher sila ng MVPE, ilang rounds ang nakuha nila from 1 to 11 rounds or 1 to 11 na first half ditong nakuha ng NAOS against MVPE ay nabawi naman nila ito ng consecutive rounds din na hindi makalamang ang NAOS Esports. So, hindi talaga ito nagiging hindi ito imposible para ma-takedown pa rin, ma-stomp ng MVPE ang NAOS. Pero let's see kung papayag ba si Nowitz dito.
How about it? The performance overall, diba? Nakita natin individually nga. I think commendable din kay Witz. Meron kang tinake note kanina sa akin like off-cam na parang you were impressed by Slathom, which is the team player mula dun sa team na natalo. So, what really did impress you dun sa kanyang performance and why do you think that it's worth mentioning dito sa dun sa game number 1?
Well, he knows how to reserve his utilities. Alam niya kung saan niya mapapressure yung mga magde-defend ng side. Dahil doon sa second half na yon, we all know that recon gives a lot of pressure. At dagdagan mo pa dito ng Hunter's Fury na every time lang niyang gagamitin kapag merong lockdown. Hindi niya ito basta-basang ipang-clear out lang ng site, kukuha ng mga kills, kundi sinisira niya talaga yung lockdown dito para hindi ito makuha or hindi sila mahadlang pumasok, kukuhanin yung sites at makapag-plant ng spike. So, every time na mag-lockdown dito ang NAOS, di ba, nag-lockdown na yung MVPE, magla-lockdown din yung NAOS for counter, pero madedenay pala sila doon sa point na yun. So, ganda talaga na ginagawa ni Slatom.
To think na parang nagtaka pa tayo bakit na tayo makakita dito ng Sova on Lotus wherein hindi ganun ka, parang on paper, hindi ganun kaganda yung terrain para sa isang Sova na maging successful. Pero nakita natin, Aldrone pala yung naging bread and butter. Surely, yung shock dart dun sa mga close angles. Kasi napansin natin, yung there was a point where ang ginahawakan ng side ng NAOS was actually yung mga tight angles. So baka dun sulit yung pagkagamit nila ng shock dart. And of course, yung recon, hindi mo naman kailangan talaga ng malulupitang mga lineups as long as through sight meron ka magandang angulo to utilize the recon bolt, it will be successful. So hindi ako magugulat kung makikita natin yan ulit dito sa Icebox pala. Sorry, bakit Pearl yung sinabi natin kanina? It is Icebox.
Malalaki kasing map
Oo. Alright. So, Sage? Okay, no harbor whatsoever from... okay. Syempre, hindi pwede mo wala sa NAOS yan. With special, the harbor.
Yung pa namang harbor pick niya yung nakakapanggulat nung nakaraang split na that gives a lot of factors to the point na na-overwhelm yung mga players dito, yung mga kalaban nila. Every time na magagamit niya dito yung cascade. So, I love what has already given to us to the table dito ng agent selection dahil ang dami pwede na naman mangyari dahil si Slatom dito, he gave away the Sova pick para mag-sage. So, tingnan natin kung ano yung pwede maging possibilities dito with his with his boosted angles pagdating sa walls niya.
I'm not entirely sure kung ano ang pwede ko expect dyan. Lagi lang sinasabi natin, expect the unexpected. What we do know is magkakaroon talaga ng tactical battle dito. We know for sure na pwede natin expect kung paano nga ba gamitin yung Harbor. On the opposite end, it's going to be the Sage na special. Alam natin na isa to sa mga classic na ginagamit naman onto Icebox. Many usage of the walls for sure. That's the main reason kung ba't nga din siya gagamitin. So that is very, very much exciting to see. Remind me nga lang, Honey Glaze, this is the map pick for MVP Esports, right?
Oh, yeah. Ay, de, Icebox pala ay pinili ni NAOS.
NAOS,
okay.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Alam naman natin na ito, isa to sa mga comfort maps
Best
nga
pick
nila. One of their
nila,
best picks. But, typically, alam na natin, NAOS is on top. At alam mo, yung napapansin ko, vetoed out typically yung Icebox. What does this tell us? Meron bang nakaplano mula dito sa side ng MVP?
Probably, dahil isa ito sa mga maps na gustong-gustong laruin ng NAOS Esports dahil they know the in and outs dito ng Icebox. Pero we all know din naman kung paano din dito makapaglaro ang MVPE. Dahil we have Exotic with the crazy plays and the crazy solutions for him to take every angle pagpasok niya ng site. Tapos, yun nga, yung mga nakaalalay sa kanya mga initiators. Pero nandito pa rin naman kasi ang NAOS to decipher everything na pwede nilang ilatag dito. So, it gives off a 50-50 Wolf dahil kanina sobrang lapit na kasi ng MVP bumawi. Paano pa kaya dito on Icebox na nakapag-warm up na sila sa Lotus?
Pretty much. So, hindi pwede makampante ang NAOS. That's what we are saying. Although they are at the top dito sa ating mga standings, kahit pa maganda talaga yung simula nila onto Lotus, never ever doubt what MVP Esports can bring. Especially in a map where parang since it's a classic map, it's a big map as well, you'll never know what you can expect. At dumating naman sa point na yung Icebox, parang na siya, nandun na siya sa point na parang it's almost a defaulting map na rin. But especially nung dumating na ngayon ganitong klase mga strats wherein ginagamit na si Harbor. So I think na hindi pa rin natin alam kung ano yung pwede expect. I think despite NAOS being the more favorable team, tingin ko meron pa rin talagang mga panggulat dito ang side ng ang side ng MVP Esports.
Totoo yan, Wolf. Nangyari na nga kanina. Sabi ko nga, hindi invulnerable ang NAOS dito even though that they are on the top. They're doing their best, yes. Pero nakikita mo yung stutters nakikita mo na pwede sila ma-struggle through ng MVP Esports. So, excited ako kung yun ba ay magangyari ulit. Nagagawin ba ulit ni Slatom dito yung mga kills niya against the side of Wits or Modger. Tapos, yung mga napunto natin kanina, di ba, Wolf? V-Black with his magic every time na ma-lurk niya dito, makat off yung rotations laban sa NAOS. So, kabahan na ang NAOS dahil ang daming pwedeng lunggain dito ni V-Black mamaya.
That's right. You know, there was defeating yung NAOS dito sa Icebox ay hindi naman imposible, I would say. Kasi meron na rin team talaga na nakatalo sa kanila. So, it's actually Zol Esports na lahat, nagulat ang lahat. Ginulay ang munggo. Kumbaga, nung nanalo sila. Imagine this, before their match, after their match against NAOS, hindi na sila nanalo sa Icebox pero meron silang kakaibang ginawa doon. Utilizing the Sage actually, going up against NAOS. So almost, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ito mismo yung comp na ginamit din ngayon ng MVP Esports. It's the Jet and Sage, tas may Killjoy, tas may Sova and Viper. So typical naman na scenario. This is the main comp na ipinangtalo ng Zol Esports sa NAOS mismo. So mukhang itong dream ng MVP Esports and all of the fans of MVP Esports when they're going up against a team na sobrang eksperto dito sa Icebox, hindi ganun ka-imposible, hindi ganun kalayo yung idea na pwedeng makahula ang MVP Esports against NAOS in their most comfortable map.
Kaya nga nakakagulat ngayon na nag-sage sila dito ngayon. Especially na kailangan talaga nilang gulatin dito. So, nagulat na tayo on that agent selection or agent pick dahil I was hoping for Slatom to be more on aggressive role na pwede siya dito mag-initiator, open up the runway for Exotic to make the crazy plays. Pero, it's still the standard. Meron sila dito support system para dito sa backbone na meron sila within the team na nangyayari, nagagawa naman nila kanina. So it just relies on how they compose themselves after nilang i-push forward yung Lotus kanina para makahabol tayo to a possible overtime na makabawi nila, makuha pa rin nila yung composure at magawa pa rin yung plays nila dito here in Icebox.
Yup. At yan ang excited tayo makita. Sa ngayon, naghihintay lang tayo na mag-start ang ating laban.
Oo nga, casters, start the game.
Pasensya na kayo guys ha. Kung kaya ko lang, alam mo, isa sa mga wish ko nung Pasko, sana magkaroon ng power ang mga caster na start yung game.
Start the game. Yung tipong sasabihin lang na G mo na. Start na kaagad yung
literal
game.
na tayo magde-decide. Unfortunately, wala guys eh. Hindi kaya. Hindi pa kaya ng powers namin.
Yes. Pero shoutout na lang dito muna sa lahat ng mga viewers natin. Nakikita ko si Vil kumukulit sa comment section. May nababasa akong yung mga punchline na dito na syempre, kailangan natin maingat. Pero shoutout din dito sa lahat ng mga bebe buff ng MVP Esports ha. Nakakatuwa kasi nakikipagsagutan din dito syempre. Yung mga bebe din ng NAOS Esports. So, hi sa inyo. Keep on sharing din the live stream dahil guys, eto na. Makakakita ba tayo ng overtime, ng long games na naman, or game 3 dahil NAOS Esports dito? Sabi ko nga, baka malay natin, matalo sila dito ng MVPE kasi di imposibleng mangyari yun.
Yup. Ito yung kakaiba talaga eh. Binabasa ko yung naging veto. Parang, bakit kaya against a team like NAOS, ibibigay mo yung comfort map nila, which they haven't played a lot. Tapos, kung isipin natin, hindi nila vinito yung Icebox, pero all-outs din sila sa Icebox nung first time against Action PH, this split 2. We're just talking about split 2. So parang siguro there's really something. Sobrang hindi nag-a-align yung alam nating stats na bakit ibibigay yung Icebox dito sa serye na to.
Yeah.
But this one it is. I think we're gonna be hopping into the game. Eto na, sinimulan na po namin. Joke lang, hindi pa kami nagsisimulan yan.
Ang maganda dito for Abaddon Abyss, ito yung usual nila scenario when they were back in Abaddon Abyss sa MVP Esports, pero nagkakarinigan kaagad ako ng mga putukan dahil baka sakaling larga na naman kaagad sila sa pagpasok pa dito. NAOS Esports going into mid. Nabigla sila dito with Kel, with the cascade na delay niya dito yung pagpasok agad ng NAOS Esports, na deny niya din yung numbers advantage dahil Mojer ay tumumba na kaagad sa kanyang mga kamay.
Gonna be really good para sa defenders, which will be MVP Esports. Makapag-plan nga lang ng isang mabilis ang NAOS. Ja wins that long-range duel with the Frenzy. Ghost yung katapat niya nun mula dun sa ganun distansya, pero siya yung nanaig. Slatom nga lang. Gamit ang kanyang Sage to take out one. Time winding down. Ja, 20 HP. Makakabalik dun sa taas. Walang nakatingin for now. May Spanish Slatom. Indeed, he will. Bago siya mapatumba. Which means na dalawa rin nila, pero hindi. Sila makakupo na isa. Kapichulo, very low. Sa ngayon, pero makakupo na ng headshot. One remains. Gagamitin na yung Toxic Orb na pag-defuse na pag-stick sa ngayon, pero hindi. Kill. Mas kinuha niya yung kill and he will be rewarded for it.
Oh man, NAOS, nag-start sila strong, dominating, taking the space, going into mid with the cascade na meron dito coming in from Wits, pero hindi naging pabor ito sa kanila dahil matalino dito si Kel nakipagpatintero siya dito sa cascade. He used this to his advantage para hindi siya makita ng NAOS Esports at siya pa ang unang nakapatay. Ang maganda pa dito for MVPE is their retake na overwhelm na nila yung mga post-plant positionings na ikukamit pa lang ng NAOS Esports at hindi na nila napuntahan dahil ang bilis ng mga naging pangyayari dito. So now, we have the buy round dito for MVPE. So good start good sailing dito agad ang MVPE for this Icebox.
Yup. Already starting with the important rounds. Winning the pistol against NAOS. Napakaganda ng resulta. Nakita natin yan on the attacker side. Ja. However, taken out by Exotic. Sinayawan. Wala dun sa taas. Gamit yung Bulldog. Dealt significant damage but wasn't enough. Wits and the gang. Mukhang atake na sila sa ngayon. Makapag-plant naman sila nonetheless. Especially because they know that they can kill. At yun na kayo mangyari. Makapag-recover pa sila dito ng isang rifle. for sure, V-Black
Spike
wants to
planted.
deny anything, any major thing dito. Nico is actually down to 1 HP.
Oh no.
Pero meron pa rin siyang importanteng ambag, which is going to be the
Oh my
auto.
God,
But Slato
Slato.
will take 2. Makakuha ng dalawa dito with the advanced movement. Wins nga lang kay Papi Chulo. Makakuha ng tig dalawa. Slato, napakaganda ng pwesto for the defense and meron pang wall.
Okay.
Sobrang imposible mapigilan ng
One
pag-defuse
enemy
and that
remaining.
will be it. Slato to take his
my
third. Kaka-praise mo lang kanina sa kanya. Pero sinabi mo na gusto mong makita siya sa initiator. Sabi niya, hindi. Solido
ito na
rin ako
lang.
mag-sage.
Oh, Sage Man din to, mga idol. Ito na yung flex may na hinahanap yung green flag. We see him dominating in the space para
One
ma-deny
enemy
nila
remaining.
yung mga magbaback or yung mga magka-cut off ng rotations all the way from mid. At napagbigyan niya pa dito ng tiwala si V-Black. Tol, ikaw nang bahala dyan. Mag-defuse ka lang ng spike. I got you, bro. Yun na yung ginawa niya. Tatlo yung napatay niya dito laban sa NAOS Esports. And now, they're looking strong for their defense for this first half. Pero dito sa buy round, kakayanin ba nila madanay muli ang NAOS?
We'll see. Like I said, by round from now, so far, naging mabilis yung first 2 rounds natin. Going in favor, of course, of MVP Esports. Control din ng 410. No boost whatsoever. Magkakakitaan din. Oh, ang ganda pagpigil. Palay naman yun. Ang purpose ng block na yun. Napigilan kay Ja. Ja still wants to move forward. Exotic low. Marshall on hand. Gonna be healed up for now. Nico. Shock dart gonna be used. Going back to the frenzy. Walang aabutan. Aabot na Exotic. Given up on the angle. In time. Pero maka-open doon yung isa. Nakakalabas sa ngayon.
Nagulat
Send
ako.
your card. Take out Slatom because of this. Wait naman para kay V-Black. Pero si Nico makakuha na kills gamit yung frenzy. Time is winding down. 3 versus 3 situation. Alam nila kung nasa si Papi Chulo. Pwedeng suguran dito na Exotic. Papi Chulo take out Nico. Aggression. It's not gonna be enough. Exotic 6 HP. Makakuha pa rin sa akin siya. Pero sa second floor, 20 HP. Makakuha ng Vandal sa ngayon. Maikutan si Papi Chulo na hindi nakatingin sa kanya for now. He will engage. This time, nakatalikod siya. Sa kanya makatapat. And Papi Chulo takes him out. Significant damage, Honey Glaze. But a win nonetheless. Para sa NAOS.
Definitely. Ang ganda pa rin ng round na yun for MVP Esports. Dahil dalawa lang yung natira dito for NAOS. So, meaning to say, bawas yung ego nila. Wait lang ha, may bumubulong kasi dito sa kaitaas-taasan eh. Pa-shout out daw. Sabi ni Phil dito sa... Pumapasok kasi siya guys. Dito sa, dito sa Discord. Kaya, shout out sa'yo, Phil.
Go, Phil!
Diyan ka lang sa, diyan ka lang sa bosses namin inside our heads.
Kung mahal nyo si Vil, guys, type nyo #GoVil.
Kala ko hashtag masarap si Phil.
Hindi po. Guys, alam nyo po, nililito na kami. Alam nyo po yung ginagawa ng pag tinama ng Nightfall? Ganun po yung nangyayari sa amin ngayon.
Nabibigay ka sa
Oo,
in-game, no?
meron pong bumubulong-bulong sa gilid namin.
Parang ito yung tipong naglalaro ka sa com shop, sa
Oo.
computer shop, tapos tinuturuan ka maglaro ng
Oo.
vaccine.
May dash tape sa gilid. Alright. Before we get so distracted here, tandaan natin na ang NAOS ay nakakuha na ng una nilang round dito sa ating laban. Interestingly, makapag-buy pa rin naman sila ng significant amount sa kanilang weaponry. Reckoning ginamit na Honey Glaze. This is the execution from NAOS.
Oo. Pwede na sila maka-entry dito, pero ang laking bagay talaga ng mga slow orbs. Yes, you have the reckoning, may pumapalakpak sa loob ng A-side, pero sila ay magagambala. Mauudlot ang pagpasok nila ng side.
Uy!
We have Jack getting in the kills. Latong may sagot, meron tayong call, meron ding wall. Kaya mahihirapan na naman makasagot dito ang NAOS Esports dahil dalawa na lang kaagad or dalawa kaagad ang napatay sa kanila. Make it dalawa na lang din kaagad na nawawala dito for them.
Wow.
Dahil si Kel and Exotic na magkasama, magkatungga na nakakuha ng kill. We have another round for MVP Esports. Man-dominate na naman laban sa NAOS.
Interesting decision mula sa NAOS. Parang nakita natin sa Lotus nung attacker nila. Sobrang patient nila. But this time, they were taking the angles na parang eagles nila. Ito, this trade was very unfavorable para sa MVP. Surely nakakuha sila ng positive afterwards, pero ang tagal masyado nung pagkuha nila ng kill na yun. Tapos nakatatlo yung natin sa isang angulo. Had they used their utilities better, parang mas nakakapwesto pa yata sila. At mapipigilan sana nila yung pagpunta doon ni Exotic, but they chose to really contest yung nagde-defend sa under rafters at dahil sa sobrang daming oras at na-spend nila doon, nakahanap pa ng opening si Exotic. Ja wants to make matters at his own hands. Wits, gun down. Ja, walang abutan, tinatime. Okay. That play. Na force out ni V-Black. Isang blade agad din
Kaya nga, ang layo niya pa naman doon. Kaya hindi pwedeng ituloy dito ni Ja yung push na yon or yung mga duels na yon in his favor. Dahil, again, baka ma-double pick lang siya dito ni Nico. So, wise enough para kina Exotic or wise enough para kina V-Black na yun nga yung gawin. Na kapag nag-double pick ka dito, laban nga sa isang player, you will be overwhelmed at mamomblema ka kung sino ang uunahin. At sabi na nga sa pangunguna, we have Kel. Getting in that kill, laban kay Papi Chulo, wala tuloy smoker dito for NAOS Esports to deny division pagpasok nila ng B-side.
Oh, okay.
Grabe.
Okay. Sabi nga nila, every round is winnable. Makakapag-plant pa rin sa ngayon. They took their time. But V-Black, whatever is na mag-take on, Nico, patient with the play, patient with the shot, gets one. Ja, only one remains. 3 versus 1, Blade Storm on hand, gagawing pang-apat. Nakita na isa, makuha ng headshot, gets a second. Goes down nonetheless. Expensive, but NAOS, what MVP I mean, still will win it against the Eco.
Meron pa rin kasi silang rounds to lose pero it was a definitely close round para sa NAOS. They have Jao with the play storm. Ang dami niya pa rin nakuhang impact frags. Nakuha pa rin nila yung side. At very commendable din dito si V-Black na kahit napakalayo niya pa rin sa side, nabigyan niya pa rin ng assistance dito. Yung rest of the teammates na nakakuha pa nga ng kill with a snake bite dahil lang doon sa line-up niya. So may lumangoy doon sa laway ng isang Viper. Nahirapan tuloy dito makahinga ang NAOS Esports for that post plant dahil unti-unti na kaagad sila nauubos. Buy round na mali for NAOS pero nagtatagumpay dito with anonymous lead or really good lead for MVP Esports dito sa first half na ito 4-1.
Exotic will actually resolve dun sa kanyang operator holding on dun sa entry ng A. Fortunately para sa NAOS, kahit wala silang information doon, hindi pa nila alam or nailagan nila at least yung potential na operator na yun. Nakakaangat. Sa ngayon, V-Black could be a great timing. It's yellow, but Senior Carl will actually win the duel. Pipigilan dun si V-Black. Nico and the gang. Trying to control kitchen. Nobody at home. Viper Split gagamitin na nga at makakaabot din naman dun sa dulong-dulo. Kung sakali makapag-plant pa. Mapipigilan sila ni Senior Carl. Ni Nico, I mean. A little bit. Makapag-plant pa rin. Yeah, cut it out. There's a spray down. Mapapatumba si Wits. They know. Oh, Exotic. The timing. Timing mula doon. Sa pag-up nung Toxic Orb, makakapasok si Mojer. This could be massive.
Ganyan, nakapasok pa siya ng kitchen. Ja, dito nakakuha ng kill. It's all up to one. Nico na lang ang natitira. Alam na rin naman na ng NAOS dito kung saan siya manggagaling. So Nico, he still has the advantage. Siya ng umikot, going into mid, mabackdoor nila dito yung mga nagpa-plan. Pero syempre, pre-fire lang ang sagot. NAOS Esports finally getting in another round. Pero I just gotta say, na sobrang laki ng impact. Napaka-significant dito ng role ni Kill. Every time na magta-try dito pumasok ng site ang NAOS Esports, lagi siyang may napapatay, lagi siyang may nauunahan dito to the point na parang siya yung ultimate boss in every site na kailangan hanapin muna ng NAOS para maging safely secured silang makapag-plant at makakuha na nga ng round from MVP Esports.
This is gonna be a bit mas close to no? Nakita natin from before. Eco para sa MVP Esports after losing that one out. Nakita naman natin ang strength ng Cascade ng high time. The setup that could be there para sa NAOS. Slowly getting there. Makapag-setup pa ngayon. Papi Chulo gun down. Gunning down. V-Black, I mean. Viper on Viper action. May manlilikod. Dalawa. That's Exotic na nga pala sa malayo. Pero handa si Mojer. Gamit ko yung Phantom. Immediately gagamitin yung Nano Swarm. Sa ngayon, Exotic gonna be going down. Kelos susunod. Nakita na nga ni Wins. Malinis para sa MVP Esports.
Partida na daw na meron ng lead ang MVP Esports from the start of this half. Lagi sila nakakakuha nga ng objectives, na-defuse nila lagi yung spike, pero ito na yata yung start ng NAOS Esports dahil nade-decipher na nila nalalaman na nila kung sino may yung uunahin. Nasabi ko nga, Kel, lagi siyang may role inside of the site na nakakapagbigay nga ng pressure laban sa NAOS, and now, tinatry na nilang iwasan si Kel. We have those duels na hindi nagiging pabor dito sa MVP Esports. Then again, we have their eco round. So this time, baka pwede na muli silang mapunish. We have those recon balls trying to deny get-in info mula sa side ng mga magkabilang team. Pero titingnan pa natin kung magpapatuloy ba dito ang NAOS to make an entry happen.
43 and seems like hindi na rin natin nakita talaga yung operator na kasi na gulo din agad. It comes the reckoning. Nagkakita na nga din agad. There's gonna be the denial with the wall. And of course, mga smokes na makikita natin over at home. That snake bite, pati na rin yung mga shock dart ginamit para pabigil pero walang tatamaan, walang kukonect na wins. Pababa na rin afterwards. They're just baiting. Nagpaparinig lang sila dito para magkaroon ng wall bang na nga. And for them to be able to finally plant dun sa default spot, hindi mapoprotektahan ng wall or anything else. Wits, close angle ang kanyang hahawakan sa ngayon. And the entirety ng MVP Esports, the defenders, nandun sa kabilang side. Gagawa nila ng paraan gamit nila Hunter's Fury. Straight down, not gonna be enough. Hunter's Fury, kontra. Pero dun si Wits! Oh, bakit mauna dalawa? Mawaparay katlo! Has to really get out of there. Almost getting the fourth one. Pero si Nico nag-survive pa with 5 HP. Wits! Outwitting MVP Esports once again. Mukhang 4 points na to para sa NAOS.
Oh my God.
Nico.
What a shot for Nico. Pero, oh man. Wits, what a tank. Yun na sana eh. We have MVP Esports na parang yun na yung little mishaps na pwedeng maging big of an advantage para sa NAOS Esports. Ang dami na nilang mga ultimates. Nakakapasok na sila sa loob ng site. Alam naman natin na kayang manalo sa mga duels dito nila Exotic. And then also we also have your Statom. Pero yun nga, hindi nila na-check yung corner. Ito pa naman yung pinaka-sneaky ng mga spots for our attackers to stay on dahil meron sila dito makakapagbigay ng first contact play. So yung mga attention na si-secure dito ng mga nasa malayo sa site. So this is really good for NAOS dahil medyo nasa-stabilize na muli yung kanilang composure 4-4. Very close enough dito yung series natin ito or yung mapa na ito compared sa mga nangyari kanina in Lotus.
Yeah. Iba yung execute talaga nung NAOS paggamit nila tong harbor. Parang they can be very, very crafty about it. Ito yata yung isa sa mga cheeky plays na ginawa nila. Nagparinig sila dun sa 2F. Parang kinondition muna nila yung MVP Esports na 2F talaga yung muna nilang pagsistayan. After nung magkaroon na ng wallbang, tapos na rin yung duration ng defensive snake bite mula kay Papi Chulo. Mula kay V-Black. Bumaba lang din sila doon. Tapos doon sa default pa sila nakapag-plant. And then, hindi in-expect na nandun si Wits. Yung Hunter's Fury kasi may expect mo parang may mga tatamaan na rin eh. Pero yung decision doon is to not check that corner. Siguro din dahil doon sa pagbasa nila na hindi yun typically ginagawa nila Wits.
Yeah. Maganda rin kasi dito yung naging alliance na nga na meron na nga ang NAOS Esports when it comes to those kinds of duels na kapag ready na sila sa crossfires, hindi lang nila ito ibibigay kaagad FVPE with Kel getting in that tap. Wall bang dito laban kina Jazz. So kulang sila pagdating sa mga numbers to get inside of the site. Pero in this mid-take, para silang nasa sandwich pagdating na nga dito sa pag-cut-off ng rotations against FVPE. Pero hindi sila nagpapatawa dahil Exotic with the Blade Storm gets in a kill. They have the advantage to smoke off sa mga pwedeng mag-defuse na nga dito. Kaso nakunahan kaagad ni Senior Trolla. Pagpatay na nga kay Kel, we have Exotic na wala na nga napala with the Blade Storm. It's all up to Slatom. They don't have enough time to defuse the spike. Dalawa pa itong makakatapat niya pero parang hindi na siya makakahinga pa. Kaya naman ngayon, paalam na lang muna for this eco round. It was close for them to thrifting out that round mula sa kamay ng NAOS Esports
Yeah, especially dahil sobrang aggressive din ang pit lane din ng NAOS. But I think the idea here is to just make it sure na talagang i-deny yung mga setups na nakahanda dun para sa MVP Esports. Exotic almost getting so many of those kills na chained together but the time was not in his favor. Kaya naman napilitan siya maging aggressive na rin sa pag-push gamit ng kanyang Blade Storm onto Snowpile and of course Dun sa may mid. NAOS
Nice
ngayon.
try yun kay Exotic.
Exactly. MVP Esports nga lang. Light shields lang sila ngayon,
Oo, kailangan na nila ng round dito dahil syempre baka fully ma-dominate na naman sila dito ng NAOS. Pero
Oh my
inabangan
goodness.
na naman sila ng NAOS. Dalawa kaagad ang tumamba, paalam na lang muna sa kanila. Tatlo pa rin naman sila dito natitira. Pero ano pa ba yung pwede nilang gawin dito dahil all over the place na lang din nakaabang ang NAOS. Pero entry pa ba sila dito dahil we still have your Jag carrying in those skills. Parang hindi na nila kailangan i-plant yung spike.
Last player remaining.
Agula pero si Moore! Phantom! Knock distance! Of course, crosshair placement was there. Flawless! Literally! Contact
Sayang yung
place
force.
from NAOS. Contact place.
Ganda.
What?
Ay, binigay ng MVP eh. Dumiretso sila sa process
player
mismo.
standing.
Dito nila Jan, nila Modger, and then that's just it. Inabangan ng NAOS every time na gusto dito mag-change ng pace ang MVP. Pero yun ang inaabangan ko kung kailan magsasucceed dito ang MVP Esports pagdating sa kanilang pag-push from their defender side na makukuha nila dito, ma-overwhelm nila dito ang NAOS. Pero alam kasi nila na na-outduel sila dito ng NAOS Esports.
At another gamble mula sa MVP Esports going for half shields tapos isang rifle. Makakakompleto pa rin naman sila. The fact nga lang na nagparinig na sila dito ng isang barrel means na confirmed na meron na bumili ng rifle.
Here.
Hindi sila mag-save for round 12. So, crucial info yan para sa side ng NAOS. So, they want to enter through B side. Nakaramdam si Exotic. Holding on to this angle. Ja might be taken. No, hindi! Handa si Ja! Handang-handa! Oh my goodness! Yung crosshair doon ni Ja. Alam na alam kung sino yung hanapin na he took that kill.
Bilis na maalam na Exotic, even though na ang ganda na sana ng space na binigay niya dito for his team. Pwede na yung mag-pressure laban sa NAOS. Pero yet again, we have him outdueled by Ja. So now, this is a good opportunity. Open up na kaagad yung rotation nila for them to commit into A side. Pero utilities dito ni Kel ang magiging tanging problema na nila. We have the smokes,
30
we have the
seconds
walls, still hindering them from any vision na makukuha. Alarm bot will be popping off. Tatlo ang nasa loob na nga dito ng side for MVPE to make the clutch happen. Nakakatawi na din dito sina Slaton, tumumba na rin sina Senior Carl. May lumangoy na naman sa mga laway dito ni V-Black. Snake bite lang sa kalaban. Hindi niya nakakailangan hanapin yung mga kalaban dahil yun lang ang enough. We have a 6-5 scoreline. We have a very close of a half para sa dalawang teams natin na ito, boss.
Hindi mo talaga masasabi, no? MVP, they don't have enough. Because of their credits, they don't have the time in their favor as well. But in the end, Snake Bites pala ang magpapapanalo sa mga rounds na to. Gonna be the game changer. Now, still ahead by 1 point. But of course, MVP Esports, napakalaking pag-recover when it comes to their momentum. Aggressively agad yung Kitchen, medyo gagamitan dito ng nanobots, which is interesting kasi parang hindi naman din talaga naghahawak yung MVP Esports. Ano kaya yung plano ng NAOS, why they went for that play? Ang laking factor na nawalan sila agad ng isang molly from the from the Killjoy, di ba?
Pwede pa naman sana yun for the postman. Pero I think, ito lang din nire-respeto nila yung possibility na may kumuha na naman dito ng mid for MVP Esports. Dahil syempre, doon pa lang, baka sakaling masandwich sila dito if that flank succeeded. Pero hindi gagawin yun ng MVP. Tingnan mo, ang ingat nila, di ba? Hindi sila dumaan ng mid. They're backing away to the defender spawn para sumaklolo dito here in A site. May na-detect ng recon. Papasok dito si Ja, pero nagiging alanganin. Magiging careful naman siya. We have the reconnect to make an opening. Pero hello, my friends, sabi sa likodan na nga dito. Dahil nandito naman to the rescue sina Exotic. May lalangoy na nga ba para sa mga snake bite na ibubuga nila. Pero ngayon, si V-Black medyo sneaky na lang din muna dahil may natutumba na sa mga tropa niya. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira dito for NAOS Esports. Pero Senior Carl, narin ko na pala sa lahat. Senior Carl! Nakasaklolo na nga, maiging clutching it out with a triple K for NAOS Esports. 7-5 agad ang scoreline. Close enough sana sa MVPE to have a 6-6 half.
Unbelievable. Slatom, It took 5 blades, but it was enough. There's Senior Carl. Ginamit yung sarili ng Viper's Blade para eventually makahanap ng angulo kung saan malilikuran pa niya, and who will thunk na pwede pala mangyari yun sa ganun situation. But then again, yung execution na nakita natin mula sa NAOS, inuna nila doon siya going aggressively, understanding na pwede nilang gamitin yung operator user nila in an aggressive manner na pwede kang gumamit ng Blade Storm. Unfortunately nga na parang naubos talaga yung kanyang mga knives para lang mapatay doon si Slatom, pero Sentinel yung napatumbay niya doon. So, naging crucial pa rin. Tapos, nagamit sila ng Viper's Blade. And I think yung space na nagawa ni Ja, because of that space, rewarding talaga. Exotic to, starting of the round with a kill out of Ja.
I love this. Inabangan ka agad nila dahil alam nilang gagamitin dito ang cascade na wits para makapag-push dito sa B long. We have 3 players still surviving from NAOS Esports side. Pero ngayon may nalikuran pa dahil check your back, bro. We have V Black getting in that kill. Now they have opened up the side for them para makapag-plant na sana ng spike. Ang tanging nilang problema lang dito is na Senior Carl. Pero wala na daw silang problema dahil wall lang daw ang sagot nila.
Ganda na parang timing kasi para kay Mojer na tumakbo yung
one enemy remaining.
Now, not take out Senior Carl, ni one remains. Yung nangyari dun sa may gitna na nalikuran pa dun si Mojer. Sobrang crucial na ginawa dun ni V Black. Once again, magic. Narinig niya tumakbo na dun si Mojer after niyang bitawan yung mid. So, more than enough of a Q na yun para kay V Black. So, nalikuran niya si Mojer. And already, dalawa yung natira. Malaking factor agad yun.
Alam mo, hindi ko magawa yun dahil impatient ako eh. Gusto ko yung sumasama ako sa loob ng site. Pero si V-Black, nag-aantay talaga siya dito for a rotate to happen. Inaalam niya muna kung may idea na ba ang NAOS dito na kumpleto ang MVPE or nagduda na sila na baka walang magpuplank dito sa MVPE. Pero hindi na sila natuto sa pwedeng maging sagot na nga dito ng MVPE na makakuha ng Game 3. V-Black giving all the magic, dominating in the lurks. It can be a big impact dito sa mga susunod na mga rounds dahil ngayon, they have fully committed into a site nang walang natutumba sa kanilang site.
Na-isolate pa nila yung screens. Ang hirap nito para sa NAOS. They will have to take care of business. Inuubos na ka nandito. Pero may slow pa rin. Naka-pistols lang din kasi eto nga NAOS kaya hindi nila pwede talaga naka-pistol bullets sila. Gonna be a trade-off. Jack, makakuha yung kill doon kay V-Black. Nakuha yung kill but not to take a 2 kill naman para sa ika-4. Only 1 remains. That's going to be Senior Carl. Holding on mula doon sa may B main. Eventually, is gonna be exotic. Gamit yung kanyang updraft. Senior Carl stick wins. Makakuha ng -1. At magiging masaya na dito yung NAOS. Short distance, hindi na enough Nico to take him out. Nonetheless, makakuha ng 7 points ang MVP Esports.
Okay na rin for NAOS. Dalawa pa rin naman yun. So, they can still push it out dito sa byron na nga ng dalawang teams. But it is, again, a bonus para sa side ng MVPE. Gusto nilang sabayan kasi dito ang NAOS para hindi na sila makalamang pa on the succeeding rounds. Kaya naman ngayon, we're seeing here the biggest potential para sakali mang ma-dominate ulit dito yung entries na gagawin na nga ng MVP Esports dahil NAOS. Alam naman natin yung mga utility play nila. Alam naman natin kung paano nila dito na-isolate yung mga fights lalo na dito sa mga cascades given us by Wits. Pero given the execution kasi dito ng MVP Esports, hindi imposibleng ma-deny din sila, ma-counterback din sila eh.
That is very true. Para naman ngayon sa NAOS, they do have the advantage kasi nga bonus to ng MVP Esports. Kinailangan ni Nico na mag-settle for the Spectres this time. Wala pa rin na pagdidesisyonan ang NAOS na i-attempt. Pero so far mukhang B ang majority ng kanilang mga players. Ja! Gandang opener. It's gonna be V-Black taken out. We're not sure what happened there pero mukhang isang long angle lang na naman nahanap doon ni Ja. That's a big -1. Holding on to the Vandal for now. Interestingly, magbabackdown yung mga members dito ng NAOS respecting MVP Esports.
Sabi mo din kanina, Wolf, that they just really want to play out the duels with the contact na ibibigay sa kanila ng MVP Esports. Ang MVP kasi, kailangan nila pumasok na site. Sila yung attackers, kailangan nilang hanapin kung sino ang
30
mga
seconds
nasa
left.
loob para makakuha ng open opportunity to plant and the spike. Pero ito ba ay magiging open na si Kill dito? Baka mag-crossfire pa dahil una sa lahat, contact is given all the way from screens. Pero oh my God! He went for the flick going into Papi Chulo. He anticipated him all the way from up top. 12 seconds remaining for them to plant the spike at nag-succeed naman sa kanila. Ito, para ngayon sa retake na ng NAOS Esports, kakayanin ba nila ito muli para lang pumasok sa site?
We'll see. Ang ganda ng post na setup, Slatom. Napatapos si Mojer. Siya naman. Headshot lang kinailangan. Exotic and Nakang, sobrang handa nila dito. Knowing na wala manggagaling B, A main. Waits and senior card, kailangan mag-ingat. Makakuha ng take isa sa ngayon. Sila Waits ka naman ako ng dalawa yung jab to finish them off. And it is gonna be enough time. Alam natin na advantageous dapat yan para sa NAOS talaga, pero tatlo pa rin yung nawala sa kanila.
Oo nga eh. Akala ko din at the start, it was favorable na para dito sa MVP. Doon pala sa ginawa dito ni Kel. Ang nangyari lang dito is NAOS Esports, hindi nila binigyan ng opportunity pa ang MVP to take that collateral damage. Dahil akala ko, doon sa retake na gagawin nga dito nila Wits at ni Senior Carl, magla-line up na nga sila for that kill na pwedeng makuha dito ni either ni Slatom or kaya ni Nico. Pero hindi. Pinalitan nila, nag-bait and switch sila dito, na-overwhelm nila dito with just their mechanical skills at hindi tuloy nakuha ng MVP yung round na yun even though that they forced out their round. So yun ang magiging possibility na naman ng NAOS na magpatuloy sa kanilang momentum para dito sa half nila.
Interesting na hindi enough yung creds para sa buong MVP Esports. In fact, parang ano sila dito, no? Puwersa pa sila broken by. So I wonder kung anong kinamit nila in the previous round for them to be put in this spot. Kasi supposedly, dapat ito yung buy round din nila. But after NAOS like losing 3 members, sila pa rin nakalaman ng cred. So ano kaya yung nangyari ng economic decision dito mula sa MVP Esports nung round number 15
broken ba yun?
Para ilagay sila sa pwesto na to. Ito yung kakaiba na nakita natin. Then again, hindi na tayo pwede mag-overstay dyan dahil ito na. Nakapag-force out na ng mga utilities ang side ng MVP. Mag-plant pa rin sila dito, Papi Chulo.
Oy!
Get ready for this. This is Senior Carl yung sumilip. Si Senior Carl ang sumilip.
Di pa nila na-clear yung site, pero nag-plant ka agad sila na spike. Parang ito na lang din ang objective nila. Pero looking at the post-plant, nag-aabang sila dito with their lineups. Ito na lang ang magiging pag-aalalay sa kanila sa round na ito. Pero ang problema, isa-isa na rin naman na sila tumutumba. We have the Marshals. Nandito naman yung Wonder Witch. Mahihinder yung mga vision nila to find out every single player na magmumula sa NAOS. Pero they are not really taking over the site dahil all over the place na rin naman na dito ang NAOS Esports. But MVP, there's just V-Fire every single player from the side of NAOS Esports na defuse na kaagad. Pros don't fake sa amin ng NAOS at nakuha pa rin nila yung round na yun kahit finorce by pa or na-broken by pa yon ng MVP Esports.
Sobrang dicey nun para sa NAOS Esports. In not the cleanest ones, but they still manage na makakuha ng panalo. Ito nga lang kakaiba, hindi pa nga nila na-clear set as you have pointed out. Lahat ng exotic, all they had to do was to stay down. Just bigyan lang talaga ito. Pero may body blocks na nakita natin. That's the reason why eventually wala na nga rin nakapatay doon sa nagsistick ng defuse. Still, Nico, ang mangyayari dito sa NAOS, mapipilitan silang mag-bulldog lang kay Papi Chulo because they don't have enough credits for it. But overall, makukuha naman ng NAOS lahat na kailangan nila. They have essentially a full buy this round. Full rifle buy, at least to say the least. Pero para sa MVP, ito na. Sobrang importanteng round para sa kanila.
Natalo sila dito. Kailangan na naman nila mag-save. So now, they're just clearly creating an opening. The slow orbs are there to deny every bit of contact na pwedeng i-execute sa kanila ng NAOS. Pero si Japa rin naman ang magwawagi dito laban kay Exotic. Tinanggal na nila yung wall. No more hindering them para magkaroon na nga ng retake. 4 na lang ang natitira dito sa MVP Esports. Papapalakpakan pa ng Reckoning. Another opening given by Wits. We have the Hunter's Fury to deny that defuse. Pero magiging problemado pa rin naman sila dito. Or rather, Hunter's Fury, the senior Carla nakapatay pa dito kay Slatov. Cove will be giving them the opportunity to defuse the spike. 10-7. Medyo nag-struggle na naman dito, Wolf, ang MVP Esports.
My goodness. For some reason, si Ja nakakuha na isang kill doon kay Exotic. And this will mean that MVP Esports will definitely go for timeout this time. May isang crucial na ginawa dito si Papi Chulo. So, balikan natin nung isa sa mga rounds kung saan si V Black, 'di ba? Nakakuha pa siya ng lurk from mid dahil nga binitawan ni Mojer. But this time, hindi na. Si Ja,
Hindi siya
nakatalikod si Ja,
eh.
pero si Papi Chulo, all the entirety of that execute, binantayan niya yung possibility na may play mula kay V Black. So, hindi nakaulit si V Black. NAOS, adjusting. I can't remember kung ikaw yung nagsabi nun or what someone from the panel, pero ang galing nilang mag-adapt or mag-solve.
Oo nga eh. Ayun pa naman yung laging nakakapanglason sa kanila, 'di ba? Kaya nananalo yung MVP Esports kanina on Lotus sa attacker side nila dahil every time na magkakaroon ng rotation dito from NAOS is nalalaman ka agad ni V-Black kung ano ang pwede mangyari, kung sino ang nandito na nga kaagad ang site at pwede niya pa dito makat off yung rotation. So now, at tama ka doon, we have NAOS Esports that they now have the answer para hindi na mamayagpag dito yung wins, yung momentum ng MVP Esports na shutdown na nila dito si V-Black. So now, it relies on V-Black kung paano naman siya din makakapag-adapt to that kind of adjustments din ng NAOS Esports para ma-deny siya dahil ngayon, may lamang na naman ng NAOS, close enough for them para matapos na naman itong game na to, itong series na to.
10 points for NAOS. As you mentioned, the momentum is theirs din. Nararamdaman mo, sila talaga ang may hawak ng bola sa ngayon. And umaabante dito yung mga members ng NAOS. Like we can see si Wits just making it so na mapapano sila ang kung sino mang dito. It's all very, very quiet. Eventually, 3 na. Or at least 2 yung nakatingin kay Exotic kung sakaling sisilip man siya dito. You will find one. Exotic will just back out. Walang overextension from any team. Oh, Exotic though. Kita ba niya yun? Di yata, di niya nakita! Wait! We'll take him out dyan naman! Para kay Slato. Hindi ko yung makakakuha ng trade yung kay Wit. Pero 15 HP na lang yung titira sa kanya. Jump pick, hindi niya nakita yun. And then comes the Hunter's Fury from the attackers para mag-clear out ng angulo. Nakita ko nasa si Ja. Hindi lang tatamaan dito ng kahit ano sa mga mahabang arrow na yun. Ja! Para kay V-Black once again. Makakita nun sa may bandang Gedli. Kill. 89 HP. May kill kay Ja. Nako po, deny 3K para kay Ja. Samantala, Mojer to take out Nico and that means NAOS 11 points na para sa kanila.
Hirap na nito! Wolf! NAOS Esports! Na-out the wall na nga nila dito ang MVP Esports at hindi pa kaagad na nasisneaky sila, naninja move sila dito ng NAOS. MVP Esports hindi nila malaman dahil sa lahat ng mga pressure, sa lahat ng mga impact ditong binibigay nila as a burden ng NAOS sa kanilang side is hindi na sila makapag-desisyon maigi kung paano ba nila ito ibibigay for them to make an entry happen. Na-out the wall sila palagi, lagi silang nade-deny or nade-delay pa ng mga utilities. Katulad na lang nito, may recon na pero good enough para kay Kel na nakakuha naman siya ng isa all the way from Bilong dahil medyo kumulit si Wins baka sakali daw na may makita siya dito sa garage. May nakita nga siya pero siya ang unang tumumpa. Ayun lang. Uy! Oh my God!
Makapag-upgrade at makapag-reso, bigla na lang advantage. Nandito na para sa MVP Esports. 3 versus 5. More than winnable, especially si Ja at si Wits yung napatumba nila. Senior Car wants to make for the play, gets one. That's a shutdown. Nakita dun si Ken. Makakuha din na ikalawa. Harap dun sa kanan, pero mapapatumba dahil doon. Mojer. Holding on to this angle. Swap! Denied the threat! Smoked out by the snake bite, pero safe pa rin naman. Mojer, meron na siyang lockdown dito. Pwedeng gamitin kung sakaling ma-confirm nila na commitment na nga to on to that B side. 2 versus 2 situation. Cats, lot of take at Papi Chulo. Mojer, only one remains. Black to take him out! MVP! Nakakahanap pa rin talaga ng mga panalo out of nowhere.
Nabubutasan nila dito ang NAOS Esports. Oh man, I was already on the edge of my seat dahil sobrang nakakakaba yung round na yon. Buti na lang may disiplina dito si V-Black. He knows na baka sakaling may nasa loob ng site, meron na silang info kanina, may nakakuha ng mga kills against them. Kaya naman, he waited. Nagkaroon siya ng opportunity umakyat doon sa yellow or doon sa orange para magkaroon siya ng visibility or ng vision kung meron nga ditong nakaabang na sa kanila. And good enough for Saturn, nakakuha din naman siya ng kill dito. So given the chances, we have 4 more rounds for them, or rather 3 more rounds for them para make habol na nila ito laban sa NAOS Esports. Kasi syempre, ang hirap nito laban sa NAOS kasi 11 na. Tatlo na lang, or rather 2 na lang na rounds dito for NAOS to win out this series once again.
Make up. What time is it? It's make up time. Magagawa nga ba ng side ng MVP Esports mag-make habol dito? Titignan natin dahil ang kanilang ginawa is to dodge actually yung operator doon sa may B side going in for A. The execute is gonna be there. And meron naman sila ding lockdown. Pero kung kontrahin agad, kontraan ng mga lockdown dito, Viper Spit available for B-Black. They do find the opening, pero si Witch, ako na isang gandang angulo, parang exotic! Bago niya papatumpo yung lockdown, he will be taken out! You buff dun sa mga lockdown na pinakaunat ng kaunti, more than enough!
30 seconds left.
Oh my God! Goodness! At makakuha na ni si Witz! Nakakuha na pula sa your car with the white pick! The second one gets the third! Witz! 3K! Match point para sa NAOS!
Match point.
Yun na yung moment of stumble ng MVP Esports. Nandun na si Exotic. Onting-onti na lang. Para ma-deny nila yung lockdown. Para makapasok outside. At para ma-stumble naman dito yung NAOS Esports from winning out that round. Pero hindi. Nagkamali ng akala dito ang MVP Esports. Nakita mo na nandun na si Exotic, ready na siya dito to take down that lockdown at all over the place na rin, all over the site na rin dito ang MVP Esports. Ipaplant na lang nila pero yun nga, hindi nila nasira yung lockdown. So good decisions made dito ng NAOS Esports. Nahanap kaagad nila dito yung nagta-take down or nahanap nila kaagad dito si Exotic.
Oh. Pero crucial din doon yung isang pitas. The wins. I think also that's a very important thing to take note. Exotic, great idea. Yun nga lang, makunat na ng konti. At na-punish pa nga siya. This time, hindi nila ulit makita yung operator. Double Vandal, Viper's Bait activated, pati na rin yung wall. Hindi tatama ng kahit anong shock dart whatsoever, makakapag-plant. MVP Esports. Watch out, Exotic. Holding on to the Vandal. Isa sa 2 rifles na available. Pero yung Regoning, yun nga, may combo pang owl drone talaga para makapag-clear out. Alam nila kung saan yung pwede nilang atakihin. Alam nila kung saan sila pwedeng gumusto sa ngayon. Meron na, ina si Mojer, nakakuha rin isang kill. He's not on Papi Chulo, take out Nico as well. 3 versus 3 situation. Time is not on the favor of NAOS. In fact, si Kill at si Exotic, tikisa pa. Si Kill to take out Papi Chulo. Viper Spit and upgrades para sa side ng MVP Esports. Hindi pa tapos, Honey Grace.
Hindi pa tapos. Nakakakapit pa sa patalib dito ang MVP Esports. I gotta say, sobrang laki ng impact talaga ni V-Black. Every time na may magiging decision siya ditong gagawin for that round to win specifically for the side of MVP Esports. At yun nga, nagamit na nila yung Viper Spit. Ito ang magiging question yan, Wolf. Paano na ito sa round na ito na kung saan wala na nga sila ditong ulti na maalalayan pero na nga sila ditong Hunter's Fury. But then again, meron din naman ditong Viper Spit din na sagot ang NAOS Esports. So, pwede bang nilang gawin dito yung ginawa nila in Lotus na nilangoy nila yung Viper Spit dito na I think that was Papi Chulo earlier. Kaya naman ngayon, yun pa rin talaga dahil alam nilang baka sakaling this Papi Chulo lang ang nandun. In-anticipate nila kung nasaan si Mojer at 1 man down agad for the side of NAOS. Papi Chulo naging security guard. Binuga sa mukha ang 2 kupunan mula sa dalawa na lang din kaagad silang natitira.
Oh my goodness! Magiging safe na rin siya doon. I-give up na yung Viper's Pit. But it was more than enough. Ito si Ja, handa. No operator whatsoever. Smoke, orb, poison orb nga lang. Enough. Take him out. Pero lamang pa rin dito, 4 na miyembro para sa NAOS, 2 lang para sa MVP Esports. This could be the last round para sa MVP Esports. Exotic, makakuha pa na play. Hindi! Papi Chulo! Naka-crouch! Nakaharap! Siguradong sigurado! Guardiado! Si Papi Chulo, and that means Wits will finish them off. Napakahusay mula sa MVP Esports. Pero kinapos sa dulo, NAOS will take the series 2-0.
2-0 for them. Now's the time para hindi kayo makapasok ng site. No ID, no entry. Sabi dito ng Idol Papi Chulo. Kaya naman mamamaalam tayo dito sa biggest potential ng MVP Esports na magkaroon na nga ng game number 3. Close enough for them para magkaroon ng comeback pero hindi talaga pumayag sina Papi.
My goodness. Kung yung previous round, ang Viper's Pit ng attackers yung nagbigay sa kanila advantage, this time it's the opposite. Ang maganda pa dito, give up talaga nila yung pwesto para lang talaga magkaroon ng mas advantage. And knowing na hindi nila kailangan kumbaga naka-boundary na yung Viper's Pit nila. So hindi na nila kailangan mag-overextend doon. NAOS will take that one. You can see jet-on-jet action, Exotic versus NAOS eventually still will take that one out. But MVP Esports, di natin pwedeng sabihin na naging madali ito para dun sa NAOS.
Di natin maikakaila na MVP Esports, they are still there. They are one of the teams na pwede nating i-look out for. Dahil NAOS na to at nakita naman natin earlier in Lotus, they had the hardest time to finish out Lotus, that game number 1. Kahit nga dito sa Icebox dahil parang muntikan na rin. Talagang magkaroon tayo ng overtime or kaya naman makahabol pa dito ang MVP Esports. Pero yun nga parang there are times na katulad itong clip na ito na nalilikuran na ang MVP Esports. There are still mini flaws for the side of MVP Esports na pinapalaki lang din kaagad ng NAOS in their favor. Kaya naman, unfortunately, kailangan nila ditong ayusin ito para sa susunod na mga games sila dito at para makapasok pa ng playoffs.
NAOS, just pag nakita natin yung kanilang mga exit plays talaga, nagmumukhang maganda. The way that they are approaching this, meron pa isang round na puro contact plays lang yung naipanalo nila. No utilities whatsoever, but they are gonna take it. However, NAOS pa rin talaga ang naig dun sa may dulo. Lalo na nakita niyo yung shots mula kay Papi Chulo. Wits to deliver the win once again para sa NAOS Esports. Thank you so much, Grab Unlimited, for making this happen. Oh my! Honey Glaze, nakita natin ulit ang NAOS na in-expect naman ng mga panel natin. You yourself expected this, but did you expect it to be as close as this? Or, consider mo bang close ang naging 2-0 na to?
Actually, I will. Kahit 2-0 ito at one-sided ito for NAOS Esports, hindi ko talaga madadisregard na MVP Esports has their wonder trio. I'm talking about V-Black, Slatom, and then there's Exotic na gave a lot of potential for them para magkaroon ng comeback. Pero sobrang gusto ko ulit makita dito yung mga plays ng MVP Esports. May konting push pa sila, Wolf. Konting-konti na lang talaga para manalo ng mga series sila.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Okay, na kailangan ng MVP Esports. That is at least what we think from the caster's desk. Pero ipasa natin yun sa ating panel. Maybe they have something else to talk about. Taylor, the floor is yours.
Maraming salamat syempre sa ating mga casters at buti na lang hindi Taylor and Friends ang tawag sa atin para sa araw na ito. No? Kasi yung mga nakaraang araw, grabe sila sa mga panelists. Parang and Friends lang, no? Walang pangalan. But anyway, welcome back to the panel. Syempre, kasama natin si Rico and Fluffy. But talking about this series and finally, NAOS, they closed off on a 2-0. Pero mukhang yung mga casters, hindi pa rin sila sigurado 100% na ito ba yung strongest showing ng NAOS ngayon sa Split 2 really. Fluffy, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I think on Lotus, they had such a deciding first half of the game, getting an almost perfect score, going 11-1. And you can see that with the addition of Senior Carl, they really have a lot more firepower in them. But then also, you can also see that it was just so hard eventually for them to come back and close out the game. And Riku was talking about it earlier in the panel, how yes, NAOS overall is the best team because they have the best standings, but it's always come very close and down to the wire.
Yeah, honestly, diba? It feels like, what do you call this? It honestly feels like, this feels like a trend from NAOS na parang it always possibly can go to a game number on map number 3. Pero I feel like it also could be the adjustment to the addition of Senior Carl kung bakit it became like this close.
Speaking of, since na-mention mo na saktong-sakto lang naman dito, the debut of Senior Carl, literal mainit na balita to. Kaka-post lang 12 PM kanina nung announcement nila. And pinasok na nga nila dito si Senior Carl. Fluff, what do you think about having Senior Carl on the team of NAOS? Does it fit well so far? Or you think na parang ito yung way, kaya parang medyo shaky at nakakabalik pa rin yung MVPE dun sa mga rounds kanina na hindi natin expected makabalik sila? Or it's a completely different reason?
I think overall he fits pretty well. He seems to fall into the same playstyle that NAOS does genuinely bring. And you know, it's a trial by fire for him as it's his first debut, and it's gonna be honestly a good way to start it off because again, they've had those 3 map games, and this one being a 2-0 just shows that even though they have a new addition, it's still a very strong ending for NAOS.
I mean, Senior Carl, at the end of the day, is still a VCT veteran, di ba? At silipin muna natin, syempre ngayon, ang MVP para sa ating first series of the day, which is Wits, Riku. And Wits, so far, yung harbor niya, especially on map number 2, saved a lot of rounds as well, Riku.
Sobra, he was getting 3Ks, he was getting a lot of kills, and he was recovering the rounds for NAOS, especially pagdating sa icebox kanina. I feel like even though it felt very close for the two teams, they couldn't really answer to Wits, especially their MVPE weren't really expecting him on certain angles. He was just out there surprising and winning a lot of these fights. So props to Wits once more to his impact, especially sa mapang Icebox.
I think with that also, having the Harbor pick also just makes it so flexible. We know that Wits is a flexible player in his own right. He's always played a multitude of roles, being the main duelist, a flex player, and now on that Harbor, he's really making waves here on Icebox, bringing the remorseless winter that we normally see NAOS bring to another level.
Yeah, definitely true. I do agree, no? Kasi nga, na-mention natin na parang napunta ulit tayo sa comfort picks. But this time, Wits is still here and showing up with the Harbor. Pero nga, hindi pa tapos ang laban natin pagdating dito sa araw na ito. Mainit pa din. Hindi pa tapos ang araw na ito dahil later on, syempre, may mga matches pa tayong kasunod. This is MVP versus NAOS. At NAOS, syempre, ang nanalo nga dyan. But anyway, guys, before we head into sa ating second series later on, maraming salamat ulit, Fluffy at Riku, sa pagsama sa akin dito sa panel. We're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong aalis because VCTPH will be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Janagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and
Muli tayong nagbabalik dito sa VCTPH kung saan kasama ko si Aso Raf, pero naka-cat shirt kami ng aking twin ngayong araw na ito. Welcome back nga pala. At kamusta naman, Raf, ang mapagkit na kay B1 at B2?
I mean, honestly, I could just go upstairs right now, and we're all gonna be on one side. Asar is gonna be pretty confused, but I'm doing pretty alright. Ikaw, Asar, kumusta?
Okay na naman. Pero parang na-weirdohan ako na wala akong ganyang klaseng outfit. Parang
Na-OP ka.
Yeah, I feel out of place, guys. Hindi siya masayang feeling kasi alam mo
Kaya ko lang na-realize na para pala tayong ewan, no? Nakagitna pa talaga si Azuray dito. At mukhang magkamukha pala talaga tayong dito talaga lahat. But anyway, andito na nga tayo and it's finally for the second series this time around. Pero bago tayo magsimula, syempre, pasalamatan muna natin yung ating mga magigiteng na sponsors. Of course, this event is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
And of course, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, Acer Games with your favorite go-to meals and enjoy up to 30% discounts on select Grab food merchants when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited free on your first month.
Of course,
Bakit naman kasi nag-iba ng spill bigla?
Okay, may kasalanan.
Wait, guys, compose yourselves. I'm sorry. Let's not forget VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody. Kahit medyo magulo yun kanina, diba? We're still getting into the groove, guys. So,
Walang magulo dito. Hello, Miss Cynthia mula sa Games and Amusements Board. Pero eto na nga, walang magulo. Pagdating dito, ang tulay na gulo, syempre nandun sa leaderboards na meron tayo, no? At para sa second series nga natin today, mainit din yung laban na ihatid natin sa mga viewers natin. Kaya wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa, papakilala na natin yung ating unang team, which is ang Action PH.
Ito na, yung ating challengers looking for a fight, looking for redemption. Action PH. They were able to pick up some really talented individuals in the form of Kalias, in the form of Gadowers, and this has really, I think, boosted up na talaga yung capabilities na meron ng Action. And it really goes to show, even though they did lose that series against NAOS, again, every other series that they have had with these two new players was incredibly dominant for Action.
You're absolutely right, and they've been looking like the true usurpers to the throne. Asar, I feel like they've been our surprise team of the split, and we were honestly wondering where would the development go from, again, what we saw from them in the first half of the year, but it seems that they just needed those two players to get them over the hill. I don't think we've actually seen too much of Gadors. In fact, I think we've only seen Kelly S play. I could be wrong, though.
Once, I think. We saw him once, I think, on Haven, was it? Yeah. Haven or Icebox.
Pero so far, para sa side ng Action PH din dito, Azuray at Raf, no? Maganda yung pinapakita nila. Kasi so far right now, kung nakita natin yung leaderboards a while ago, they are currently at the top 4 ng seeds or rather ng ating mga teams na meron tayo dito. But if you think about it, they played against NAOS the other day. And when you look at how they played against NAOS as well, umabot ng 3 games din yon. And at the same time for them, it wasn't that much of a one-sided match, and at the same time, muntikan pa nga sila makabawi against NAOS. So really great showing coming in from Action PH compared sa nakita natin from Split 1. But moving along, syempre, hindi pa tayo nag-i-in-depth pagdating sa dalawang teams or pagdating sa matchup na meron talaga tayo dito. Kaya wala na tayong paligoy-ligoy pa. Pakilala na rin natin kung sino nga ba yung team na makakalaban nila na simula naman since day 1, nandito na ang Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming. So many questions, and yet so much expectation still. Again, a team that's considered to be one of the best, if not the most individually talented when it comes to just their players, but they haven't really been able to piece it together to really go the distance and take the crown for themselves. I honestly think Action Page is going to be a pretty difficult challenge for them. But if they keep it together, then obviously they're going to be such a dangerous team.
So here's an interesting fact pala. I think I mentioned this with Raf when he mentioned the NAOS hasn't gotten themselves a loss ever since nung split 1. And if you count naman sa Oasis yung mga matches na hindi kasama yung NAOS, they technically still do have an unbroken win streak then. So yun yung parang problema nila eh. But that just means now there is no other team that can match up against Oasis. Even Action PH have struggled against this team. Granted, that was nung kasama nila sa Yanagi. Now with Kelly S, maybe there's a better rounding out for Action, but you still do see the pedigree as well as yung just talent na meron dito sa Oasis that makes them such a credible foe to deal against talaga.
Yeah, I mean, they are full of a superstar team, di ba? Superstar players para sa isang superstar team. Pero tignan natin or i-dive in natin, lagyan natin ng microscope yung mga players na meron tayo dito. Bigyan natin ng highlights yan. Siyempre, with a head-to-head. Silipin natin sila at suriin na mabuti. When it comes to this, it's Micro versus Nexi. Ngayon, we were talking about the players, these two players that we have a while ago. And Raf, you were talking about Nexi, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nexi has just been the sentinel, if not the best sentinel of PH. And I have to say, he's been an absolute wall. There have been times where there have been some miscalls, again, just some rounds where I feel like they could have won, but just, again, slight errors. On this other side, though, Micro has been absolutely popping off. Not known for volume, but his numbers have definitely gone up.
And that's very interesting thing to point out, diba? Kasi parang they play on somewhat a similar spectrum where Nexi doesn't really have to explode. If he's put in a position where he needs to just fend off yung positioning niya, he's able to do that. And Micro has done the same thing, even as, you know, sabi na Alyssa kanina na they had that match against NAOS and it looked closer than it was. It was actually because of Micro then and some of his godly holds on a site that really gave Action PH such a great set of rounds, di ba dito? And if Micro can keep doing that same iteration, nakakatakot ko yung pwedeng ma-reach ngayon ng Action PH, especially when they've rounded out yung offense nila, again with blurred sa si Kelly S.
Malay mo, nag-overthink si Azuray. Tapos si Micro kasi
Palagi
kakampi dati ng NAOS. Kaya ganon, di ba? Anyway, pag-usapan na natin yung map veto na meron tayo dito dahil dito magkakaalaman ng tuluyan, no? Dito magsisimula ang lahat pagdating sa map picks na meron tayo. And I actually want to touch upon on the strengths din ng mga teams na meron tayo rito. We always talk about ano yung butas na pwede nilang hanapin, ano nga ba yung mga weaknesses na pwedeng paglaruan ng ibang teams para lang manalo against stronger teams like this. But these two teams right now currently sitting pretty well pagdating sa leaderboards natin. Kaya let's touch upon on the strengths itself. When it comes to the map vetoes, sino nga ba sa tingin nyo, Azuray, ikaw muna, ang mga teams dito na, you know, have better sense when it comes to the map picks that we have right now, especially with the Icebox being banned out by Oasis?
Oh, that's... Honestly, I feel like Oasis has a much stronger ideology sa mga different maps natin. There are some certain maps na parang nagka-fumble lang talaga sila. I think once they start to lose that momentum, dun sila nawawalan ng idea kung paano matapos yung certain rounds na ito. But some teams really go through that. In any case, I feel like Oasis still has a one-up dito. But APH have done, I think, a really good job at just forcing Oasis to possibly bring out, I feel like, Haven at the first start, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Well, if you're lying, then they'll get Lotus. But I think this is a really, really smart way to approach the veto, right? because Oasis banning out Icebox, and honestly expect them to ban Haven and Ascent. All these default maps, these super default heavy maps that have been super exposed to the scene, has to be done away for Oasis to be a bit more dominant in this matchup, because APH, that's so far the only strength they presented. They are super well oriented when it comes to the fundamental approach of the game, but if you ask set play from them, that's where they kind of go thin, and I would honestly say lacking. And for them to pick up Haven like this is, once again, very telling of how they want to approach this veto.
That's true. So that means na Oasis will probably ban out Ascent na lang din, maybe forcing out the possibility of a split.
See?
Yeah, there it is. You're right.
Oh
You're
my
absolutely
God.
right.
It's like I know this game. It's like it's my job to know. I'm actually really happy about that prediction. It's like, yo, right. Go me.
So what's the, I don't know ba dito, the last maps? I keep forgetting. Okay. No. All right.
Well, it makes sense.
Interesting.
Because, like,
Yeah,
again,
true, no?
Split has been
Pearl.
pretty 50-50 in terms of the win rate as of late. So it does demand quite a bit of, again, set play from both these teams. So APH just getting rid of it is really smart. Pearl, very attacker-sided, but still a lot of movement and a lot of just basically displacing the team when it comes to attack. As long as mid control is going to be present, it's going to be a grand old time for Action PH. But pretty much that's the scouting report for Oasis.
Ooh, interesting map picks we have here, guys. At alam naman natin na medyo nagiging paborito ng mga teams natin din yung pagpili ng Lotus at pagpili ng ating Pearl map as well. But looking at this teams that we have and then the map veto na meron tayo, aabot ba muna ng 3 games? Yun muna ang ipe-predict muna natin, ha? Aabot ng 3 games, yes or no, Azuray?
I
Bawal
want to.
magpaliwanag.
Yes or
So
no
yes,
lang eh.
yes.
Yun.
Ikaw, Raph, yes or no?
No.
Hindi siya, okay. 50-50 ang desisyon dito ng aking mga panelists, no? Pero pagdating naman sa prediction, kung aabot ng 3 games, Azuray, kanino nga ba mapupunta?
Para sa akin, since I am a big fan of Kellyas as well as the capabilities na pwede dito pakita pa rin Blurred, I'm gonna have to go for Action PH.
Action PH. And para naman sa isang tao na kamukha ko at sabi niya 2 games lang daw, kanino daw ang kanyang prediction?
Tao pala ako, no? Nakalimutan ko yun. Salamat, Taylor. Salamat.
Ako bahala magpaalala.
Salamat. Anyway, I think, well, honestly, again, with all respect and love, Oasis have to go 2-0. Otherwise, this experiment that they've been doing is a complete bust. They have to win this series. It's not even like debatable or negotiable. They have to win.
Ay, para sa akin, interesting din ang aking pick dito dahil I'm gonna go towards APH actually. Sa tingin ko, wala nang statistics. Feeling lang. Yung gumising ako ngayong araw, tas naisip ko kagad maliban sa It's Time ni Vil, Action PH. Diba? So, that's my feeling for today. Kaya naman yun lang ang prediction ko. Wala na akong tinig ng iba pa para lang magulo lahat. Diba? Action PH para sa aming dalawa ni Azuray at para naman kay Raph, Oasis Gaming since day 1. Nandito na yung mga predictions natin. Sana walang panel curse. Kanina walang panel curse, pare-parehas. Ito, baka naman walang panel curse. May mananalo at may mananalo talaga. But anyway, without further ado, I think it's finally time para ihatid na sa atin itong second series para sa araw na ito. Ang huling series for today. So casters, please do take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Siyempre, kami nga pala ang inyong magiging characters, nga pala si Vil, and siyempre kasama ko ang poging-poging si Mr. Rogin Manansala.
Grabe naman yun, talagang full name, Mr. Justin Villaseran, na siyempre, after how many years nating magkakilala, I'm gonna share the stage with you. Parang sobrang overdue na to. Sobrang blessed ako nitong week na to. 2-2.
Feeling ko.
Kasama
Feeling ko pag natulog ka, gigising ka next week na. Parang ganun ba?
Oo, yung tipong nakangiti ka, tulog. Yun yung mga masasayang tulog. Pero sobrang init ng panahon kaya ang hirap matulog nakangiti. Pero mas mainit pa rin yung matches natin. Tulad nga ng predictions ng ating panel. Come to think of it, 2 action in 1 Oasis vote.
Yeah, we're gonna see later on kung ano ba ang mangyayari dito sa game na to, which is nakita na rin naman natin yung mga data na sinabi nga ng ating mga panelists. Well, merong may mga gusto sa Oasis Gaming since day one. Siyempre, for Action PH, meron din talagang nagsusupport dito. And para sa dalawang teams natin na to, for me, it's gonna be a big 50-50 gap. Kasi if ever gonna check the leaderboards, medyo sobrang lapit lang nila with each other. Minsan nga dumating pa sa punto. Merong araw na dumating sa punto na nasa taas ng Action PH at nagulat talaga tayo doon. Dito natin nakikita yung improvement na nakikita rin natin sa lahat ng teams na sumasali ngayon ng VCTPH Split 2. And Eliza, tigil-tigilan mo ako.
At yun na nga, di ba? Napitik pa. Pero yun nga, I strongly agree kung nasaan tayo ngayon, no? Yung ecosystem, yung competitiveness, the bars are higher. And one good example is yung previous match. We saw MVP Esports kung gaano sila ka-close playing against NAOS, the team na supposedly landsliding yung mga ganitong klase ng team. Pero yung Lotus nga, yung attack sider map natin, which is, alam ko, I believe nasa map dito natin na matutunghayan natin today. And obviously, ang mga nakita natin from previews is Pearl and then Ascent, map 1 for map 2. Pero ngayon, napunta rin sa second pick yung Haven. So we are moving into sa mga complex maps, sa mga 3 sites. So mas iba yung approach ng mga teams natin ngayon.
Yun na nga yung maganda rin kasi sa mga teams natin ngayon, di ba? Mas gusto nila yung mga mas mahihirap na mapa. Gusto nila yung mga mas malalaking mapa. Actually, minsan nga nag-lean towards sila dun sa mga bago-bagong maps eh. Kasi nga, syempre, of course, panibagong season, panibagong tournament, syempre, mga panibagong strategy yung ipapakita nila dito for sure. Pero yun nga, ito yung mga gusto nila mapa, yung mga malalaki. Wala naman tayong choice. Ang gagawin natin dito is mag-cast. And of course, mga nanonood dyan, big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Kasi ito na ang oras na hindi kami magkasama ngayon ni Taylor kasi ilang taon.
The host muna.
The host muna kami. Yun nga, pinaghiwalay muna kami dalawa kasi nga, baka malungkot na si Taylor eh.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo, kahit magkaiwalay kayo, naramdam ko pa rin yung connection yung dalawa. Kasi nung nagkakas kami ni Taylor kahapon, ayun, nagpaparamdam ka. Tapos ngayon naman, nagkakas tayong dalawa, si Taylor naman, di ba? So, hindi mo talaga mapaghiwalay itong dalawang taong to. Kahit sino ka partner at the end of the day, sila pa rin.
Pero mas nakakatakot pag natulog ka tapos nagparamdam ako sa'yo.
Ayun.
Yun ang nakakatakot.
Parang hindi naman yata nakakatakot. Parang matulog.
Ay, yun ba yung mga gusto mo? Grabe ka naman talaga, Steve, bro. Pero at least, dito na sa ating compositions, dito sa game natin ngayon, of course, we have APH defender side and attacking side naman ng Oasis Gaming. And as you can see, double sentinel naman dito sa side nga ng APH. For the side naman ng Oasis Gaming, makikita natin yung mga mala-impactong galawan nila. Knowing na alam nilang attacking sila, of course, they need na yung composition nila is literal na pang-attacking na. So, double inning is the key.
Yes, and double inning nga, di ba? Alam naman natin kung gaano nga ka-focus itong Lotus sa attacker. So basically, 2 innings, napakalaking bagay. Makakatulong yan for a quick or snappy push on a certain site. Mapa A, mapa C. Although yung B natin is a bit of a chokehold nga with 3 openers sa defenders, 3 angles na kailangan mong i-consider. A and C yung pinaka talagang makikita natin dito.
Shoutouts nga pala kay Boogie. Sa mga pinagagawa ni Boogie yesterday sa laban nila. Pero Osiris, I mean, yun nga, di ba? Kasi recently, medyo naglalaro na rin tayo lagi together. Binubuhat mo ako. Pero ikaw ba sa tingin mo? Kasi sa totoo lang, minsan kasi hindi na ako naniniwala sa defender sided, sa attacker sided. Kasi wala eh. Kunyari Haven, sinasabi nila attacker sided kasi the 3. Pero hindi, malakas ng defending dun eh. Minsan Lotus, sa totoo lang, ang lakas din ng defending capabilities nga ng Lotus despite na 3 yung sites niya. So nakadepende pa rin talaga sa playstyle ng mga kalaban and maglalaro dito.
Yes, most likely siguro, yes, it's a fact na paggagamay talaga ng isang team, hindi nagmamatter kung saang side. Pero parang on a general term or generic na takeaway, na may mga sides talaga na ang daling pasukin for some reason. Like, hindi ko rin gaano ma-explain kung bakit nagmumukhang madali kunin yung A. Siguro like example sa Lotus is yung fact nga na A and C, you have more space to work with. Yung mount doon is somehow equivalent nung wall sa tapat ng rotating doors doon sa A.
Yeah.
So alam mo yun, marami kang...
Yung rubble.
Yeah, yung rubble, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So marami kang ways to entirely take a lot of space, cover it up, and then make sure na yung mga flanks natin dito, marami kayong time para hindi mahuli ng utils ng defenders. So I think that's one thing na mas okay compared sa ibang maps natin na once na nasa main ka, example, Ascent, once na nasa B main ka or A main ka, malaking problema na kaagad. Once na binato kayo ng mga KO knife, kahit simpleng hunt, ang dali makahuli.
Yeah. So parang pwede mo sabihin, syempre, ang pinaka madaling wording na siguro dyan, it's all about the utility play of the players.
Yes.
Kung paano nila gagamitin yan. I mean, lalong-lalo na for the side of Oasis Gaming, they have the Trailblazer to check all the corners, they have the fault line. If ever din talaga papasok sila, at least they're gonna stun off yung stairs or kahit saan man in danger or kung saan man sila papasok dito. And syempre, to all the players naman ng yun nga, ng Oasis Gaming, if ever naman sila magsisi, hindi aftershock talaga yung waterfall, fault line yung bend. Alam mo yun, yung usual lang din talaga na ginagawa nila in order for them to capture that site na sobrang dali. At yun lang din talaga yung kailangan nila consider dito on how na masisynergize nila yung mga utility plays nila. Because utilities wins games. Yun lang naman yan eh.
Yo.
Kasi, of course, a simple flash na iba pati ni Sky, I mean, yung effect niyan it's huge already. To the fact na meron din tayo ditong blind Gaddy Omi with the paranoia, meron din tayong flash ni Breach dito. So, ilan ang kayang ibatong flashes ng Oasis Gaming dito if ever mag-a-attack sila? Dalawa kay Sky, isa kay Omen, then dalawa kay Breach actually. So 2-2-1-5. So pwede siguro mga 5 to 6 flashes ang kaya nilang iba to kasi magko-cooldown yung isang flash nga ni Sky. So alam mo yan, yung that 6 flashes alone, yung talagang kung ako sa inyo, laking bagay kung ako sa inyo, mag-shades na lang kayo.
Oo, kaya pumikit ka na lang bigla talaga dahil nga alam mo pag na-blind ka na, kamatayan mo na yun eh. Remember, this is a race. Napakabilis ng execution ng flights ng isang race na makakapag-onsite. Ayun, nasabi ko na, di ba? Sobrang bilis. Hindi mo napansin na nasabi ko. Pero yun, although they somehow share yung ating dito, Sky, Omen, and then Arrays.
Yeah.
So parang gets na natin na talagang they are also banking on towards the attacker strong side nitong mapang ito. What's good about APH? We have pwedeng lang ito survive nila yung initial execution ng utilities, it will be better for them na mailaban pa for a prolonged team fight.
Game number 1 is on its way for you to witness kung ano ba talaga pwede natin makita dito. Once again, there's APH versus Oasis Gaming. Lahat ng mga nanonood dyan, if ever hindi kayo makapag-ingay, i-type na lang yung sigaw nyo. Kasi nga, game 1 already here in Lotus. And as you can see, mukhang medyo kumuha lang ng impormasyon yung mga players nga ng Oasis Gaming here in B, some here in C. Pero ang take ata is A. But double sentinel. Makikita natin dito si Sage at si Killjoy here in A. Medyo mahirap to sa side ng Oasis Gaming if ever nag-connect na yung mga utilities nila.
Ayun nga, di ba? Tulad ng sinabi natin, yung understanding dito sa mapa na to, and A is one of the best point to take pagka-attacker ka. So, dalawang sentinels ka agad yung nilagay nila dito. Tamang check lang. Maganda rin naman dito sa B, having the Sky is with the guiding light lang. Pwede ka na makapag-scout ng information. Pero ito na nga yung utility na sinasabi natin, Kuya Vil.
There we go. Papasok na talaga sila. Derek just waiting for the perfect entry ginagawa ng mga players of Oasis Gaming. Meron tayo Dimitri and Marky and Kelly is getting all the facts that they need. But Kelly is all the way from the backside of the game. Alam nga na si Marky na doon sa loob ng smoke. But Michael all the way from off top. Getting all the heads ng kalaban niya. Putting ka to 3v2. Marky next is super low on HP. But putting ka 2v1. Blurred, tinatry niya na makita yung mga kalaban niya. Pero yun nga lang, kahit Marky, kahit Blurred, si Sky doon, kuhang-kuha pa rin niya. And Marky and Nexy still getting that win. Talagang mga mga pickups na talaga yung mga kailangan nila. They thought they're gonna go here in B, pero hindi. Talagang nag-A sila. And despite naman na dalawang sentinel na yun nasa APH nga, yung nasa A, kuhang-kuha pa rin nila because of the utility play that they are doing.
Yes, exactly. Yung execution nga nila dito, yung smoke para mas mapadali yung pagpasok nila. We also saw kung gaano kabilis din yung teleports dito ni Marky para makakuha kaagad siya ng different angle and makuha niya yung ibang members ng APH.
Pero actually, gusto ko rin talaga yung initial pick-off na nangyari nga dun sa B, which is naman si Great Wall of Nexi, di ba? Ito talaga, kilala natin yan way back 2021 pa, pero medyo mahirap to. Kasi nga yung mga dalawang player, actually, hindi dalawa yun, kasi halos lahat ng players ng APH nandito na, papasok na, papunta si Blurred will catch one. Pero do that smoke, mga kaibigan, hindi na sila mabawi dyan kasi napakasakit yan.
Yes, and tignan mo kung gaano kabilis ngayon yung rotation ngayon dito ni KFZ. Upon knowing na nakakuha na sila ng isang pick sa C, alam nila mag-a-abort mission, mag-rotate ang ibang members, and gusto nila makasigurado na may information pa rin sila. So dahan-dahan man ngayon ang ibang members ng Oasis, alam natin na all sides is covered na despite of them investing a lot of resources doon sa C. So ngayon, dahan-dahan muna, hindi muna ibibigay ng Oasis kung saan ba talaga sila papunta.
Baka C, baka B, baka A. We're gonna see later on kung saan talaga sila pupunta dito. Pero kahit anong mangyari ang APH, good eco na kasi nga napatay nila si Georgie. So either way, it's a win-win situation na rin naman itong ginagawa ng APH. But that is shadow step already na ginagawa nga ni Marky. Finding all the players, pwede na makita nga dito sa may C. Pero that is the take already ng Oasis Gaming. Pasok na sila sa C. Pero Kelly X, waiting for that swing na gagawin na makalaban niya. Pero sabi it, we got the kill instead.
And naka-ready na nga sila dito. Back up, pwedeng secure nila tong likod. Pero si Micro, nagtatago lang siya dito sa usok. So hindi pa nila alam kung nasaan nga ba. Kasama pa si KFZ. This might be a 2 versus 2. Tamang talon lang. Pero syempre hindi makakawala kay Marky. Pati na rin kay Savvy. Last man standing, si Derek. Namamahay na lang dito sa B.
Yeah. Gusto sana nila i-bait and switch yan pagdating nga dun sa may hall. Pero it's just, andun na talaga yung mga players sa Oasis Gaming in terms of firepower, and wala na talaga siya magagawa dun. But Derek, wala siyang choice kundi mag-antay na lang din talaga. Exit flag silang malala ang kailangan niyang kunin dito. Here in C, baka wala siyang makita. Pero nag-ano din talaga siya. Meron naman siyang first contact ng turret niya dun naman sa may Gedli para kung if ever may swing, edi tayo patsa talaga. Pero Derek, wala siyang choice. Kailangan niya mamatay dun sa round na yun. And good eco pa rin sa APH. Napatay din si Georgie. Actually, meron na kang hawak na rifle na ngayong APH doon. Pero pagka-swing ni Savvy 8K, pinakita talaga niya na siya yung pinakahalimaw sa collegiate scene talaga.
Ayun, so kitang-kita natin yung supremacy ni Savvy dito sa game na to. Kasama nga niyo dun si Marky. And what's good about that is Oasis, since alam nila na sila yun lamang, they pushed it even further. Yes, nagawa nila yung plant. They didn't, yung kanilang post-plant situation, kinover up pa rin nila yung space up until dun sa halls. So, body-body system, dalawa-dalawa yung nakabantay dun, and even sa side, waterfalls. So, no problem. Confident sila sa kanilang pwestuhan. And at that point, no chance for APH to entirely do something about it. Pero ngayon, move on na tayo sa susunod na round kung saan mabilis na pagpasok nila and utility efficiency nga dito. Mababawasan naman ng konti sa nano form, but the flights will be saved para lang may meron pa siya matirang buhay dito. Gap also the smoke para ma-deny. Easy plant. Napakaaga nito.
Bonus round para sa side nga ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming to. Pero as long as mapalitan yung spike, okay na. Savvy 8K getting all the angles na hindi siya makikita mga kalaban niya. Savvy 8K getting all the kills that he needs! With a 3K already! 2v2! Derek with a swing will catch one. Nexi, the only man remaining. All you need to do is wait. Hindi ka kailangan gumawa dyan ng mga kahit anong drastic movements kasi kailangan mo na din ba talaga mag-antay. But KFC knows already kung nasan ka. 2-1. 3 kills na ginawa ng Oasis Gaming. Good bonus round nga sa ginawa nila. But APH, finally, they're back in the game. Nanalo sila dun sa buy round nila. Actually, gusto ko rin talaga i-commend yung position ni Savvy 8K. Getting all these 3 pickups na ginawa niya. Dun lang sa may baba ng ropes. Talagang off-angle yun eh. Tapos bigla siya nag-swing papunta dun sa may drop sa likod. You know? Nagulat siya. Ako yung napatayin. Actually, muntik na nga si Derek Ramsey dun eh.
Kasi syempre si Derek nandun siya sa drop eh. Mas gusto niya sa mga tagong pwesto, and kung ikaw napansin mo doon si Savvy, no, with a really good positioning, ang mako-comment ko naman doon, eto nga ang si Derek na talagang nakarami siya para lang maipanalo yung round na yon, making it not a huge of a gap para dito sa Oasis. Ngayon, di naman ang kanilang nire-raid. Tamang pangdugol na lamang, pero alam naman natin kung nasaan talaga yung spike.
Nagpaparamdam sila dito, naghahanap na dito sila dito ng mga early pickoffs, probably all the information that they need para syempre alam nila kung saan talaga sila pupunta. And Georgie, hindi niya alam, ano na niya, si Kevsi pala yung nasa C, at least, well, Omen naman yan, pwede naman niya makapag-mamba out or go in kung saan man niya kailangan because of the shadow step or probably from the shadows, pero 3 orb pa naman ang kailangan niya. Pero pagdating naman sa Oasis Gaming, play for picks lang. I mean, even pagdating ng kanina pa, play for picks lang, if ever contact play, pero wala pa tayo halos nakikita na ganong klaseng play kasi talagang sobrang explosive sila. Kumbaga, ang ginagawa nila dito is nagbibigay sila ng presensya kung saan talaga sila pupunta. Talagang binibigyan lang talaga nila ng, like what you said, timing nga, di ba? Kasi timing is the key. Whenever na mag-swing kayo, you really need to get a counter push na rin talaga na pwede nang gawin dito. Savvy 8K will get a kill on the showstopper, on the Kevsi, but Savvy 8K failing to take down Micro as well. Medyo mahirap, 2-1 trade.
Yes, napakabilis nga ng pangyayaring yun. Nakuha nga dito ng showstopper, pero na-trade pa rin siya. So numbers game, second numbers na makikita natin dito, pero napakabilis execution mula kay Marty pa rin ito pa si Elias. Pero Oasis, ang siyang maunguna dito, at dire-diretso na nga the last man standing. Mapapanalo man ng APH as a defender, pero still, ubos sila lahat.
Boss, pati ba't na boss yung mga tropa natin dito nga sa VS Gaming pa rin kahit panalo sila. Wala dito sa kanila though. So at least diba, kahit na nagagawan pa rin ng paraan ng VS Gaming na nanalo sila, nauubos pa rin naman talaga ng APH to. So at least hindi flawless, yun ang importante doon. If ever na hindi mo man lang matalo na ubos nga sila, at least na nasisira mo yung ekonomiya nila. And now, APH is on its way na para bawiin lahat ng kinuhan ng Oasis Gaming sa kanila. And for Oasis Gaming, a pick, kita ko na yan. Pwede ba sila pumunta sa BNC?
Napakarami pang pwedeng punta.
Tulad nga nung pag-usapan natin kanina, nagbibigay lang sila dito ng presensya, nag-iingay lang sila. Then after that, kung i-force nila yung rotation ng mga iba, doon sila iikot din.
Seekers, pero napakabilis na execution na naman muli dito kay Savvy. Pero hindi na tayo magsasabi-sabi dahil totoong A na nga talaga ang inahawakan nila. Tamang batay lang dito sa stairs. Georgie with the blinding light. Papasok dito pero si Elias na siya mangingibabaw. At hindi na kaya pabalik na rin ang sitwasyon ngayon dito dahil Oasis na siyang naunguna. They are cleaning out the site. They are cleaning everyone out. Pero drop dito mula kay Blurred as body's dropping completely. Susubukan niyang sumilip sa loob. Tamang tap ng spike. Hindi pa rin natin alam kung mag-swing nga ba, pero pros, don't take! Kumakatapos na! Dahil makukuha yun ni Blurred at kahit mamatay man siya doon, puntos na naman muli sa aksyon.
Mahirap talaga barilin pag Blurred ng kalaban mo. Ganun lang yun. At talagang sabi ni Blurred to, nothing to win, nothing to lose, man. 1v2, pupusuan ko na lang to. At higa na. Anyway, nasa laban, nasa stairs lang din naman sila. And for the side na ginawa nga ni Blurred dito, talagang pinusuan lang niya, hindi siya umalis dyan. Tulad nga sa laban, nothing to win, nothing to lose. Bahala na si Abatman kung ano ba pwede mangyari dito. And yeah, I mean, yun yung mga balls of steel. Kumbaga na nakita natin dito. Ice cold. Kumbaga. But the players naman sa side naman ng Oasis Gaming, yeah, I mean, kailangan nila makabawi dito kasi sayang sa kanila yung win na yun Diba? If ever lang din talaga na medyo pumasok sila ng konti, if ever lang din talaga na ginawa nila ng paraan yun na sana nag-play close sila dun nga sa spike.
Kahit sa rotating doors man lang, no?
Nangyari na dapat nangyari. On to these players nga, APH getting that lead already at walang choice ang mga uwas kung hindi mag-time out.
At ayun na nga, tulad na sinabi mo, napa-time out na dahil ano nga ba nangyayari? 2 consecutive rounds na yes, they were able to clean up everyone out, pero ang puntos ay puntos pa rin na siyang nagmamatter nga para malaman natin kung sino nga ba ang siyang mananalo dito. And as for the Lotus map na nabanggit nga natin, attacker-sided, it's a bit odd na hindi tayo nakakapag-create ng gap into the hands of Oasis, which is, sabihin na natin, the better team for now. Although ang APH napakalaki ng kanilang improvement in terms of how they started. At hanggang ngayon, mapapalaban nga sila dito sa Oasis. B-side kaagad ang pakiramdaman natin.
Pakiramdaman mo na dito, well, yung mga players naman APH, they have the utilities anyway, they have the sustain, you have that Sage, you have that Sky, so all you need to do is mag-ability talaga na mag-push yung mga kalaban nyo. But Kelly is with the carry right now with a showstopper on hand, but Nexi gonna shut him down quickly. And Nexi, ito rin sinasabi natin, the great wall of Nexi, hindi mo siya mapapatumba. Tandaan mo, Nexi ang sexy mo, tapakan mo ako, ako sorry sa'yo. Para yun nga, Micro, meron pa naman siyang rest dito, pero medyo marami na talaga yung kalaban niya. Pop Flash, hindi na ginawa nga ni Blurred, pero mamba out lang sila. Well, at least they have the information na sabi yung mga kalaban nila dito. Trailblazers check all the corners, but that is a swing na ginagawa ni Nexi. He got shots there na onti lang, pero medyo mahirap na talaga kasi si super low on HP. Pero in terms of information, meron na sila.
You can see! Ito na naman ang nilinyahan dito with the Bulldog na baldog yung tatlong members ng Oasis. At ito na, Mark, 1 versus 4. May posibilidad kaya mailigtas ito, pero Kevzi naka-ready. Ito na nga, malapit silang dalawa sa spike. Ginamit ang
napakahirap nun,
at 4K high definition. Definitely Kevzi deserve yung kill na yon.
Pop Flash and the double swing, medyo mahirap rin talaga yun na solusyonan. Pero at least, sobrang ganda ng reaction nga ni Nexi doon, just preventing that another kill na pwedeng gawin nga ni Kelly S with a showstopper and a satchel nga na ginawa dito niya. And at least, APH, this is the thing that they need. Yung nga sinasabi natin, di ba? Tatlong sites to. Defender side at attacker side. Hindi ako naniniwala dyan. Depende rin talaga yan sa executions nga. Walang ganun, man. Kasi, tawag dito, naniwala ako doon sa ganun. Siguro last year. Pero pagdating sa taong to, split 1, split 2, medyo ginawala dyan, men. Mga ganyan, mga defenders sa attacker side. Kasi kung malakas naman talaga yung execution mo, talaga ikaw yung mananalo dito. Pala ka, pagalingan ng computer, kumbaga.
Oo. And yun nga, pagalingan, nabanggit na rin natin kung paano nga ba naayos nung APH itong pagde-defend nga nila na parang nung una nakita natin na Oasis got the better plan. Pero ngayon, mas nararamdaman natin how prepared itong defender side ito. Pero lockdown na kaagad na sisimulan dito sa side ng Oasis.
Yep, lockdown already. Plus meron pa Rolling Thunder. Papasok na nga dito nga sa A, mga kaibigan. Pero tinisagot ngayon yung ginagawa ng APH. The lockdown has been set as well. Plus meron pang wall. Paano ka makakapasok kung lahat ng sentinel nandito na? Napakahirap na kasi nakalock na nga yung spike ngayon. Micro super low, putin kita 4v2. Kaya sa direct lang titirang sa side na to. And meron pang flash, meron pa silang pang delay ng pag-defuse dito na pwede gawin ni Derek. At yun na nga, na despite of them na halos walang pera, ginamitan na nila ng ultimates to. Nagsagutan sila ng utilities and ultimates. And it's just Oasis Gaming since day 1. Getting that win again and again.
Yun na nga, dire-diretso sila dito and it was a good pick-up for Oasis na this time they were able to put it back in their hands. Pero alam pa rin natin kung gaano nga kalakas ngayon ang pinapakita ng APH on stalling itong Oasis and sometimes it cost them a lot para entirely lang maipanalo yung single round na yun. This time, let's see kung gaano nga kabilis. Kasi kanina, swift execution plus the lockdown. This time, we're gonna take it slow. Tamang stay muna tayo dito sa main. Tamang pakiramdaman lang ulit and pwede tayo mag-shift on a different site once na makuha natin yung info na kailangan natin at makikita naman natin sa ating minimap kung saan ang aksyon na nagsisimula na ng kanilang rotation.
Ito kaya nga Action PH ang pangalan nila kasi nga talaga ito talaga yung pinapakita nila. And for the side of Oasis Gaming, talagang kailangan muna nilang simulan ng matinding bakbakan to in terms of utility play na naman talaga. This is the patience already. Savvy 8K will catch one through that wallbang will take down Micro agad. At least one sentinel down already sa side nga ng Action PH. Paranoia has been set. Will connect onto these players but Savvy 8K medyo nagmitas na talaga yung paranoia niya. Pero kailangan nila mag-rotate all the way from B. That is a quick rotation already na ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming. Kelly S playing inside that smoke. Waiting if ever talaga na meron papasok dyan. Pero mukhang wala ata. Pero feeling ko meron nga. Pwede sila makita dito si Kelly S at saka si Marky. But Derek's swinging out. Next, he will take him down. Hindi na sinasabi natin. Makikita itong dalawa. And Georgie pumapasok na. Galit na galit na. Hinahanap si Kelly S mga kaibigan. 1v4. 1v1 sa apat ang
no.
gagawin mo, and Savvy 8K will get your head instead. 4v4, 4v4, 4-4 already. And Oasis Gaming, since day 1, pinapakita talaga nila na isa sila sa pinakamalakas na team dito sa Pilipinas. Same goes with Action PH as well. Kasi sa lahat ng splits, even way back last year, ito yung pinakamaganda nilang mga play so far.
Yeah, and nakita naman natin yung action way back when VCT started na parang, yes, they are performers, pero may mga shaky starts din sila. Pero from last year up until now, hindi nila nami-miss out yung mapunta lagi sa upper echelon ng ating standings. And Action PH is here to stay. So ngayon, nakita natin kanina with one time out coming in from Oasis since day 1. And gawa nila ma-recover. Ngayon, Action PH, and ito nga yung napag-usapan din namin ni Taylor na yung kumbaga yung maturity ng mga teams natin na para pag sa VPL, early timeouts. Ngayon, nakikita na rin natin dito sa VCT. Kung saan, basta i-utilize na.
Yung ganyan, VCT 2021. VCT 2021, mga kaibigan, yun na rin talaga yung problema ng mga PH team. Hindi din talaga sila magta-time out pagdating ng kahit 2-10, kahit mga 8-4, ganyan. Hindi naman 2-10, pero mga 2-9, ganyan. Ang tagal nilang mag-time out. Pero pagdating dito nga sa taong to, at least na-adapt na rin talaga ng Filipino teams na mabilis sila mag-timeout. Kasi even way before 2021, yan talaga ang sakit nila. Pero masakit naman talaga. Isipin mo mag-pencil na, may guiding light pa, nag-TP pa yung isa. I mean, matinding bakbakan na pinapakita dito ng APH kasi nga action sila. But the players of Oasis Gaming, naramdaman nila na pare, kalma muna.
Ito na nga, action to calmanation muna tayo dito. Wala munang gusto mag-overstep. And with that timeout, na-reset yung buong laro natin na kung saan kuha lang tayo ng information, tamang doggy-doggy lang, pero with that smoke, si Kevzi lamang ang alam nilang nandito. So dahan-dahang nagro-rotate yung mga members ng Oasis papunta sa C. At si Nexi na napaka-sexy, wala pa siya natatagpuan dito. Oops! Ibon mula sa waterfalls. Pero meron na siyang informasyon.
Let's see if ever makakuha ba sila. But Savvy 8K gonna go in already with a satchel on hand. Pero yung nga lang, third nakikita na siya. Pero dahil sa fall flash ang ginagawa ng mga players ngayon ni APH, this is gonna be a really hard thing for them if ever mapigilan nila to. Because Micro, in terms of sustain, meron pa siya. May Odin pa dito. Yung mga players nga ng APH, but that is actually being shut down agad by Oasis. 3v2, Georgie is low, but that is a swing again by Nexi. Kahit wall bang lang, alam ko na nandyan ka. Kitang-kita ko yung baril mo. Kevzi, mag-isa. 1v3, medyo mahirap pero malay mo, kaya niya. Wild Oreo together with Nexi. The clock is saying already, paano lalaroin ni Kevzi to? Wala siyang paranoia, but that is a swing out. The bait and switch ang ginagawa dito ng Nexi and Wild Oreo getting that kill onto the players of APH. Actually, okay sana yung Odin play na pinakita nga ng pinakita ni Derek. Actually, yesterday nangyari yan eh. Diba? Si Joms, which is siyang Odin man. Kung merong Turbo man, which is si Owen Cutie, si Joms naman, Odin man.
Oo, siya na talaga ngayon yung Odin. And nakikita na nga tayo ng mga Odin pickups. And ngayon, naka-witness ulit tayo ng isa. Although napakaganda ng idea natin dito, still Oasis coming out on top doon sa kanilang execution. And alam naman natin si Kevzi, there are so many rounds na na-clutch na niya recently. Pero this time, the bait and switch, the patience play na ginawa nga ng Oasis doon, nagawa nga nilang i-secure yung another round. So ito, paramdaman ko kanina medyo mabagal ngayon nasa loob. Ngunit slow orb na may kasamang paint shells might be painting a lot of blood mula dito kay Savvy 8K. Pero dahil nga makakapag-exit pa sila dito, pwede silang pumunta na naman sa ibang site. But the thing is, it might be a good possibility dahil nga nandoon na si Nexi Sexy habang yung Killjoy naman na kabilang side, si Derek ang nasa mount. So alam pa rin nila na hindi pa nag-over to C. And this time, pinaramdam na ni Savvy dahil kinanggalan niya kaagad si Derek.
Meron pa silang rolling thunder dito. They can actually go in na talaga na sobrang dali lang sa APH. Pero mukhang C, take it is. Marco will catch up with a sticker on hand. But that is a showstopper nga na binapatak ko yun. Di Kalias nakatamaan pa yung isang pulit ka na 3v2. Medyo lamang, lamang pa rin talaga ang Oasis Gaming dito. Pero 2v3, winnable pa rin naman yan. Yung sinasabi natin ngayon. Stinger onto the kill onto Georgie. But it's a Wild Oreo and Nexi with a cleanup crew na pinapakita nila na at least good eco buy pa rin sa side ng APH. Yun yung sinasabi sinasabi natin kanina, na despite of them na wala talagang pera dito, na halos wala din talagang magagawa, at least ginugulat lang din talaga ng APH yung mga initial entries na ginagawa ngayon ni Marky, ginawa ni Micro doon. Sinabayan na yung pagpasok ng Oasis Gaming. But at least, a kill is a kill. An economic damage is still a damage. So, GG's pa rin sa pinapakita ng APH.
Yes, kayang-kaya pa rin naman nila dito dahil in terms of firepower, kaya pa rin nila may pagsabayan at kumukuha nga lang sila isa-isa, napakabilis na flights and even na teleport na makikita natin dito pero kinagat ng aso si Marty. Nabetchay siya dito pero wala pa namang pinapakawalang ibang utilities dito sa tamang chill na tayo muli. After them, pushing all over, si Blurred, jumping lason lang pangkuha ng impormasyon pero here comes the doggy. Mula dito kay Georgie, KFZ, hindi pa rin siya tatamaan dito. Napaka-EFAS ng kanyang pwesto.
Mas safe pa sa EFAS sa pinapakita ng ngayon. Puri ka 3v3 next ay super low pero meron siyang lockdown ngayon. Seekers has been settled already para malaman niya kasaban sila. Micro will catch one. 2v3, winnable pa rin naman to. Pero yun nga lang, APH, pwede siya maging 4v2 pa to for them to get that advantage that they need. Pero mukhang hindi na talaga mangyayari kasi mainit na si Georgie ngayon. With a 2K, 2v1, Derek Ramsey. Mag-isa. Kalaban na si Nexia, si Georgie, napakainit ang daliri nito sa gatilyo ng barel. Pero maganda yung posisyon ng turret. Pero, spray transfer, let's see if ever magkoconnect pa. Pero mukhang hindi ata. 1v1 a great one. That is Georgie with a 3K. And, sayang talaga kasi we're really actually leaning sa side nga ng APH kasi lamang sila dun 3v2. Pwede maging 4v2 nga eh. Pero it's just Georgie catching these two players off guard. Nakuha nila yung dalawang kills na yun. And yung isa napitas pa. Yun yun. Bigyan talaga ito si Georgie, si H doon habang tumatalon mid-air.
Oo.
Sayang, man.
Kumbaga pa-exit na sana siya eh. Remember, merong res doon si Micro. So kung nakataka siya doon, may possibility pa na makakuha sila ng added member. Pero syempre, dahil nga mainit na nga, tulad na sinabi mo, napakainit ni Georgie, hindi na pinalampas yung chance na mawala pa sa kanila yung round na to. Pero teka lang talagang nagkakapakawalaan na ng mga ibon at kung ano-ano pa, tila ba nagiging zoo na tong C. Pero matagos lang na may kasama pang bomba mula kay Kelly. Yes, next is out for the count. 3 versus 5 na sila dito. At Rolling Thunder, might be a quick execution pero walang inabot sa miyembro ng APH.
It's all about the utility plays that you're doing rin talaga. Pero pagdating naman dito ngayon, papasok sila. They have all their flashes, they have all their smokes covered here already. For them na mahirapan dito talaga mag-retake dito ng APH. Pero kalaban dito, 5 pa sila. Yun nga, hindi pa sila nakita doon. 4v3, they still have the spike. Oh, ang hirap eh. Huling-huli na. Kumbaga, huli sa akto.
At naiwan pa yung, yun na nga, yung spike nandoon. Winolan pa. Nagamit pa niya yung ulti niya. So talagang wala nang chance. Marky, nakikipaglaro lang dito. Poste pero apat na kagad siya. This might be the ace na kailangan natin para may religtas ang game na to. The ace from Marky! It was so bad for Oasis at that point. Pero Marky saves the day.
Sa totoo lang, dapat yung Marky 3 tanggalin na yung 3 dyan. Dapat Marky 5 na yung pangalan niya. I mean, dito naman ngayon sa side ng APH. Let's see if ever makakabawi sila. Actually, ito yung gusto talagang makita yun. I mean, because of the pop flash na ginawa nga ni Blurred. Dun nga sa may C, tapos biglang binatuhan ni Kelly as and Pinchos, tapos biglang swing out din si Derek. Isipin mo, 3 agad yung nandun na nag-push nga sa C. So halos wala na talaga nagawa yung mga players nga ng Oasis Gaming doon. And for themselves, talagang it's all about the aggression na pinapakita nila. And dito naman sa Oasis Gaming, I mean, yung isa na meron sila, syempre, yung yung experience Tulad yan, Wild Oreo will catch one already. Kelly is now down. Wala na silang duelist.
Yun na nga, no? Si Kelly pa yung nawala dito. So mas mahihirapan ang APH.
Actually, medyo mahirap na rin talaga yung sitwasyon nga ng APH doon. Kasi ano ba yung usual na ginagawa if ever you are, if you have a raise and and double ini sa A, malamang tapunan mo lang ng fault line, pwedeng flash, pwedeng pain shell, wala na agad yun. Pero mukhang B ata ang take nila ngayon.
The same yun yung ginawa nung previous round doon na ngayon talaga sila naman yung nagpaulan ng utilities pero 3 versus 2 papasok sa smoke pero yung Ecoms hindi makakatulong dahil nga tila ba miscoms yung mabasok nila dito at tutulak talaga sila ng tuluyan pero Oasis wala man lang namatay at they are going to take this pistol.
Flawless.
Napaka-flawless ng round nila and it's all about how you possession na rin talaga dito sa game na to. I mean, if ever gonna check out naman talaga dun sa initial pick-off nga na ginawa nila dito kay Kelly S. I mean, kita mo yun, diba? Hindi nag-push out dito sa OAS game dito nga sa A. Isipin mo, they have that change, they have every utilities na to prevent the initial push na pwedeng gawin dito ng Action PH and napigilan nila bigla yun. And if ever mag-i sila, kailangan nilang kalmahan. Cyrus, pa naglalaro nga tayo dito sa Lotus, diba? Sinasabi ko if ever attackers tayo, mag-i-delay natin yung push, diba? Antayin lang natin yung mga utilities kasi nga, yun yung ginagawa nila. Like ito ngayon, diba? Yun na yun, fault line and pain shells.
Grabe,
so, kalma lang sila.
Wala pa, kubuti nga, wala silang siege kundi meron pang lumilipad na slow orb yun. And the same nga sa ginawa previously ng APH. At fun fact, natutunan ko yan kay Vil, yung mga delay na yan. Especially nung nag-lurk ako Cypher.
Okay lang kahit walang siege kasi may fault line naman. So, mas slow naman sila sa fault line.
Exactly. So, may sarili na silang slow at meron kasamang blind yun. Pero mukhang hindi na kailangan pa ng blind dahil Oasis will be mowing down itong attackers natin mula dito sa C. Natila ba? Si Kevsi, mabubuhay pa siya. May chance pa with a 30 HP pero Savvy, technically you can see me dahil nga kahit saan pa magpapagman dito. Oo, men. Tapos sa paligiran pa siya. Wala na. Hirap.
Pero yun nga, pero sino ba talaga ang nagpapanalo dito? Siyempre, yung mga players nga ng hindi mo talaga dumiretso lang dito talaga dito sa may Rubble together with Nexi. This is the Great Wall of Oasis Gaming. And actually, sobrang good read na ginagawa nga ng Oasis Gaming kasi they actually know kung saan ba sila mag-rotate dito. It's just gusto ng APH talaga makakuha natin talaga ng space which is yun ang hindi ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming. They're not letting APH to get the space that APH needs.
Yes, exactly. At ako ngayon naman dito, ito na yung ginagawa nga ng delay. Understandable na yan na talagang always be patient towards A. Pero after nga ng delay na yun, hindi na sila move sa C.
Mahirap talaga pag may delay, Cyrus.
Nako, delikado talaga pag na-delay. Kasi nga alam mo na talaga yung responsibility nila dito na pwede nga nila surprisehin yung ibang members. And Wild Oreo is out for the count. So less utils ang kailangan nila problemahin dito. Bawas na, biglang rotate kaagad.
4v5, Nexi. Swing out, we'll take down Derek. Medyo mahirap to kasi nga naka-full ba yung mga players ngayon ni APH. If ever magpupush sila, kailangan nila ng matinding firepower na pinapakita nila. But Kelly S, nako po, si Marky nagbabantay na, nagpapakita ba sila pero mukhang hindi ata, kalmado lang sila. Hindi sila nagda-dry pick dito. At least ginawa nga ni Blurred, nag-pop flash siya na for them to go in pero magandang angle na pinapakita dito ng Oasis Gaming. Meron dalawang tao dito. Marky will catch one, Kevsi with another one right now. 1-to-1 trade, 2-to-1 trade rather. And that is Kevsi with a 2K. So sila pupunta, hindi na sabi, probably here in A. Okay, mag-rotating doors lang sila and this is gonna be the retake na gagawin na ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming ngayon with a 2v3.
At sinara na nga yung wall dito sa main, which is si George, magaling dun sa link. Pwede mag-doors, pero si Savvy, wala na siyang chance na mabuhay doon. As Micro was able to take him down. Waiting game na lang muna dito si Georgie.
Yeah.
Pagkasira ng wall.
Waiting game indeed. 1v3. Nakita silang dalawa. Pero sabi ni Micro, mas pogi ako sa'yo.
Ayun.
5-10 indeed. And yeah, nice, really good bonus round na ginawa pa rin dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero kitang-kita mo naman, I really want na to point out rin talaga yung ginawa nga ni Kevsi with a 2K. Papasok na din talaga dun sa main link. Taking down the players na nagbabantay rin talaga onto that side. 2-to-1 trade yung ginawa nila doon. But for the side of Oasis Gaming naman, at least this is their full buy round. They have the lockdown, they have the utilities on hand. Pero in terms of everything, lamang pa rin talaga ang APH kasi armor pa lang, doon mo na makikita yan. Pero Savvy 8K, ito rin sinasabi natin kanina, Osiris na letting na makakuha ng space ang APH.
And yun na nga, no, in terms of space ng APH, napaaga ang pasok na ni Savvy. Yes, hindi man siya natamaan doon ng initial utils, pero nakuha pa rin talaga ni Blurred tapusin yung trabaho against Savvy. So yung Oasis naman ngayon, yung pumupush outside their place, outside the site, play for picks ang APH dito na nagagawa naman nila ng mabuti. At 3 versus 5, Marky hesitated, doesn't want to overcommit dito sa C.
Kalmado lang siya, paranoia at least, just to prevent the possible push na gagawin dito ng APH. Mapasok nga na silong ni Kaka. Pero at least, next meron siyang lockdown, yes, pero pwedeng gamitin niya kahit 5v3, winnable pa rin naman yan. Pero medyo mahirap na rin naman talaga on the side of Oasis Gaming kasi tatlo na lang sila. They're here already. Aftershock will not gonna connect all three players. Blurred will plant the spike already. And that is Nexi! Gets one, pero yun nga na sobrang low niya. Napakahirap nito. Marky, magpapakita pa. Sige, mag-audition kayo sa Valorant dito. Isa-isa kayo magpakita. Yun na kayo nangyari doon. Napakagandang crossfire ng pinakita dito ng APH. May tao sa harap, may tao sa gilid. Literal na hindi ka talaga makakapasok ng buhay.
Nabantayan na nga lahat ng angles. And kahit sabihin nga natin yung maraming lusutan ng mga defenders. Once na makuha mo naman yan, wala nang problema. Pwede nyo na lang postehan para kahit sino mang lumabas mula doon sa mga entry points na yan, madali na lang linisin. And APH, it was a good start. Nakuha ka agad nila doon si Savvy at unti-unti na nga nila napitas yung mga members. Literal na audition yung buong round na yon.
Yun nga, isa sila pumasok dito pero yung mga players ngayon Oasis Gaming, mero sneaky Balboa sila dito. Unti-unti sila pumapasok nga dito sa A pero nga lang Kelly S, magandang one-way smoke ang ginawa ni tropang KFC. Nag-aantay lang din talaga siya na aggression ang gagawin nga dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero eto na yung Blur, eto na si Blur ng Trailblazer. Alam na nila na napakadaming tao nga dito sa may A. Pero yung mga side ng APH, hindi sila lalaban. Mamba o tataas sila pero mga yun na kayo sinasabi natin dito, may kadilabanan pa rin nila. Pero that is Marky will catch one with a frenzy on hand. Pwede ka to paranoia. Connect sa kanila, pero aftershock makukuha nila yung spike, yes, pero 4v3 to. Hindi ko alam kung bakit pa rin talaga nilabanan to. And Marky, galawang tondo, doon lang sa loob ng smoke. Mukhang alam ata nila kung sila pupunta, pero kalmado lang sila kasi nga lamang sila. Meron pa silang lockdown ngayon, so pwede nilang bawian itong mga players na to in terms of retake.
Strength in numbers ang pinapakita ngayon dito ng Oasis, and they might be defend the land dito sa C. Dahil nga sinisimulan na nga ni Derek ang plan. Kelly, yes, but still, Wild Oreo coming on top. Derek, susubukan niya mag-swing dito sa halls. Pero magagawa naman yung trabaho with a double kill, double headshot. And the last man standing, yung Savior, a 1v1. May chance kaya na mailigtas niya ulit itong game na to. Nasa loob ng smoke. Galawang pundo. Derek, tamang buy time lang.
Konti na lang to. 1v1 the Great One. Nag-aantay lang din sila ng pag-tap ng smoke. And that is Derek. Will take that kill with a flick. Grabe naman talaga mag-flick ang mga Pinoy.
Grabe yun. At kita mo naman, no, parang sa iba pa nakaturo, biglang flick lang with a click sa kanyang head. And napakalinis once again. And it was really a bad start from APH. Pero this time, no, nagawa nila makarecover na kahit sabihin mong ang dami, I mean, dalawa kaagad yung members na nawala sa kanila. They pick it up, hindi na nila pinorse, and natanong mo nga rin kanina, ba't pa nila nilaban? So, they realized that it's not worth fighting for. Pumunta kaagad sila sa C. Ito na nga yung quick execution mula kay Kelly, yes! Destroying 2 members agad! And Marky, nakakuha na i-trade naman niya. At yung pagiging kalmado niya, mapapa-atras siya. Pero lockdown mula dito sa attacking side.
Lockdown has been set already, and yun nga, KFC gonna get that kill instead. Pero Marky and Georgie, kailangan nila magmambaol dito. Si Georgie, okay, huwag na lang siya lumaban. Wala naman bawas yung armor niya. Might as well save that, pero hindi. Lalaban siya. Bakit? Ba't ako hindi lalaban, Vil? Lalaban ako. Ako si Georgie, di ba? Lumaban na lang din siya, man.
Wala na siyang no-choice. Grabe.
Wala na siyang no-choice talaga.
And ito nga, no, nakita na natin na yung execution ng attacking side ngayon ng APH mas lumalamang, mas lalong lumalakas, and kita mo naman mas lalo ngayon. Maraming ultimates ang Oasis Gaming. Pero tatlo naman sa side ng Action PH.
Yeah, yun nga rin yung gusto ko rin talaga yun yung gusto ko i-point out din. It's just yung mga players nga ng Oasis Gaming, talagang they're just racking up all their utilities para lang syempre gamitin nila sabay-sabay together with APH. In terms of crowd control, napakahirap na rin talaga ng pwedeng sapitan dito ng APH kasi nga in terms of utilities, they have the Rolling Thunder na meron sa Wild Oreo, you have the kay Savvy 8K, one more orb for the Showstopper, and syempre meron din siyang lockdown dito. Matinding crowd control talaga ang kailangan nilang ilabas dito just to show up the players of APH papaalis ng loob ng isang site. Pero in terms naman of entry, meron pa rin dito ang APH. They have that Showstopper on hand, and KevZ can actually use that para lang syempre just to bait out their opponents kung saan talaga sila pupunta. And meron silang sustain na meron dito na meron nga si Micro. So sa parang labanan to ng ultimates for sure, kung sino ba din talaga ang mananaig dito, kung sino ba talaga ang makakabawi. And in terms naman sa ultimates, paunahan na lang to, kumbaga.
Yun nga, kumbaga yung pag-eliminate mo nga doon sa certain members na merong ultimate. Ito na nga, sinimulan na with the Showstopper, hindi connect, pero nasa loob na kagad ng APH. Dito sa B, actually, si Kelly S lang yun. Dahil ibang members, nasa A pa rin. Tamang chill lang siya dito. Play for picks, hanap-hanap lang. Georgie ang isa niya, makakasalubong, and that Showstopper nawala na nga kaagad. Siyempre, dahil nga nalaman na nandoon si Kelly S Waterfall. Tama ko lang na impormasyon mula sa kanyang ibon.
4v5, yun na, lahat ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming dito, online na ang ultimates nila. At syempre, paunahan na lang to kung sino ba talaga ang pinakamas madali na gamitin. Okay, Georgie, pinagamitin ni Seeker siya para malaman yung masa ng mga kalaban niya. Pero at the end of the day, apat na lang naman sila. Shadow Step onto the players of APH. Retake na ang gagawin ng Oasis Gaming ngayon. They have the lockdown, they have the Rolling Thunder. Lahat meron sila. At yun na nga, simulan muna natin dito kay kay Nexi with the lockdown para lumabas silang lahat. There's no way na masisira nila yan. Micro, yes, meron siyang pangbuhay dito, pero yun nga lang, asa ba talaga sila? Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, lahat na nilapas nila. Wala silang sinayang dito kahit isa. Yung isa, low on HP, si Blair nagpapatid dito talaga, pero nga lang sa push na naman sabi 8K, but all the way, dun lang sa rotating doors, lumabas yung mga players sa APH, pero sabi ni Georgie, with the 3K, manahimik kayo, tinurbo pa, pinaamoy sa kanya ang ang Seekers niya. Muntik ko nang sabihin yung mga kaibigan.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo.
Pero buti na lang si Kuya Bill kalmado. Kasi nung muntik ko nang sabihin, biglang nag-flashback yung buong VCT career ko.
Oo, di ba? Parang yan yung mga panahon na talagang magdadalawang isip ka. Sabihin ang mga bagay-bagay. Once na makita mo ang iyong buhay. Pero grabe yung boost na yun, Kuya Bill.
Yeah, that's true. At least, 'di ba? Talagang in terms naman sa pinakita nilang sagutan doon. Actually, mainit 'di ba? Sa dami nilang nilabas doon, konti na lang din yung mga players na nabuhay nga sa Oasis Gaming. Nagigil pa nga si Georgie. Talagang tulad ng napag-usapan natin, literal na sabayang pagbigkas talaga. Talagang labanan talaga ng ultimate ngayon.
Pinakawalan nila Kumbaga tulad ng sinabi mo, unahan na lang yan, and hindi sila nag-unahan. Nagsabayan sila. And yes, may nauna man mula sa kamay ni Kelly S, that Showstopper. Napakalaki sana ng ambag na yun sa possibility na manalo sila kung nakakuha siya ng pick to any of those members. Pero dahil nga nirespeto yon ng Oasis, lahat sila hindi nila binigay yung impormasyon. At the very last moment, natagpuan man si Nexi, pero dahil siya ay sexy, hindi pa rin umabot yung rocket launcher nito ni Kelly S, and might be shifting siya towards the waterfalls. Pero syempre, all angles covered nga, you have Georgie. At that point, it was a 4 versus 5.
Yung waterfalls.
Di ba? Parang
sa A tayo naglaban. Bigla sinabi mo yun sa C.
Hindi. Kasi di ba, si Kelly S sinubukan niya mag-B. Sinubukan niya pitasin si Nexi. Tapos nag-waterfalls. Kaso nakita siya ni Georgie. Wala na, medyo. At that point, nag-commit na sila lahat sa A. And then a 4 versus 5 with all ultimates online sa kamay ng Oasis. Talagang alam mo na it will be a big problem since wala na ang pressure. Wala na yung Kelly S pressure, the lurk pressure na pwedeng mag-open for a possibility ng ibang site, ng ibang angles, ng flank. So talagang overall, binuhos na lang ng Oasis since day one at yun nga, na isa-isa na sila doon.
Yun, natapos din si Mr. Rogin Manansala.
Oo, medyo mahabang paliwanag eh. Talagang flashback kung flashback, no?
Kaya, cool na lang si Mr. Osiris, gumawa na ng nobela.
Oo,
Pero sa totoo
diba?
lang, gusto ko lang din sabihin, is sayang din talaga kasi hindi nagamit ni Micro yung ultimate niya. Which is, yun din talaga pinaka-importante dito. Once again, they have the sustain. At yung sustain niyan, yan na pinaka-importante kailangan mong gamitin. Pero, yeah, tapos na nangyari. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. After that, pagkatapos ng nobina at after ng nobela, dito muna tayo sa tech pause, mga kaibigan. Gising na ba si Ray Ray?
Kasi may tech pause eh.
Okay lang naman. Kahit naman hindi mo habaan, kalmaan. Kalma ka lang kasi, Osiris.
Kalmado lang tayo, tulad ni Marky.
Kalma lang. Hindi naman kalmado si Marky kasi si Marky tahimik yan.
Ayun naman pala.
Pero, yeah, all these players, hopefully, ito na yung time na makikita natin dito ang APH na talagang magamit nila yung mga utilities in order for them to sustain itong mga tropa na to.
Ayan. Ito na. Execution
Kinabahan
na.
ako eh. Napansin pala ni Napansin pala ni Francis. Oo.
Kaya babe lang ako eh. Napatahimik din ako kasi bagong salta tayo, bawal tayo magpasaway. Pero dahan-dahan, ang APH dito. Pero Georgie, makakuha kaya siya ng informasyon. Medyo umaray siya dito pero that blinded. May information na may tao sa C para mas malaman natin. The Battle of the Dogs. Nagkasalubong yung dalawang doggy. Nagkaamuyan. Pero nilagpasan lang isa't isa. Pero ito na nga mukhang execution na mula dito sa APH as they are eyeing kunin itong C side.
Ako yung amoy nung dalawang trailblazer dito. Sino kaya ang mas mabango? Diba?
Kung sino ang mas magpapaligo ng alaga.
Sinong Sky dito sa dalawang team to? Feeling ko si Blurred eh. Pero yun nga, mas mabango yung kay Blurred. Yan. Pero yun na nga, this is critical already sa ginagawa nga dito ng Oasis Gaming. Paranoia will connect onto these players. Maganda yung hold na ginagawa nga ni APH. One order will catch one. Rumba will be activated pero easily shut down with the players of Oasis Gaming. Yun na nga, yung mga stage fans pinapakita nila. But ito 4v1. Derek grabs si mag-isa. Planted for Mount pero Diyos ko, wala siyang makita kahit isa.
And that's it. Kumaga, kahit sabihin natin na maganda na yung execution doon ng APH is yung utility usage, no? Na pag-usapan nga natin na yung Trailblazer, yung Light, and then even itong si Marky. Kung akala natin siya'y tahimik lang, ngayon nag-ingay siya kaagad with the quick ultimate. Papunta nga doon sa C at nagawa niya may pag-body-body with Georgie to protect yung yung Giegedli, no, yung towards C. At that point, Rumba doesn't really made wonders para dito sa side ng kay Action PH, and they just mowed down. Napakadali na lang nung execution nila dahil nga yung smoke din na nakatulong ng bahagya kay Kevzi, pero spray down mula dito sa Oasis, making sure na maubos yung mga members.
APH already doing the timeout that they need, but Oasis Gaming, all they need to win is just one more point. And Micro, naantay lang natin kung kailan niya gagamitin yung rest niya. Pero yun nga kasi wala rin siyang sa totoo lang. Ang problema ni Michael dito is wala siyang space na pag-rest. Kasi nga, ino-overflow na masyado ng Oasis Gaming. If ever magre-retake sila, talagang buhos kumbaga. Talagang matinding buhos talaga at hindi nila hinahayaan na makapag-react na nga yung mga players ng APH dito. Well, at the end of the day, this is the map that is picked by Oasis Gaming anyway. So, we're gonna get to see if ever talaga na map pickers to kung APH may bawi ba o tatapos talaga ng Oasis Gaming. But Kelly S with the first pick already.
At ito na nga, sinimulan na nga kagad as Marky will be removed dito. Match point ang Oasis. So, matindi ang buweluhan ng APH para lang ma-survive itong mapa na ito. Patience game for Oasis. Hindi pa rin talaga sila mag-overextend. Tamang silip lang. May tamang paramdam tayo dito sa A-site at mukhang ito na ba ang oras sa talagang pagpili ng APH. A-site talaga ang kanilang kukunin. Unti-unti na nilang tinutulak palabas dito sa Wild Oreo. Papunta sa likod. They are taking a lot of space dito sa A and even might be rotating papunta sa B.
Itong mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, at least nag-isa-isa na nakikita yung mga kalaban nila. Yun na nga, Diyos ko po. Nag-audition. Nag-audition dito pero nagmamatinig talaga siya. Micro, ito na ba yung oras para gamitin niya? Itong utility niya, itong rest niya. Pero Micro with a swing! Preventing yung pagpatay pa ng Nexus sa mga kalaban niya. Georgie mag-isa, 1v3 right out of this game. 5 seconds in at may oras pa. Okay, sige. Hindi ko na alam kung ano nangyari dun sa nato.
Oo, si KFZ, nakasalubong niya eh.
Oo, okay.
Hindi niya ini-expect and...
Oo, nagulat.
Nagulat din ako, parang, uy, bakit tumiga siya bigla?
Oh, what just happened?
Good execution.
Pero at least, diba?
APH, buhay ang pangarap, buhay ang laban dito sa ating mapa na kung saan initially nagawa naman ni Great Wall of Nexi na harangin yung ibang members ng APH and that res from Micro really did the great job para lang i-secure itong panalo nito. Pero Happy 8K na may paranoia. Nako, na paranoid siya. At double headshot mula dito kay Kelly S with a 5 HP. Wala nga lang sila may sasagot with the ecoms na harangan ng anggulo ni Wild Oreo.
4v3, of course. Oasis Gaming, they have all the flashes that they need. Meron pa naman siyang aftershock dito. They can actually prevent the possible push of APH. Pero ang problema nila, meron pa silang Seekers ngayon. Na meron nga si Blurred and they're just racking up all the ultimates na meron sila. And lockdown is meron na napakahirap ito. And Wild Oreo, nasa kanya ang sagot kung mapapivot pa din ang pag-push ngayon. Ayun na nga, Wild Oreo, napatay niya si Kelly S. Napatay niya yung iba, napatay niya si Derek din. At yun ang pinaka-importante doon, napatay niya yung merong lockdown sa side ng APH ngayon. 2v1, Micro, winnable pa rin to. Meron naman siyang Vandal, puno pa lahat ng buhay niya. Pero saan pa siya pupunta? Yung Spike nasa kanya, nagpaparinig lang siya dito, nag-iingay lang din siya. Just trying to bait out these players na using all the sound cues na meron sila. Seekers is out already. Micro waiting for the aggression na pwedeng ipakita ng Oasis Gaming ngayon.
At nabaril na nga dito, magkakasama yung dalawa pero narinig nila. Alam na nila kung saan siya manggagaling. Magkakasilipan, itatanim na ba? Rinig na rinig siya dito. Tinap lang naman yung Spike, pero syempre that's it. Dahil Nexi pa rin na siyang magmamando sa B. And a win for Oasis, map 1.
Yeah, I mean, 1-0 already in favor of Oasis Gaming. Well, at the end of the day, this is the map that they picked. And kung napapansin mo, diba, talagang matinding utility play na din talaga yung mga pinapakita nila. Lalong-lalo na yung mga flashes na nilalabas nga ng mga players ng APH and Oasis Gaming. Actually, dikit yung laban eh. We really thought na ito yung time na makakabawi nga yung mga players ng APH, pero it's just tinuloy-tuloy na rin talaga ng Oasis Gaming yung kanilang momentum towards these matches. And yeah, I mean, as you can see, Marky, ito yung sinasabi natin eh. Once na nagsama, yung tatlong super hard hitters ng Oasis Gaming, medyo mahirap talaga. Sino-sino ba yun? Siyempre, andyan si Marky, the most cracked duelist of all time. Andyan si Georgie, the most disciplined duelist of all time. And siyempre, andyan si Savvy 8K, which is ang most cracked sa collegiate scene. So, pag nagsama-sama na yung tatlo na yun, naku po, delubyo na.
Oo. Nakita nga natin no, yung dinalang delubyo dito. And I must say no, na talagang may mga shining moments itong APH. Pero talagang Oasis, no, whenever na nakuha nga nila yung momentum, especially ito si Marky, Savior, nagawa niyang magtago doon sa posting yun, nagkapalitan. At syempre yung last moment na nakagawa niyang i-ace. One round that mattered most para lang maitawid even further yung pagkapanalo nila dito. And APH, tulad ka na sinabi natin no, na it's not all about attacker side, defender side. Dahil nga the way APH defended, sobrang solid nun. Hindi nagkaroon ng gap yung Oasis sa kanilang mga pagkapanalo. And moving into the attack, mas naging comfortable sila. Pero it feels like may mga mistakes pa rin na somehow nag-overcommit sila while Oasis is moving as a unit na nakuha nila yung mga trades that mattered most.
Actually, ito yung gusto ko talaga i-point out dyan. Yung pinakahuling round nga dito sa game to, which is si Wild Oreo. Napitas niya yung mga pinaka-importanting agent talaga sa game na to. But yeah, kita-kita naman natin dito. Oasis Gaming delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Andito ngayon si Great Wall of Nexi. Ladies and gentlemen, galit na galit. Apakan mo ako kapag magsasorry sa'yo. Pero yun nga, well, si Nexi, 2021 pa lang, una pa lang ng VCT, idol ko na to eh. Talagang whenever na nagki-killjoy siya, whenever na nagsa-cypher siya, kitang-kita talaga natin na wala talagang makakalagpas dito sa taong to. And the way na nakita natin kanina, nung flick doon sa pataas, pinatay na si Kelly S.
Exactly.
That was wonderful. Pero yun nga, we've seen it already. Game number 1 goes in favor sa side nga ng Oasis Gaming. Pero pupunta naman tayo sa Haven pagdating naman sa game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching VCTPH Split 2. Kami nga pala ang yung casters. My name is Phil. Kasama ko si Osiris. See you later.
Tayo'y nagbabalik sa ikalawang mapa sa laban sa pagitan ng Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. Kami pa rin ang inyong makakasama, Osiris at ang pinakapoging si Justin Villaseran.
Okay, yun na ba yun? Kala ko meron ko pang gusto sabihin.
Ayun na nga yun po. Ito na nga tayo. Oo nga. Dahil tinugtungan ko. Kumusta naman, Kuya Bill? Nakita natin yung game 1.
Yun na pala yun.
Oo.
Kala ko meron ka pang gusto sabihin. Like, yun nga, nakita ko yung game number. Pero yun nga, game number 1 goes sa side ng Oasis Gaming, and we're really hoping na talaga makuha ng Ascension PH to because this is the map that they pick, which is Haven nga. Pero any last thoughts dun sa Lotus, Sir Rogin?
Ayun na, tulad ng sinabi mo, Justin, no? It's not all about kung anong attacker-sided or defender-sided yung certain map. It's all about execution. And with the utilities na talagang mas nagamit ng itong mga teams natin, yung agent selection pa lang napaliwanag mo na they need to deal with how many flashes before they entirely can go to a site or can defend the site. Napakahirap.
Naninibago ako sa camera ko kasi nasa ibang room kasi ako, guys.
Oh.
If ever you are wondering, nasa
ano
ibang room kasi ako. Kasi may problema yung kasama ko sa bahay. Si Pico. Kaya nasa ibang room ako ngayon. Sinasamahan ko siya. Actually pinapanood ko kasi ngayon sa camera, sa screen natin ngayon. Okay. Kitang-kita pala yung leeg ko. Leg reveal nga sabi ni Taylor, di ba? Pero yeah, dito naman sa mga players nga ng APH, nakita na rin talaga natin kung paano sila mag-defend nga dito sa game na to. And yun yung sinasabi natin, doon pa lang sa pinakaunang part ng game, lalong-lalo na if ever Lotus, na if ever you're up against a defender na Raze, a Sky, and a Breach, Diyos ko, kabahan ka na. Kung ako sa'yo, mag-delay ka na lang mag-push sa A kasi 100% baka yun yung gawin nila. Iba to nila yung mga utilities nila, lalong-lalo na yung fault line nga tsaka yung pain shells kasi once na nag-connect na yon, yung dalawang lang yon na utilities nga sa team nyo, Diyos ko, literal na ubos pati pantubos yung HP nyo. And yun lang din talaga yung nakita natin sa mga initial pickoffs dito nga sa game na to. Pero right after na mangyari yun, sa round number 2, towards sa mga sumusunod pa, is hindi na sila nagpapaka-aggressive nga. Inaantay lang nila na burn out yung mga utilities sa mga kalaban nila. Then right after that, doon na sila papasok. Nabibilang naman nila yung mga utilities na ginagamit nila anyway. And at least minsan nga nabibait pa nila yung mga utilities nila. And kitang-kita rin natin yung mga reaction ng mga players sa if ever may sabi, magre-react ba agad yung mga kalaban nyo o hindi. Mga ganong klaseng mga simple stuff lang din talaga that you need to consider.
Yes, exactly. And with so many factors na kailangan nating isilipin, nagbabago nga yung pag-adapt ng mga teams natin kung paano sila nagkaroon ng adjustment doon sa mapa ng Lotus. But this time around, we are moving in sa Haven kung saan 3 sites din to. At wala na tong attacker-sided or defender-sided. It's all about them making good use kung ano meron sila. And you gotta respect that part na hindi na to about the sides because both of the teams sabihin na nating they are top teams. So they know how to execute. They know how to do it. And at this point, it always has been itong mga teams na to, especially itong Oasis.
Shoutout ka pala kay Pico.
Sabihin na nating talagang pumapantay sa NAOS currently, which is the champs from Split 1.
Yeah. Well, actually, hindi lang din naman dito. Hindi lang naman sila. Shoutout nga pala kay Pico, mga kaibigan. Kasi siyempre gusto niyang marinig yung boses niya on stream, di ba? Kasi dati kasi nung bata to, nakita ng VCT yung paglaki nitong ason to. Isipin mo, dati maliit lang siya, pero ngayon naka-earphones na. Pero at least, di ba? Just like what you've said, itong tatlong teams na to, yung nga, NAOS, Oasis, Traction PH, talagang magkakadikit talaga, no? And tulad na sinabi natin kanina, na PH, this has been their best run so far sa buong VCT. So kung ako sa kanila, talagang i-own na nila yun, kunin nila yun, and let's see if ever sila ba magiging representative ng Philippines towards Ascension kasi yun yung pinaglalabanan natin ngayon. Actually, hindi lang yun, Osiris. Meron tayong extra dyan. Yung 1.5 million na prize pool natin, courtesy of Mr. Osiris.
Oy, teka lang parang hindi yata
Ay, sorry. 50-50 pala kayo. 50% kay Osiris kaya 50% kay Taylor. Kasi, paldo yun.
Ako
yung Taylor,
parang feeling
yaman
ko.
nun
Feeling ko, dapat yata the moods yan eh. Hindi yata dapat ako kasali dyan eh. Na nga, pumasok pa dito. Sinabing na damay pa talaga siya. Pero ito na, Kuya Vil, kumbaga it's time to win sa Haven. At agent selection, meron kagad Omen. Same as what we witnessed nung nandun tayo sa Lotus.
Comfy picks lang ang kailangan nila ipakita dito. Meta picks, comfy picks, and mirror matchup nga yung makikita natin ngayon. Wala nang talagang alam mo ang laban dito kasi lahat naman sila cracked yung aim eh. So, laban na lang dito, it's all about executions mga kaibigan. Ganun lang yung pagaling na executions, pagalingan na talaga kung sino talaga ang gagawa ng mga strategies, kung paano mag-entry, kung paano mag-retake, kung paano mag-def, ganun lang naman talaga. And El Clasico-ng labanan dito sa match-up na to. So, papansin natin, at least, pareho lang sila. Chill lang sila. Ikaw ba? Di ba Cypher main ka, di ba?
Oo. Yun lang alam kong gamitin. Pero nag-step up yung aking play simula na naruan mo ako. Mga lurks na yun. At,
ganun naman talaga.
Ganun talaga dapat, di ba?
Oo, ganun naman talaga.
Syempre, hindi pa ako kasing lakas ni Kuya Bill.
Hindi totoo.
Natuto pa. Binubuhat pa ng mga jet yan eh. Pero tulad nga sinabi mo, no? Pagalingan lang tumutok dito.
Alam mo ba kung sino bumubuhat sa akin?
Sino?
Yung pumasok kanina, si Miss Taylor. Binubuhat ako niyan.
Hindi ko pa naalala si Miss Taylor.
Gecko main yan. Si Taylor Kulan na lang, maging kamukha niya si Gecko eh. Pero yun na nga.
Kulay na siya ng buhok.
Kahawik naman niya si Wingman. So, yun lang. Pero yun na nga sila, papasok na ata sila. Georgie gonna go in already for the players of APH. Delikado kasi literal na wala silang makita. Na-detect pa sila. And Kelly S. Kill sa muka.
Napakabilis nun. Umekini ka agad dito, Will. Pero teka lang, dahil tamang finish pa rin sila dito, sa kapalang nila itatanim ang spike. Pumipwesto ang mga members ng APH para sa retake at waiting patiently kung may chance bang makapitas pa.
Look at Micro, ang ganda position niya dito rin sa may garage. If ever may mag-swing, pwede siyang makapatay dito. Pero andun si Nexi, kalmado na lang din talaga. Alam niya kung nasa may mga kalaban niya, and that is Blurred. Mag-isa, 13 HP, right click sa mukha, 1v1 kalaban si Joel at wala siyang nagawa. Actually si Drax, ano yung ginawa niya the whole time? Nag-aantay lang siya na pwedeng ng ma-crossfire. Asa babasa kanina ni ni kaibigang Nexi, nag-aantay lang siya na pwedeng sisilip. Sobrang dami ng ginawa ni Drax doon, man. Pero at least yung paranoia, yun ang pinaka-importante. Kasi sobrang nag-connect yung paranoia niya. Talaga.
Yun nga, no, apart from paranoia, yung mga magandang ecoms to completely deny and have a safe haven para sa pwesto nila. Anong pagpasok nila sa C? So napakalaking bagay nun, no? Kahit nakaupo lang yung Drax, yung panimulang bati naman niya ang matindi. At panimulang bati indeed dahil pumasok agad dito si Georgie.
Here we go. Savvy taking the plant spike already, and now Derek waiting for the siguro rotation, pero hindi na sila mag-rotate kasi nasa scene na sila eh. And itong mga players sa APH, alam mo yung gagawin nila, pwede na sila magpakamatay sa spike and mag-ano na lang dito, mag-exit frags. Yun na lang yan, men. Kasi there's no way na papasukan nila to. Hindi nila bibigyan ng pera pa ang Oasis Gaming. Kasi magkano ba isang ulo? 200 pesos yan kada ulo sa side nga ng APH.
Nako. Pambili din yun ng utility. At tulad nga ng sinabi mo, no, yun na lang talaga ang kanilang plano. Everyone nakapaligid lang sa isa't isa, each other's back covered. At ito na, the Suicide Squad. Asok!
Alam mo, Osiris. Uy!
Ano yan?
Uy, si Kelly's!
Si Kelly's! Habol!
Si Kelly's!
Oh my God, Kelly's! Ano ba yan?
Si Kelly's! Muntik na, men! Muntik na matamaan.
Inabol niya pa, men. Kaso talagang hindi sapat. Masyado siya malayo.
Wala eh. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Pero yun na. Wala eh. Pero yung mga players naman ng APH, parang nakapitas pa si Kelly's. Not quite sure if ever nakapitas pa.
Malinis eh.
Wala, diba?
Wala. Malinis. Pero teka lang.
Mas malinis pa sa clean.
Indeed. At tulad nga nabi mo, execution pa ito. Puro silang talagang gusto nilang kunin dito, Vil.
Yes, that is true. Kasi nga dito sila mas comfortable. And now Georgie will catch one already. Derek just trying to prevent possible push yung ginagawa ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. Kaya talagang sobrang init na init siya. Kahit super low in HP na siya. And it's all about the utility play na dito ng pinapata ng Oasis Gaming ngayon. Paranoia has been settled already. Will not gonna connect onto these players, but at least makakapatay pa rin sila. But Blurred all the way dun sa likod. Once again, this is the bonus round ng Oasis Gaming, Blurred. Ito na, chinarge up na ang dash and they have an idea kung nasan ba si Blurred dito. Alarm bot, buti na lang. Just confirming na nandun nga siya. Kung ako sa kanya, mag-save na lang siya pero mukhang lalaban ata siya.
Reveal, ang tapang-tapang ni
Okay,
Blurred
save. Save lang.
Nagbago ang isip ni Blurred. Akala ko nais niya pang ilaban with the dash. Pero yun nga, no, after no alarm bot na yun, meron pang recon. So talagang mag-give away yung position niya and a 3 versus 1 is less likely for Blurred to survive. Not unless makasalubong niya dito si Wild Oreo pero magkukunyari na lang siyang balikbayan box.
Tingnan natin kung magkita ba siya pero mukhang hindi ata. Kalmado lang sila. Blurred, well, hindi naman siya mapapatay dyan kasi nga hindi naman din talaga ganun ka ano yung... Well, puno pa yung armor niya. So 3-0 already sa side ni APH and now Blurred siya ang kukuha dito. Siya ang mag-anchor for sure dito sa side ka ni APH kasi siya yung may pera. And pinaka-importante dito, kailangan din niyang makakuha na ng Blade Storm para kung if ever naman darating sila sa puntos nga na wala silang pera ulit, at least meron siyang Blade Storm pang bawi.
Yes, meron siyang pan-damage. Merong weapon na pwede mapagsabayan. Pero mukhang gusto sumabay dito ni Derek Pero teka lang, Blurred. Bumush dito
Ang ganda ng recon. Ang ganda ng recon, men. Yun ang gusto kong makita. Tatlo ata ang nakuha niyang recon doon. Kitang-kita nila. Pero yung mga players ngayon na Oasis Gaming literal nagalit na kasi nagpupush na sila. Tapos yung mag-anchor sana, siya pa yung nawala.
Yung angkla, push. Syempre, yung pagkakaskat niya, alam mo na kumbaga, delikado talaga yung pinwesan yun. Kumbaga, point of no return yung nawa doon ni Blurred. Although, nakuha nga dito si Nexy, pero still, alam naman natin kung gaano ka-ahead. Georgie, tumalikod, buti hindi sumilip. Yung isang member doon ng APH. So, pa naman talaga sila dito.
Sabi 8K still right here, dalawang makakatapat niya. Pero kills one already, pero Micro, kalmado lang siya. Pero Sabi 8K, pwede siya malikaron dito, pero wala naman sila idea kung nasa ba sila pupunta. Sabi 8K, swinging out, will catch one, pero that is a one tap to head ginagawa ni Micro ngayon. Iba talaga pag may edad na. 3v2 right now, Micro with Vandal nakuha niya. So this is gonna be a 2-man retake na pwede nilang gawin ngayon. Fault line, konti nilang makukuha na nila. Georgie gonna push yan, gonna rush yan. Meron tao dito sa may C with a crouch, with a kill. Micro mag-isa, 1v3 retake. Medyo mahirap, pero malay mo, kayanin niya to.
Pwede pa magnorpreso dito si Micro Although yung pwesto ng tatlong members natin for Oasis, they will be playing dito sa main. At mukhang ilalaban na talaga ni Micro. Makakapitik siya. Makakuha niya dito si Georgie. Anytime. Hinap naman na tuluyan. Nagpakawala. 5 HP and a dream. Siya ba ang makakapagligtas? Mukhang oras na para umexit.
Micro, wala na siyang buhay ngayon, 5 HP kaya kailangan talaga niya mag-bamba out and yung mga players naman Oasis Gaming dito finally getting all the wins that they need. Nanalo sila dun sa Pesolon all the way sa kanilang anti-eco to their bonus round and syempre dun sa mga sumusunod pang mga matches dun kasi walang pera ngayon ng APH. Pero right now, full buy na sila. Ito naman ang tunay na bang-bang. Lahat sila may pera na. Pero hopefully, talagang sana makabawi na APH ito kasi at the end of the day, this is the map that they picked.
Yeah, kumbaga ito yung comfort nga nila. Tulad ng nasabi mo kanina, why laging ang pinupunta nila dito? It's all about the comfort this time around. At mukhang feeling at home nga sila dito. Dahil APH struggling to find their first score.
Here we go. Medyo slow and quiet lang ang pinapakita dito ng side ng Oasis dito, Osiris. Kalmado na sila. Probably play for picks. This is the thing that they're doing. Default play lang. Pero yung mga players ngayon ni APH struggling to get 1 point.
Yes, medyo ito na yung mga moments no na baka after nga na ito nitong
magsiswing kaya to si Nexy.
If matalo sila, pwedeng time out. Pero si Nexy, parang nagano nga siya. Susubukan niya ito mag-sweep. Hindi.
Yung owl drone, yung owl drone hindi nakita yung jet doon sa may sewers. So at least it is the reposition already ginagawa nga ni Blurred, pero alam niya na mayroong tao nga din main because of that owl drone na hindi siya nakita na owl drone ni Wild Oreo. So, 40 seconds in, kailan ba sila papasok ngayon? Asan ba yung Great Wall of Derek dito? They can actually go here, dito nga sa may garage, pero medyo mahirap to kasi katapat niya dito si Nexi nga. So, kailangan muna niyang makalampas dito kay Derek bago makapasok si Nexi ngayon. Micro, ginagamitan lang niya ng all the utilities that meron siya para lang just to prevent the possible push of Oasis Gaming, but they're inside already.
The delay from Nexi. Alam nga nila, nagbibigay lang sila ng time pero rolling under Navil at sinimulan na ni Nexi.
Nexi will catch one already. Aftershock will not get a connect onto these players pero nagbabantay na din sila, nagpaparedig na sila kung sasabihin yung mga kalaban nila. Pero yun nga, fault line, perfect fault line to these players. Nagkasagutan na nga ng fault line dito. Kung sa kabila ulit.
Aray ko. At ito na nga, dahan-dahan dito si Nexi Drax, tamang hanap lang, mahanap si Kelly S, nasa likod, that's the trade. Nexi will make sure that they're going to get their 5th round. Habang APH, wala pa rin.
Okay, sana yung ginawa nila dito ni Kelly S at saka ni... Sino ba yung breach sa kabila? Yung ni Kelly S at saka ni Savvy 8 Kelly. Nagsagutan sila ng fault line doon just to delay these pushes that they are doing. Pero naikutan kung napapansin mo, iniikutan na ni Drax at ni Nexi ang APH dito. Na habang nangyayari yung ginagawa nga ni Savvy 8K doon tsaka ni Kelly S, meron na palang bumabackstab sa kanila.
Hindi yun nga, no? Nakita na natin na yung ginawa ni Nexi, natanong mo nga magsiswing ba si Nexi? Hindi siya nag-swing. Nag-antay siya up until to the point na maging comfy yung mga members ng APH, maging confident sila na yes, nasa site na, nasa scene, we need to execute. At doon siya sa right timing, pumasok. Kasama niya si Drax at nalikuran na nga nila dito sila Kelly S. Yung pag-ikot nilang yun, first casualty si Kelly S talaga, which is isa sa mga matulis tumutok. And at that point, job is done na nga talaga para dito sa Oasis and kind of force a timeout na nga dito sa APH dahil kailangan na nilang gumawa ng paraan para matapos yung bleeding na nangyayari ngayon and they need to make habol.
Mas matulis ka, Osiris, huwag kang papatalo.
Naku,
Sa lahat ng matulis sa kakilala ko, ikaw ang number 1 na matinik na, matulis pa. Pero magkakaroon ata tayo ng balagbagan dito kasi nga doon lang sa may supers mga kaibigan, nagpupush na si Kelly S at wala tayong pakialam doon kasi hindi natin nakikita yon. But Georgie gonna lead the way all towards here in A. Meron pa siyang Brainstorm, meron pa siyang Vandal ngayon, pero siyang makabal kahit paano. Pero nga lang, Aldron will stop the push of Oasis Gaming right now. Pero lalabanan pa rin ba niya? Mag-iinit pa siya? Makikita natin yan kasi APH wala rin naman talagang pera.
Yes, at mag-challenge sila dito. Once na mag-execute na ng mabilisan dito ang Oasis, less yung chance na makasurvive sila. Pero yun na nga, napabayaan si Kevin doon, Kuya Will.
Yun ang pinakamahirap nga talaga na one-tap nga siya doon, mga kaibigan. Napakahirap na rin talaga kung ready na yung kalaban mo doon.
Naku, at ito na nga, pati headshot pa rin para lang siguraduhin maubos sila. At last member, si Derek na lang. Makaya niya pa kaya to. Sheriff, laban sa 4.
Pag na-clutch ni Derek to, kay Osiris na ang TF ko.
No. Parang hindi ba delikado?
Hindi. Appear lang naman yung ibibigay ko sa'yo. Derek!
Thank you,
Tapir. Nexi with a kill with a 3K already. 0-6 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Naalala ko, mga kaibigan. Ito na naman, ladies and gentlemen. Ay, nako. Sino ba?
Ano ba yan? Ano naalala mo?
Sorry pero masyadong maaga ko pa para sabihin to.
Oh, ano ba yan?
Pero sana wag mangyari.
Ano ba yan?
Kasi notorious ang Oasis Gaming pagdating sa Haven. Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Kasi ano ba? Kasi dati kasi meron ng every year, meron ng 0-30 ng Oasis Gaming dito sa Haven.
No, it's that time of the year again.
Oo, kasi actually nangyari na nga dito sa
tama.
Nangyari namin, pero sana wag mangyari ulit. Kailan ba?
Tulad nga ng sinabi
Sino
mo,
ba?
di ba?
Bahay
nila to eh.
Zol!
Ayun,
Zol
actually
yung
naalala ko rin kung sinong team eh, pero alam ko meron na nga.
0-13 Zol sa Lotus, 0-13 naman sa sa Haven, pero yun na nga. Next nakapatay na. Blurred, let's see if ever kung gaano ba kasolid yung value na yan kasi kailangan niya makapitas dito kahit isa. Pero in terms of pitasan si Nexi nakaisa na nga.
At tulad nga ng sinabi mo, yung pitasan, Romespo nga sila dito sa A, pero hindi naman talaga yun yung planong gagawin nila. Sa C pa rin ang kanilang babahayan dito. 3 versus 5. Nakakuha na nga ng initial picks dito. At other members ng APH, tamang bantay na lamang.
Nagbabantayan lang sila. 5v3 on this game right now. Blurred, waiting for additional pick-off that they need. But the players off Oasis game probably go here and... wala na talaga eh. I mean, nag-aantay na. Sige, hinahunt nila eh. They're on the hunt already. Nasaan ba si Blurred? Up! Ay! Diyos ko po! Ano yun? Diyos ko! That is a dirty kill na ginawa ni Blurred!
Sabi!
Pero oh no!
KFC pala!
Yung op, yung op!
Magdalawa pa siya with a headshot at yung op.
Oh no!
Ano sa tingin mo, Phil? Is it still a mission accomplished for losing the op or a good play for Action PH to tarnish itong ekonomiya ng Oasis?
Ito kailangan ng APH ang op. Kailangan ng APH ang op kasi nga sobrang naghahabol sila ng score ngayon eh. 0-7 at wala silang pera. Kailangan nilang makuha talaga yung op na yun. Kailangan nilang masave yun. And kahit kahit masira ng APH ang Oasis Gaming yung ekonomiya, hindi pa rin yan naramdam kasi si Wild Oreo may 8K nga. Hindi ramdam yung nangyari kanina. Diyos ko.
So
galing ng ginawa ni Blurred. Parang ako lang eh.
Oo nga eh, nakita ko yung galaw mong ganun pag nag-jet eh, kaya ako nabubuhat eh. Pero teka lang dahil makakuha pa rin sila dito at sinimulan na nga kaagad ng Oasis na makapitas despite of Georgie 8 on his 8 HP.
So we'll see it if ever makakabawi pa sila kasi nga talagang halos wala talagang pera yung mga players ng APH ngayon.
Uy!
Kelly S. One tap to the head onto Nexi. They still have that room para makabawi pero nung napatay ni Wild Oreo si Kelly S pero mukhang wala na ata. They have the Shockers, they have the Aldrone, they have the Recon Ball, they have everything on hand for them to get all these initial pickoffs. 1 to 2, pwede. Pero sabi ni Georgie, hindi na. Kevz, mag-isa. Ito si Kevz, big shoutout nga pala sa pamilya ni Kevz. Namimit ko namin yan eh. Pero, buhay pa siya. Ni-replay na natin ngayon.
Oo, nakita. Ayun, hindi na pinakita kasi nga matindi ang kanyang kinahantungan.
Medyo na natin pinakita.
Censored. Oo.
Hindi na natin pinakita.
Oo, nahuli kam. And yun nga, initially maganda na yung pagkakagamit dito nung
naggulat si Derek sa nangyari, no? Buhay pa yung isa, ni-replay na.
Prediction.
Oo. Para na desisyon yung direct natin. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. RG Garcia. Sikat ka na. May 25k likes ka sa Facebook, man. Yung video yung pinost natin. Sana pera na lang yun.
Oo, sana convertible eh, no? Feeling ko paldo rin si Boss Bill pagka ganun eh. Pero ito nga, usapang paldo. Tila, unti-unti na namang lumalapit ang Oasis sa A-site at may mga ecoms. So tamang stay muna sila dito. More members na makikita natin sa APH pero sinimulan na, Bill!
Nagkasimula na nga dito ng balagbugan pero ang problema lang din talaga si Blurred. Talagang wrong read. Akala niya magsisila pero na rin talaga. Yun yung value talaga na kailangan din nila na mabawi dito. Kasi the more na magpupush yung players dun na sa kabilang site, is the lesser yung chance na makapitas dito si Blurred. Pero at least meron naman silang lockdown dito. But Hunter's Fear already from the side of Oasis Gaming denying that lockdown. Derek! Oh, nakapitas na isa. They need to save that off. Oh, nakapitas pa ng isa mga kaibigan. Sige, 1v2. Men, winnable pa to. Pwede pang manalo ang APH dito. Yun lang nga. Diyos ko, pero kitang-kita ka na. Pero magmamamba out na nga siya. Next si versus Derek. Recon Bolt sa muka. Pero hindi na.
Okay na yun.
Tatlo yung sumilip,
Nakadami na.
tatlo yung napatay.
Tamang
Diyos ko.
audition.
At least na-save yung op. Yun yung hindi nila nagawa kanina.
Yes. Tulad nga nang diniscuss mo kanina, kumbaga yung win condition nila para makabangon is having the op and in the hands of Derek. Doon pa lang kay Derek yun, nakakita na tayo ng tatlong casualty. Although 0-9 tayo dito, naibigay na kay Blurred itong operators, or this might be the first score na inaantay natin para sa APH.
Sana ito na nga, kasi next wala na naman silang pera ngayon. But yeah, sa Oasis Gaming hindi nga ramdam kasi napakadami nilang pera, literal na pal-donation talaga sila. Pero yun na nga mga kaibigan, nasa kabilang sulok na naman ng Haven, si kaibigan Blurred. Pero Kelly's will catch one already, magandang opening na to. Derek, through the smoke, gonna go in. Kelly's again with a flick of the wrist will catch one as well. Pero ito 3v3, pero aram ni Kelly's kasama yung mga kalaban niya, pero next si mag-isa, 1v2 right now mga kaibigan, mukhang kaya pa ata. Pero meron pa namang outro dito si Kevzi para malaman niya kung saan pupunta yung mga kalaban niya. Pero mukhang garage ata and city silang dalawa. Pero hindi sila nakita dalawa, men. Ginamit niya yung crate na yan for his good. For them na makakuha na nga ng cover.
Teka, parang delikado to. Dinadahan-dahan man niya dito. You have the turret. Pero may operator, nag-body-body na sila dito, so wala na tao sa garage. Ano nangyari?
Magpupush! Oh my God! They need to push ng 1v1, pero nasa si Kevzi! But Kevz will get that kill! Oh no! Oasis Gaming! Ubos, pati pantubos! Sa kamay ng APH doon!
Intense Soundville. Nakita na natin repeatedly yung execution nila sa sinapakalinis, but this time Kelly is the 4K para lang siguradong mahuli yung mga members on site. At ang nakaganda pa nun, yes, nagawa nga madodge doon yung operator, pero si KFZ, doon yung in-establish nilang supposedly crossfire, nagawa niya pang ma-pick up ulit yung operator. So the win condition lumabas at unang puntos na ngayon ng Action PH.
I love the angles nga na nilalaro dito nila Kevz. It's all about the angle. I mean, angle isolation lang talaga ang kailangan mo rin dito gawin. But the players of Oasis Gaming, at least Wild Warrior is now down. Ito rin talaga yung footing na kailangan nila. Look at Derek, will catch one already. At least diba, kitang-kita mo na si Derek, nag-iinit na. 3v4, Jordan gonna lead the way. We're gonna be taken down by Kelly S. Nagbanggaan pa yung dalawa, sabi ni AK. At saka si Drax dito. Saan talaga tayo pupunta pare? Hindi talaga gusto sila pupunta. At kailangan talaga nilang malaman din talaga kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila.
Pero kailangan muna nila ng impormasyon dito. Sabi na nga sila nag-settle, 4 versus 2. Ngayon ulit nagkaroon ng ganitong scenario na mas outnumbered itong Oasis. And you have the operator, pinitik na nga si Drax, then tinapos na rin for the second points ngayon ng Action PH at unti-unting ginagapang ang punos ng OWAS.
At least they have the score to lean on already. Ito nga sa side nga ng APH, and unti-unti nilang nadadaysek kung paano ba nila lalaruin itong game na to against Oasis Gaming. Ito ang piniling mapa ng APH pero mukhang sila ata yung talaga namomroblema. Pero wala silang no choice kung hindi mag-time out talaga. Tignan mo, for Oasis Gaming, kahit 9-2 sila, dalawang bears lang talaga sila nakuha dito. Well, this is the last round of the first half anyway. So, Oasis Gaming with a timeout. Okay, tuloy-tuloy lang natin to. Let's prevent the momentums. Ulitin ko ulit. Let's prevent the momentum shift of APH towards this round. So, Oasis Gaming with a timeout. Yeah, let's see kung ano pinag-uusapan nila. Or malay mo, nag-uunat lang sila.
Oo, tamang ano lang sila dito, no? Exercise para magising-gising ang dugo. Kasi medyo tumumal yung last 2 rounds natin. Medyo nauungusan sila sa member ng Action PH, and definitely it was already a good read. At yung ating drone sinusubukan pumasok sa kutsilyo ni. So,
may tanong ako sa'yo.
Ano yan?
Nanonood ka ba ng Spider-Man?
Oo naman.
Sipin mo yun, no? Buti pa yung operator naligtas, si MJ hindi.
Uy, grabe na naman.
Sambang Spider-Man yun?
Kay Andrew Garfield yata.
Oo, yung pogi.
Kasi yung kay Tom Holland, boy pa eh.
Oh, boy pa. Oh. Pero yun na nga, Blurt with a jump, with a peek, denying the turret. Pero yun nga lang, Georgie's right in front of you already.
Ang sakit. Pero delikado to ha, mukhang hindi nang papaapat, Kuya Bill. Talagang init na nila kayo after that timeout. Ito namin ng B. Isa-isay na namin ngayon kayo dito. 2 versus 4. Lockdown tumalikod at yun na nga, napatusahan siya.
3v2 right now, the clock is ticking already. Tapos meron pa lockdown dito kay Nexi. Pero from the shadow, just to get that information that they need, Kevzi and Derek, just to get that retake. 210 ba or 9-3 sa makikita natin ngayon. 1 is down. Kevzi only remaining. Our drone, kitang-kita kami. May CCTV pa.
Naku, uy, binato pa ng paranoia. Mukhang hindi pa siya tatama dito sa unang encounter. Pero good shot. Taking the wild for you and things are going wild. Hindi sila magkatamaan. Si Nexi pa rin na siya mangingibabaw. Pushing it to 10 points.
It's all about the angle nga na talagang they really want to do it in their favor. Use it in their favor rather.
Yep.
But dito naman ngayon sa second half, I mean, yun nga, di ba? Mirror matchup. So pareho lang sila dito ng mga
dala-dala.
Matchup nga, di ba? Dala-dala. Pareho lang din talaga sila. So in terms of execution, kitang-kita natin na mainit ang Oasis Gaming whenever that they're on an attacking side. Pero pagdating naman dito sa defending, makakayaran ba nila? They have a lot of rounds to lose. 8 to be exact. And gagawin pa ba yun na footing ng APH? This is the most important round na kailangan nilang makuha dito, Osiris.
Yes.
Ang pistulan.
Yes, at alam mo naman na may panalo nila ang pistulan, eh pwede pa sila may pagbardagulan for round 2 with all of those bulldogs and light armor that they can spend on. Pero mas dahan-dahan, no? This is a different play as what we witness doon sa Oasis na kung saan rumaragas ang seaside yung gusto nila.
Right here. Pero yung mga players naman dito ng Oasis Gaming, they have the utilities naman just to prevent the initial push of APH nga dito sa may C. Pero yun nga, fault lines will connect. Pero Drax muntik na mamatay doon. Next with the swing. Will catch 1. Will catch 2 instead. Muntik na makatatlo pero nga lang Derek. Nagkasagutan na nga sila dito ng kills. Muntik ito a 4v3. Ang problema nila, wala na silang duelist. Wala na silang flash.
Although wala man sila ng mga nabanggit mong utility o mga tauhan, eh yung spike hindi pa rin naman nalaglag sa odd position. At kung titignan natin sa minimap, habang nakikigulo dito si Derek, eh niro-rotate na ng 2 members.
Oy!
But George, he may be well aware, at ito na.
Georgie, mga kaibigan, hindi sila nagkita kay Georgie.
30
pero
seconds
ayaw na
left.
direct.
Laban daw muna sa
Mag-A na sila! Nasa A na sila direct!
Andun na!
Eto na! Magpa-plant na sila! Hindi! Dito pa rin tayo sa C!
Laban pa rin!
Nagpa-plant na sila sa A! Ayan na! Kay Omen! Ayun na nga nalikuran ng Georgie, mga kaibigan! Georgie will catch 11 seconds in, mga kaibigan! Micro! The only man remaining! 7 seconds! 4 seconds para ma-plant mo yung spike! Pero sabi ng Georgie, hindi na!
Grabing pagkakahiwalay na pagkakataon na kung saan ang tagal nating inaabangan si Derek. Yung pala, pagka sinilip natin, itong si Georgie, saan nila i-execute? Censored na naman yung nangyari yun. And overall, it was a good acknowledgement para sa Oasis na, I mean sa APH na i-rotate yung kanilang spike. Ngunit, still,
hindi
Oasis
nakita ni Georgie yun eh.
Kahit hindi na nakita.
Hindi nakita ni Georgie yun. Pero narinig niya na nagkumplet na kayo at walang ID ang side ng APH nga na nandun na yung si Georgie na pero Georgie nakaisa pa with Vandal on hand pero he's super low in HP, tama smoke na kailangan na magmamba out kayo pero one order dapat dito lang sa base A-long. Georgie spray and pray not gonna connect. Dalawa na pala dito ng APH. Oray ko. Naku, force
dalawa lang sila dito. Force by lead. Dahil nga kailangan nila bawat round nagmamatter na ngayon dahil isa na lang pwede na mag-batch point pero dalawa na lang din ang members ngayon ng Oasis so pwede pa natin ma-extend pa. So Nexi got different plans with a good headshot pero Kelly S na siya pa kasi.
Ito lang sinasabi natin dito, Great Wall of Nexi. Let's see if ever makakaligtas kayo dito kay paring Nexi. Mga kaibigan, double swing! But Kevzi securing that win, denying yung anti-eco nga na ginawa dito ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan, and nabaliktad pa nga. At ito rin inaantay natin ngayon. 8 rounds ang kailangan nilang kunin ngayon. 8 rounds silang hindi magkakamali. Yan ang kailangan nilang isipin.
Yes, exactly. No, kailangan nilang i-pick up from here. Kailangan nila yung momentum. At tulad nga sinabi mo, momentum shift. Yes, pitulan, talagang nagawa yun ng Oasis. But this time, nasa kamay na nila.
Kung flush will connect, Dorit will catch one, pero nga na Nexi playing close. Oh no, look at that. Drax kahit classic lang ang gamit niya, nakakabawi pa, pero kawawa na si Nexi. Tama na naliligaw na bala.
Ayun na nga, pero... Wow.
Just got Drax with a 4K, man.
Play, and tulad nga na sinabi mo, Vil, this is the round, or the next rounds na dapat hindi sila magkakamali at sa hindi inaasahang pagkakataon na thrifty sila ng Oasis.
Na-sandwich sila. Sobrang pinakita ng Oasis Gaming yung aggression nila. Yung isa nga, si Nexi lumabas nga doon lang sa may grass. Of course, together with that player na nasa outside garage lang din. And wala silang idea, iniikutan na pala nila si Draxi. Iniikutan na ni Draxi sila. Ayun, yung tamang term. Sorry. Ayun no, iniikutan na all the way from windows. Will catch one. Nalikuran na nga yung mga players ng APH doon. Grabe naman si Galawang Draxi.
Yeah, and that's not the first time na ginawa niya yan. Nung atake sila, kasama niya pa, bitbit niya pa doon si Nexi. Kaya sure na yung mga galawan ni Draxi talagang pang mga likuran, pang mga hulihan. At yung rotate niya na yon, it's not just a normal na rotate siya doon. Andun din yung mga big guns na pwedeng gamitin against the last member ng Action PH. So good movement once again, and saving another round para mapush tayo dito sa ating match point. At looking bad for Action PH. Spectre, Light Armors, also have Sheriff. Ano yan, Vicky?
Simula ako naging idol si Nexi dito talaga sa dito talaga sa Haven kasi mala-dispenser yung galawan niya Yun lang siya. At talagang pinapakita talaga nila ngayon na hanggang ngayon they have the consistency na ipakita nila. Oh my God, Georgie! That was dirty! Kelly S. Nung kill.
Dumi-dumi nung aim niya, men. Kasi sa sobrang, alam mo yun, napakainit, nakahanap, napakabilis. At pumasok na sila.
Here we go, Cyrus. Mainit na sila. Dito sa loob ngayon, Georgie, wala silang idea na meron pang tao sa may backside ngayon. Georgie will catch one, will catch three instead. Aiming for that ace, but let's see if ever magagawa ba niya. 4K already! Dinabas ang Blazer, mga kaibigan. Hinahanap niya yung kalaban niya. Give me the ace! Ibigay nyo kay Georgie, pero nga Kevzi with a deny. 2v1 right now. Kevzi will fall down, ladies and gentlemen. Oasis Gaming winning at 13-3. Laban ng APH. 2-0. Clean sweep.
Clean, sweet, easy. Nakita mo naman, oh. Shisha Ball performance, 2-0. Oasis Gaming, convincing rounds all over. As much as we saw kung gaano ka-close yung ating Lotus, ganun naman kalayo yung nangyari sa Haven. And definitely, no, at least hindi sila na 0-13. APH still got good reads towards Oasis. Pero kasi, baluarte nila to eh.
Yun nga, 'di ba? Yun yung pinakamahirap nga kasi itong Haven na to, men, lahat ng teams malakas talaga dito eh. So I mean, back then nga, 'di ba? Notorious itong Oasis Gaming na to doon sa first two maps natin. Kasi yun yung two maps na naka 0-13 nga sila. At kitang-kita natin 'yan pagdating nga dito sa Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, medyo dikit nga yung laban, pero yun, ulitin din natin. Sobrang solid din talaga yung ginawa ni Wild Oreo na napatay niya yung mga pinaka-importante players na may ultimates for them to get that win. And pagdating naman dito sa game number 2, it's all about momentum. It's all about firepower. It's all about na talagang kung paano naging wild yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming. They got it. They have it. All they need to do is own it.
Yes, and they did own it. They owned every map as what we saw nasabi mo, no, yung looking for key targets, isa yan sa ginawa ni Wild Oreo. Pero ang maganda dito sa Oasis, they are firing all cylinders. Kasi may sariling moments din si Nexy. Dax on his sneaky plays na panghuli niya. And syempre, Georgie, dun pa lang sa entry niya, pistol round lang talagang hindi na siya natatakot. Iba yung tiwala niya sa teammates niya. Wherein, pagka magko-quit siya, there always someone na pwede mag-trade, na pwede mag-play from it. So I think overall, talagang napaka-deserving nga nanalo ng Oasis dito na kung saan pinakita nila na even si Savvy, di ba? Doon pa lang sa Lotus talagang may surprise may X factor na everyone from Oasis really did a great job and deserve this 2-0.
Nagwala si Georgie dito, man.
Oo.
Right, super comfy pick na to eh. Yun na nga sinasabi natin kita, nagkasalisihan lang sila. Sa lisigang, pumasok sila sa A na never nila chinek yung sewers nga or kahit konting peak lang, talagang hindi naman nila iniisip na hala baka meron pang tao dito. Well, iniisip the Oasis game. At the end of the day, hindi pa rin nila napaplant yung spike. So, a rotation is still viable. Parang open pa yung rotation na pwede nilang gawin nga all the way from A to B at mga A talaga mapupuntahan nila. But as you can see, we have Drax from Oasis Gaming delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Matinding galawan na pinakita ni Draxy na kapatid niya ang coach ng Oasis Gaming since day one.
Ayun naman pala, 'di ba? So talagang great minds think alike. Kung saan nakita nga natin yung execution ng Oasis, napakalinis and I think this is it, Bill. Kailangan na natin 'to dalhin sa ating panel. Once again, kami ang inyong nakasama Osiris at Poging Bill. Panel, take it away.
Welcome back sa panel nga natin, B1 at B2 kasama si Asoray Gaming na dalawang nag-uusap pa bago magsimula, no? Kamusta naman yung mga matches natin? Mukhang mainit na close fight, hindi. One-sided match yung second map na nakita natin dito. And congratulations, syempre, sa Oasis Gaming for winning that series as well. But we were talking about this, guys, bago tayo pumunta dito sa panel ulit nung nanonood tayo ng games, that it seems like Action PH is just having a hard time or difficult time finding a footing talaga against Oasis Gaming specifically kasi nahirapan pa sila. Hindi pa sila nakaka-comeback sa mga past matches nila dito, Asoray.
Yeah, it was painfully obvious na a lot of the issues that Action PH were kind of going through were, I think, hindi lang, paano masabihin to, nahihirapan sila na mag-execute on defaults nila because Oasis just play their side ever so consistently. And there is just an answer for everything that they are throwing, and because of this, nahihirapan na mag-employ something different ang Action PH.
That's true. I mean, again, what we talked about it in the pregame, right? Oasis really had no reason to adjust. They had nothing to be threatened by. And again, this is not to bring down APH because I still think that they have their strengths and that really comes down to their mid-round adjustment. But since they don't have that initial set play to threaten, to force the defender to change which is the weak side and which is the strong side, it just becomes that much more problematic, especially against Oasis, who is so, no pun intended, savvy in these types of situations.
Definitely true. Not only that, pagdating nga dito sa second map naman, which is Haven, na nakikita natin sa highlights, Azurai was touching upon on the operator of Blurred. And napansin nga natin, obviously, in a usual setting or setup nga dito sa games na nakikita natin, the operator loses a little bit of its value when it comes to the defense, especially kung gagamitin mo na siya for the retake itself and not for those initial pick-offs. And it seems like that happened for this matchup as well, Azurai.
Yeah, and I think di ko sasabi na hindi maganda ang operator ni Blur dito. Sasabi ko lang na up against Oasis that do such a good job at being able to read yung setup kung saan naglalaro si Blur with the op, there was very little time or very little rounds where he was actually in contact. And if ever he was, tatakbo na lang Oasis on the other side, have their setup ready, and make it very difficult for Action PH to find that rotation. And the big para sabihin to, proof of that is yung amount of kills na nakuha ni Blurred when he was holding onto the operator. I think he was bottom fragging for Action PH for the rest of that.
And again, just having Georgie as your MVP means that they really had no read whatsoever on how Oasis would approach the map. Typically in the pro scene, when you get the op, it means you have a good read or a great idea on where that initial contact might happen. But as you guys mentioned and all the points that you brought up, basically everybody on the side of Oasis was running wild. There's really no reason for them to fear that operator, right? Because they shuffled their offensive hand so well.
Tsaka pagdating sa side ng Oasis Gaming rin naman dito sa ating series na to, it seems like Oasis Gaming from the middle of this split, I would say, na medyo shaky yung dating nila sa atin dahil laging umaabot ng mga 3 games and laging nagiging close fight yung mga dapat hindi na nahahabol ng ibang mga teams natin. But right now, as we close off day number 10, it seems like they're just getting stronger and stronger as well. And with the other teams or the rest of the teams, they're having a harder time coping up with the players that we have right at the top. And knowing na yung target din naman o yung nasa likod nila yung target dito dahil sila yung nasa pinakataas ng leaderboards natin, very much obvious that they would try to read it out as well. At isa pa sa mga babasahin natin dito ay syempre yung standings na meron tayo. Obviously, makikita nyo rin to sa page ng VALORANT PH, pero huwag kayong mag-alala habang nanonood kayo ng broadcast. I-update natin kayo kung ano nga ba ang mga recent standings natin dito. Asaraya, how's it looking so far? And yung mga teams ba na ina-expect mo is the same dun sa ating rankings right now?
Honestly, yeah. Kasi kung nakikita natin dito, I mean, there's already NAOS and Oasis at the very top. Game of Alpha, who have been just evolving so rapidly, is 3-1. So, very good na rin dyan. Action PH back on track. Even if they did struggle to Oasis, I mean, come on, that is Oasis Gaming that we're talking about dito. So, 3-2, pretty respectable. What is kind of interesting sa akin is even though MVP weren't looking the hottest of the hottest, they still were able to get some of the most recent series to para sa kanila. So, they're middle of the pack. I think one team na lang that I was kind of expecting to maybe get a lot more wins dito would have been Zol Esports, considering how well they've been looking at, pero it hasn't clicked para sa kanila eh.
I mean, Raf, if you think about it, I was expecting SR Nakage to get more points as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, despite them having basically a new roster, I would still think that under the leadership of Mid Mathers, they would play a little bit better, but I would have to definitely agree with Asra in that we have a very clear power rankings. And I feel like this has been the clearest it has been in a long time. There's just obvious points where these teams have to make up for, and I gotta say, our weeks and our time is running out.
Yeah, definitely true. And as we look into the schedule right now, na nakikita nga natin sa ating screens, and na-mention mo na rin naman, Asuray, no, MVPE, very interesting team to actually watch out for na nasa gitna sila dito ngayon. Hindi mo mapapansin pero it's either they go up or they literally go down pagdating sa leaderboards natin dito. But they're going up against Oasis tomorrow at syempre isang matinding match-up na naman yung matutunghayan natin bukas dito. Actually, everyday na lang dahil nga up to the final point, asa ano na tayo path towards Ascension, and this is actually the final leg or stretch towards that. And aside from that, ang laki ng pinaglalabanan nila dito for the first prize is 600k, diba? So, I mean, why not, diba? Anyway, with that, syempre, tapos na ang araw na ito. Maswerte tayong alas 8 pa lang. Matatapos na nga tayo at makakain na tayo ng masasarap na pagkain. Pero speaking of pagkain, syempre, pasalamatan natin ang ating mga sponsors para sa araw na ito. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible without Riot Games and, of course, Mineski Philippines.
And of course, ace your game with your favorite go-to meals and enjoy up to 30% discounts on select Grab food merchants when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited, of course, free on your first month.
Of course, big thank you to the Games and Amusement Board for sanctioning this. Big thanks, everybody. And that was, I guess, a pretty exciting day. I think you guys have had, well, most of your predictions right. I was right in the second series. I don't know about you, so...
Ouch.
Wala yung feeling ko na APH, hindi, wala Ganun talaga, guys. Minsan mali yung pakiramdam natin, no? Pero
you should have listened to me.
Tomorrow is another day. Pwede pang matulog ulit. At next week naman, syempre, VCTPH ay muling magbabalik. But this time around, it's finally done and over with. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin dito sa VCTPH. Again, the Twins and Asaray, mamba out muna kami and see you guys next stream.